Hi, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. Over these Tuesdays, we will have 49 companies presenting, starting with Nordisk Bergsteknik. And this presentation will be held in Swedish. Så hej och välkomna till ABG Investor Days. Mitt namn är Julia Sundvall och jag jobbar som analytiker här på ABG. Idag är jag nöjd att ha med mig Nordisk Bergsteknik och Johan Lundqvist, CFO, och Viktor Örn, VD. Vi börjar med en presentation av bolaget, följt av en kort Q&A. Varsågoda.
Tack så hemskt mycket. Viktor Örn heter jag. Har jobbat i Nordisk Bergsteknik en längre tid i styrelsen till att börja med. Och därefter så har jag gått in operativt sen i höstas som vice vd faktiskt i bolaget. Och så har vi Johan med oss.
Johan Lundqvist, jag har varit CFO sedan 2017. I princip sedan starten av det här etablerade Nordisk Bergsteknik. Så ja, CFO.
Vi ska guida er lite grann, dels ni som inte känner till bolaget sedan tidigare, hur den här resan har varit. Vi har ju funnits i, inte jättemånga år, men ett antal år och flera av bolagen i koncernen har en ganska lång historik. Men vi ska guida er lite grann vad vi har gjort och vad vi står. Vi ser så den fungerar här. Nu. Vi gillar att titta på megatrender, för det brukar vara en ganska bra indikation på vad marknaden tar vägen, vad kommer hända framöver i framtiden och var finns behoven någonstans. Eftersom vi ska gå in lite grann på vad vi är för en aktör, men om vi tittar på 87% av Sveriges befolkning bor i större städer. Det är en ganska viktig del för oss, för då det betyder att man ska förtäta städerna och där kommer det en hel del svåra infrastrukturprojekt, byggprojekt och annat. Jag kommer tillbaka till det. En stor del av Europas batterimineraler kommer från den här regionen, ifrån Sverige, Norge och Finland. Och där är vi absolut verksamma. Tittar man lite grann på, det här har ju varit en fråga som har varit uppe det senaste året ganska mycket. Vad händer med bostadsbyggandet? Finns det något behov fortsatt? Vi ser ju att urbaniseringen är någonting som inte avtar, utan urbanisering är någonting som vi tror på fortsatt, och det finns ett behov av nya bostäder, och där är vi också med och vi tror att marknaden kommer tillbaka. Förnyelsebar energi, det vet vi också att en stor del av den svenska förnyelsebara energin, ungefär 66%, kommer faktiskt ifrån förnyelsebar energi. Så det här tror vi också är ett område som kan skapa affärer för oss framåt. Elektrifiering. Flera av de här frågorna har ju varit heta diskussionsämnen, bland annat Northvolt och så vidare. Men vi tror ju fortfarande att elektrifiering är en viktig del av satsningar eller framtida satsningar. Så där är vi också en stor del med tanke på att då behövs ju gruvindustrin. Och då kommer vi till gruvindustrin. Och som sagt, här finns ett starkt fäste för gruvindustrin och det finns mycket mer att göra. Och där har vi en liten unik position eftersom vi har ganska stor Norrlandsverksamhet. Så det gäller att ta fasta på det, och vi har goda kontakter och goda relationer in i gruvindustrin och hoppas kunna få göra mer där. Sammantaget då så har vi ju tittat på olika nischer. Det här är ett bolag som jobbar inom 3 olika branscher, eller 3 olika områden. Dels har vi byggindustrin, dels har vi infrastrukturindustrin, och sen har vi då gruvindustrin som tredje. Och då behöver man vara ganska nischad. Det här som ni ser då, det här är en bergsborrigg. Det här ska bli antagligen en ganska komplicerad byggnad. Man har flera olika discipliner om det vi jobbar, bland annat grundförstärkning, pålning och så vidare. Här uppe har vi ett infrastrukturprojekt, eller rättare sagt ett vindkraftprojekt, men det är mycket infrastruktur som ska dit. Här är vi sannolikt att bygga någon tunnel, och alla vet det också skriande behovet inom järnväg. Och järnvägen ska byggas ut och det finns flera stora projekt som är på gång. Så att det här är bara ett axplock av grejer vi kan erbjuda, och vi är en nischad spelare inom de här olika delarna då. Och det har tagit oss till en omsättning på dryga 3 miljarder. Och det har gått relativt fort, ganska mycket förvärv, men också har det haft en väldigt stark organisk tillväxt, även om det sista året lite grann har mattats av. Jag lämnar över till Johan lite grann för att berätta hur den här resan har gått till, för det är du som har gjort det, Johan.
Ja, tack, Viktor. Jag var med sedan början, som jag sa, 2017 eller 2016 rättare sagt, så skedde första spadtaget när dåvarande Pegrocco Invest gjorde förvärvet och bildade Nordisk Bergteknik. Sen har vi gjort förvärv, kommer till det, och det viktiga är väl att vi har liksom hållit oss i våra specialiteter. Och jag sa det kan komma en fråga på lite grann hur vi är förstådda på marknaden och så. Det är väl ett dilemma lite grann. Vi är ju specialister i en väldigt stor marknad. Vi är duktiga på det här som Viktor lyfter fram. Vi kan borra, vi kan spränga eller losshålla berg som vi säger. Och vi kan hantera mjuk mark, grundlägga. Så men för att vara en aktör på en marknad så krävs ju förankring. Och vi har gjort förvärv då som breddar oss, förankrar oss. De 2 första åren så var det de här bolagen i huvudsak. Då. Ett i Sverige, Norrbottens Bergteknik, och sen Westfold fjällboring med dotterbolag i Norge. Och det var inom, förlåt, det var fel håll. Så ska det vara där. Nej, var hamnar jag nu? Där ska vi. Ja. 2018 då så hade vi liksom ett första konsolideringsperiod av de förvärven vi hade gjort då. Vi hade gått in i Norge. Vi hade ju en modell där vi sedvanligt förvärvar med hjälp av banklån, stort sett hälften, och ägarinlåning också, och sen lösningar för att med reverser och earnouts och så här. Men 2019 så ville vi stå starka på egna ben. Då släppte vi vår obligation som vi gjorde, och den var ju väldigt lyckad, tyckte vi. Vi var ju nya och vi hade ju inte alla mekanismer på plats dag 1, men vi lyckades väldigt bra, tycker vi. Den gav oss väldigt starkt självförtroende, och då gick vi in i grundläggningsmarknaden. Aktiebolaget Svenska, som det heter, Polab i Kungälv var det första förvärvet där. Och det var ju ett fint bolag med stark förankring på västkusten. Av den självförtroendet och det som uppstod där så blev vi ju djärva, och vi hade också pengar och kunde på så sätt spana runt och leta upp bra bolag. Vi jobbade ju på, och under 2020 så kom väl tankarna på att notera det här. Vi visste inte riktigt exakt var och hur, men det växte ju fram så småningom att vi skulle göra det på huvudlistan. Och den 12 oktober då, 2021 så ringde vi klockan och noterade vår aktie och fick ytterligare en equity genom den ägarspridningen som vi genomförde. Vi gjorde ytterligare förvärv då inom både grundläggning och på bergssidan då. Vi gav oss in i prospektering, alltså sån djupborrning, kärnborrning till mineralföretagen. Så det matade på, och det har liksom tagit oss framåt. Nu är vi ju framme inne i avslutningen på 2024, och vi har ju vi kommer lite grann till siffrorna, men det är ju en tuff marknad där ute. Vi vet ju behoven som finns, megatrenderna finns där, men vi ska ju hantera detta, och vi har ju börjat konsolidera våra egna bolag, slå ihop och effektivisera och så vidare. Så det är liksom den resan vi är inne på nu. Och vad ska jag säga här? Vi har fått en spridning. Vi gav oss in i Finland också genom förvärvet av Power Mining, ett specialistföretag inom underjordsarbeten, tunnelarbeten. Mycket verksamma i Stockholm här på vattensidan. Mer husentreprenör ute i Henriksdal, där man bygger ut och bygger till och bygger om hela tiden. Väldigt duktiga. Så vi är ju väl spridda och förankrade längs Norrlandskusten, upp i Malmfälten. Där har vi väl närmare än 300-350 medarbetare. Och sen är vi ju västkusten, och i Norge är vi på flera olika ställen. Du nämnde det här, jag ska ta dem också. Vi redovisar oss ju i 3 segment. Berg Sverige, Berg Norge och sen grundläggning Sverige. Det är så externredovisningen är uppbyggd. Och disciplinerna förstår ni, det talar för sig själv. Så kommer vi till, du kan ta det här, Viktor. Ja.
Ja, men, för att då, när man bygger upp ett sånt här bolag, det är ganska investeringstungt. Det ser ni på vår balansräkning. Det är en tung maskinpark. Men det är också det som skapar konkurrensfördelar. Det är specialmaskiner, det är specialkompetens och man är inne i allt som rör svåra projekt, vare sig det är då ett infrastrukturprojekt eller ett byggnationsprojekt. Vi såg nu utav de här bilderna, det är krångligt, det är svårt. Alla de delarna kan man bryta utifrån ett byggperspektiv och nästan smalna av dem vid vertikaler och säga att där är vi specialister. Kommer vi då till våra kunder som efterfrågar de här tjänsterna, de tar in oss i delar av projekten. Tar vi exempelvis ett bergprojekt så kommer vi in tidigt och det är ett bra tecken för att få betalt och det är ofta en ganska dyr del. Det är stora osäkerheter eftersom att mark är ett svårt område. Och så genom kompetensen, maskinparken och att vi kan erbjuda så många av de här specialistgrenarna så har vi byggt ett bolag som är mångsidigt, men vi tar som sagt lite högre marginaler och vi kan också vara med i delar av projekten som utgör en hög kompetensnivå. Sen som Johan var inne på då så har vi också breddat koncernen geografiskt. För att de här infrastrukturprojekten är ju inte bara på en del av Sverige eller för Norge och så vidare, utan de är ju ganska geografiskt utspridda. Och där finns vi också med väldigt stark lokal förankring. Det finns en stark entreprenörsanda ute bland bolagen. Eftersom vi har köpt fina bolag som har funnits under många år så finns det också en stark entreprenörsanda kvar. Och vi har också lyckats bygga på med ny kompetens underifrån. Tittar man då på... Oj, ska vi se, nu händer något annat här. Tillbaka till den första. Ja. Så sammantaget då så har vi idag fått en konsoliderad koncern med flera delar. Vi vill bygga vidare på den geografiska delen. Vi vill kanske ta oss in i nya olika nischer för att stärka vår position på marknaden. Men sammantaget så har vi ett väldigt konkurrenskraftigt koncept och som går att bygga vidare på och skala upp helt enkelt. Johan?
ESG är ju populärt och för vår del så är vi ju... Vårt klimatavtryck är ju mycket för vår förbrukning av bränsle, diesel, betong för just grundläggningen, stål för både borrning och grundläggning och sen även då sprängämne. Det är de 4 delarna som vi... Och vi utför vårt arbete på beställning och vi utför det efter bästa möjliga metod. Det gör vi. Men vi genom vår storlek är ju på framkant. Och vi jobbar ju brett i företaget med de bolagen vi har och utifrån de förutsättningar som finns. Allting finns inte på marknaden ännu. Fortfarande är det ju fossilt bränsle som används i mycket av våra maskiner. Men vi gör vårt bästa för att ta oss framåt i den kedjan. Så det är en stark drivkraft. Och här ser vi en rigg som vi själv har byggt, en eldriven rigg. Och under jord så är det ju huvudsak eldrivna maskiner. Men vi har kompetens, vi har några produktionsställen. Det är ganska vanligt att man måste bygga sina maskiner själv. Man köper komponenter från de etablerade. Men att man bygger själv specialmaskinen.
Fylla i där bara. Precis som vi sa, den här starka entreprenörsandan ute i våra respektive bolag bidrar också till en stor innovationskraft. För många av de här projekten är svåra och det kräver att man har innovation och man har nya metoder på att utföra saker och ting. Så det är en väldigt viktig konkurrensfördel också.
Någon bild från någon verkstad i Norge. Vi driver på S1 i ESG så har vi ju
social.
Norge har en tradition med sina lärlingssystem och sånt som är väldigt, väldigt fint. Vi gillar det och här umgås vi med ortens ungdomar. 12 oktober 2021 nämnde vi noterade och är på huvudlistan.
Och det är det som står G1 i governance.
Mm. Här är våra siffror då. Och vi hymlar ju inte med att vi är inne i en lågkonjunktur. Det är ju första gången som vi i vår bolagshistoria går igenom en lägre marknad. Och vi visste ju inte exakt hur det här skulle träffa oss. Men vi har ju inte sagt att vi är så jätteberoende av bostadsmarknaden. Men det drog inte bara med sig minskat bostadsbyggande. Utan det som vi kallar lokal infrastruktur påverkades väldigt mycket, upptäckte vi. I varje kommun som är i full fart så byggs det ju vägar, det byggs nya avlopp och Det dras nya elinstallationer ut i både industriområde och bostadsområde. Och det minskade kraftigt. Där har vi mycket gärning. Så vi tappat volym har vi gjort, framförallt då relaterat till bostadsbyggandet och den lokala infrastrukturen. Men sen har vi också parallellt med detta har de här nationella projekten. Vi har Västlänken i Göteborg och vi har Ostlänken här söder om Stockholm. Vi har Norrbotniabanan uppåt. De går inte helt på räls som man får uttrycka sig så, utan vi har ju fått lite sättningar och det har varit en del omtag med Trafikverket och huvudentreprenörerna då, som de flesta känner till. Ju. Och det drabbar ju oss i underentreprenörsledet. Vi får mycket stopp och vi får avställningar och vi får mobilisera om och det drabbar ekonomin. Men vi börjar känna att vi är genom det här nu och grundläggningen som ska få fart och det ser vi har flera ljus i mörkret så att säga. Och vi tror ju att under nästa år så kommer vi att börja klättra på marginalsidan igen. Volymen kommer, den är vi inte oroliga för alls. Den finns där. Det är bara att ta jobb men att vi måste ta jobb utifrån ett lite tufft läge. Det har också blivit lägre priser i en sån här lågkonjunktur när alla aktörer på tårna mer.
Men man kan väl så bara kommentera det att generellt sett, det finns säkert ingen här inne som inte har reflekterat över hela byggindustrin eller hela byggbranschen så att säga i någon mening har gått ner. Men eftersom att vi är specialister så klarar vi fortfarande av att ta betalt. Vi får betalt. Vi är också efterfrågade när det väl tar fart igen. Sen har vi flera omvärldsfaktorer som har varit svåra att styra. Men generellt vår position på marknaden utifrån ett konkurrensperspektiv och faktiskt att vi genom våra specialiteter inte har börjat falla lika tungt som många andra utav kollegor i så att säga, byggbranschen generellt. Så vi ser en viss ljusning.
En fråga som brukar komma upp över skuldsättning och bara tillbaka till marginalen. Vi vet ju riksentreprenörerna som sliter från tid till annan med sin, alltså NCC, Skanska, Peab och de här. De har ju förhållandevis låg marginal. Vi ska ha en bättre marginal för vi har också en tyngre balansräkning. Men den ser ut så här, vi har cirka 1,5 miljard i nettoskuld och hälften är ju regelrätt banklån. Där vi har som används både för rörelsekredit och förvärv helt enkelt. Men vi har ju en stor portion, det ljusblåa här är ju finansieringen av våra maskiner. Vi tar dem också på banklån, men de har ju bankens säkerhet i maskinen. Det är samma villkor, cirka eller dryga 2% i marginal på Stibor. Ligger både på banklånet och på maskinfinansieringen. Och sen har vi vår IFRS då i att vi faller under IFRS-reglementet, så IFRS 16, så måste vi räkna om alla våra nyttjanderätter, alltså hyresavtal och det kan leasingavtal och sånt här. Så blir det också en skuld i balansräkningen. Så vi sover gott, men det är klart att i perspektiv så är en skuldsättning. Vi har ett mål att ligga på 2,5 gånger vårt EBIT-resultat och det är en ambition, men just nu så ligger vi lite högre.
Man får också titta på vad det är för typ av skuld som du är inne på. Det som är farliga skulder är kanske det som är kopplat till goodwill. Men vi har ju en betydande substans bakom det här också.
Det var fyra finansiella mål som vi antog då inför börsnoteringen. Så tillväxt ska vi takta på 15% över tid här. Hälften tänker vi organiskt. Marknaden växer med 6,5-7% och vi ska överträffa det har vi tänkt hela tiden. Och resten är förvärv då, upp till 15%. Lönsamheten ska vi klara 7%. Vi ska utmana det också. Vi vet att vi hade några 2021 och 2020 så överträffade vi 7%. Vi vet att vi kan. Och skuldsättningen pratar vi om. Och sen så över tid ska vi också kunna dela ut. Vi har ju ingen annan avbränning i forskning och utveckling eller något annat. Utan det kassaflödet som vi pressar ut ska ju kunna gå tillbaka till aktieägarna. En del. Ja.
Hur ska vi då prioritera framåt? det är väl en fråga som alla ställer. Under nästa år kommer vi faktiskt förtydliga det här lite grann. Men självklart så ska vi fortsätta stärka våra positioner. Och just nu när det är lite sämre marknader så har vi ju chans att göra det och flytta fram positionerna. Och till viss del kanske putta ut en och annan konkurrent med tanke på att vi är så väl investerade och har ett väldigt bra erbjudande. Vi vill fortsätta växa geografiskt. Vi är inte färdiga med Norden. Vi är inne i Norge, vi är inne i Sverige, men vi kan absolut stärka oss i Finland och vi kan bredda oss också i en del andra tekniker och nischer. Så att vi ska komma tillbaks till en förvärvsagenda, det tror vi att vi ska absolut göra, för det har ju varit en ambition från början. Och vi ska jobba med vår tillväxt. Får vi bara lite fart på de här orden. Det är för många moment som så att säga inte har stämt en stund, men förhoppningsvis kommer vi tillbaka till en normal marknad. Det behöver inte bli en fantastisk marknad för att vi ska kunna leverera våra finansiella mål. Så att det här är våra prioriteringar och självklart då kommer vi också jobba med CSRD och digitalisering, för det är också något som kan stärka oss i det här. Och några nyckelfaktorer då, det är ju att vi ser att de stora infrastrukturen i projekten börjar ta fart. Norrbotniabanan är ju ett sånt, där är vi ju väldigt väl positionerade. Normalisering av byggbranschen, det är klart att kan visst byggande komma igång igen så hjälper det även de lokala infrastrukturprojekten. Det som har varit fördelen i det här, vi får faktiskt möjlighet att titta lite grann på våra synergier. Till en början när man har förvärvat många bolag så har vi inte riktigt haft tid eftersom vi har vuxit så starkt på olika fronter. Men det ska vi absolut göra. Och sen som sagt så ska vi då fortsätta bredda vårt erbjudande och det finns också organiska möjligheter som man kan lyfta upp för att bredda vårt erbjudande. Här är bara några projekt som vi är lite stolta över som varit med och levererat. Nya viktiga delar av bland annat Göteborg, där har då Volvos nya anläggning. Västlänken, så här ser det ut. Det är svårt att förstå ens vad det är de gör kan man tycka när man ser det. Men här ser ni att det är komplicerat och här ser ni många av våra discipliner. Så att man kan förstå att det finns mycket kompetens i koncernen. Här har vi ett bild från Malmfälten. Där vi är stora. Vindkraftparker, det kräver sitt. Det är stora, jobbiga, svåra projekt. Och här har vi väl en bergtäkt, va?
Just det. Filmen kommer inte med.
Nej, precis. Det var faktiskt när de spränger, det är ganska häftigt. Det får vi ta vid nästa tillfälle. Men, ja, tack så hemskt mycket.
Tack så mycket. Ja, då går vi vidare på en kort liten Q&A här. Och ni nämnde ju marknadsläget som har varit lite utmanande.
Ja.
Men blickande framåt, hur förväntar ni er att det kommer att utvecklas?
Vi ser väl inte att det är någon snabb vändning runt hörnan, men vi ser ju själva att vi har en ökad efterfrågan. Det är mer att räkna på, det kommer ut nya jobb och framförallt så ser vi också att anslagen från statligt håll kommer ju också vad gäller infrastrukturprojekt. Så försiktigt optimistiska, och eftersom vi är flera delar i våran koncern så finns det flera ben att stå på, så att försiktigt optimistiskt får vi säga. Hade du frågat förra året hade vi inte sagt samma.
Finns det något av era ben som ni tror kommer utvecklas mer än något annat?
Just nu så är det ju bergssidan som har så att säga varit lite mer stabil. Men kommer väl grundläggningssidan tillbaka så kommer det ju ge marginaler. Och det sista vi har sett, vi gick ut med en pressrelease om dagen, att vi ser faktiskt ljusningar där. Och vi har tagit flera väldigt bra jobb. Så att,
Vi har en sida i Norge då, fjällsikring som det heter. Det är ju förstärkning och underhåll av bergssidor och tunnlar. Och i Norge har man ju historiskt haft väldigt rough eller primitivt, som man får uttrycka sig som svensk. Deras tunnlar är ju ganska, vi våra är mer skyddade med lining eller med betong eller gummimattor och sådär. Men i Norge så finns det väldigt mycket underhållsarbete att göra. Och mycket av samhället ligger ju med exponerade mot berg då, fjäll som det heter på Norge och i Norge. Och rasriskerna där, det måste hela tiden underhållas. Det var en olycka här för någon månad sedan, ett tåg som körde på en stor sten som ramlade ner. Och så det är en marknad som vi har positionerat oss starkt i. Vi har konsoliderat 3 bolag där till ett och har nu är marknadsledande. Så det tror vi väldigt mycket på.
Och väldigt stark organisk tillväxt. Ja, det är ju det var det vi försökte nämna, att det finns organiska initiativ i koncernen som går att plocka fram och fokusera på. Har vi inte haft en lika stark förvärvsagenda som vi haft just för tillfället då, eller som tidigare, så har vi också chans att göra det. Så det här är ett resultat av det, kan man säga.
Toppen. Då tror jag att tiden är slut för oss. Jag tackar er jättemycket för att ni kom.
Tack så mycket för att vi fick komma hit.
Tack.
Tack.
Hjärtligt välkomna tillbaka allesammans. Mitt namn är Sten Gustafsson, healthcare-analytiker på ABG och även ansvarig för hela analysavdelningen här i Stockholm. Och jag ska presentera och moderera nästa företag. We're going to do this in English because we have a Danish CEO presenting next. Morten Henneveld, CEO of Ostesign. Please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, I should say. So you'll do the presentation, and then I'll shoot some questions in the end if there's time for that. So,
absolutely,
please.
Thank you very much, Sten, and thank you very much for having me. And at least I see some familiar faces in here. As always, when we do these things, the normal disclaimer: if it changes, it doesn't. Here we go. Now, many of you may remember Ostesign as the cranio-patient-specific implant company, and that's true because that's where we founded. About a year ago, we made a significant strategy shift to become a pure-play orthobiologics company. As many of you may know, we acquired a company in 2020 and entered the orthobiologics space late 21. And what we said a year ago is that this business is really attractive, it's really scalable, and therefore we see that it will drive significantly higher shareholder value in the years to come. A few weeks ago, we released our third quarter results. This was by far the best quarter ever in the history of the company. We had 121% growth in the quarter, 145% growth in the first 9 months. We also look at rolling 12 months. That momentum is up 163%. And that also means that we've now reported 10 consecutive quarters in the US with triple-digit growth. We also hit almost 97% gross margin in the quarter, slightly helped by some release of some provision, but that's only about 100 basis points. And that also means that we've raised guidance on gross margin going forward to above 93%. So that was kind of in the P&L, the top line and the margin. What was also very important in the third quarter is that we showed very, very significant operating leverage. This was the first quarter where we showed a true picture without any overhang from the old cranial business that we have closed down. And we show very significant operating leverage and a much reduced cash burn during the quarter. So I think the third quarter essentially showed everything we said about a year ago, what this business could look like. And as I mentioned, our rolling 12-month momentum is increasing. It's a strong trajectory. It's a strong momentum right now in the business. But let me just go a little bit step back because I'll come back to it later because our product is actually cleared much broader than in spine. But as you can see, we have a very strategic focus on spine. It's a $1.8 billion market. It's growing heavily, and we benefit from a number of tailwinds. One is that the sheer volume of patients is increasing right now. It's going to increase even more in the years to come. The surgeon, if you look at the second pillar here, the surgeons have a number of options available to them. They can use the patient's own bone. That's the FDA gold standard still, even though very few surgeons are doing it. You can also use allograft product. They come with a risk of disease transmission, and there have been numerous cases in the US. Or you can use a synthetic solution where the latest generation, we are the absolute latest generation, has proven to be very efficient. And then last but not least, this is a very crowded market. We still compete against products that have been in the market for 20 years. And there's no doubt that the latest generation and Ostesign Catalyst performs much better. So we're seeing a significant shift towards that. So, all in all, we are placed really in the sweet spot as the latest generation synthetics, both now and in the years to come. But let's just take a little bit of a step back because, unfortunately, many of you may have seen this slide before. Many of us, unfortunately, will suffer from back problems. Some of us will have spinal instability and will need something called a fusion procedure. There's about 750,000 of those in the US each year alone. Unfortunately, 1 in 5 doesn't have a good outcome, and that means approximately 150,000 patients each year that needs to be revised. So when you look at what is really the clinical goal, right? So let's try to take a step back. What is it we are trying to solve for? We are trying to stabilize the spine and relieve the pain. That is ultimately the goal. And in any spinal fusion procedure, you're going to have some middleware screws called pedicle screws and cages and rods, but you will need some type of bone graft in each because you need to stabilize the spine, and the way you do that is to create bridging bone throughout. If you look at the right side here, this is a very simplified model, but essentially, if you look at the end of the vertebrae, which is, among other things, where we place the bone graft, you're going to have bleeding surfaces, what we call a vascular environment. That means that the human body will help you stimulate bone growth, right, through blood cells. Not saying it's easy, but it's easier because the body is helping you. The real clinical challenge is in the middle of the mass, or if you imagine between the vertebrae, where there is nothing inherent in the human body to help you. It's all down to the bone graft to show then bone growth, which is what we call endochondral bone formation. If you look at a traditional over here synthetic product, then what you will see is that it follows a pathway that essentially is called intramembranous, but essentially means that it forms bone from the outside in, where it has blood cells and then it has creeping bone formation towards the middle. Now the problem is that it may never reach each other and therefore have what we call a bridging bone, or it may take so long that you're starting to see implant loosening, infections, or other adverse effects. So adverse effects like infections and other things are not the problem because we don't do spine problems or spine surgeries if you have an infection, but it's a result of a bone formation not happening in a timely manner or not happening at all. If you look at the right side, this is actually something that we look specifically with OsseoSign Catalyst, which is measuring bone formation in the middle of the mass. And here you see clearly that we grew 4 times as much bone in that endochondral bone formation. And that basically means that OsseoSign works in what we call a dual bone formation or dual pathway. It means that we are growing bone inside out and outside in at the same time. And this is something that we've seen again and again from the very first preclinical study where a lot of people actually looked at the 100%. But if you look at this one, that's the real interesting one. We got to 80% at 6 weeks, autograft. The FDA gold standard only got to 40, and the traditional synthetic we compared to only got to 20%. Similarly, in tough fusion, our first clinical study, yes, very nice, 93% overall fusion rate. But the real interesting thing is actually over here, where you see that every single patient were either fully fused or had partial fusion at a very early time point at 3 months. Bear in mind, in spine surgery, we use 12 months as the gold standard for measuring fusion rate. So seeing this already at 3 is early. And we recently just published some of the first case reports from our PROPEL, our spinal fusion registry in the US, where you're seeing very fast fusion rates, even in very challenging patients. So what is it really that's causing this? Well, essentially it's down to 2 things. So when you think about how OsseoSign Catalyst is differentiated, it's what you see here, and it's the handling, which I'll come back to in a second. But first and foremost, what you see here is the evolution when we're talking nano. Essentially, the goal has always been to develop a synthetic solution that mimics the native bone. With OsseoSign Catalyst, that is exactly what you've done. You see the micron levels here. So you have a product that looks like native bone, that acts like native bone. And then we've added something called silicate ions. And you know, if you think about some of the other solutions, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the very expensive and risky drugs on the market called BMP2. They're more like a drag racer. You're going to have a very instant release of inflammatory response. It's going to go very fast, but it's also very risky. It can go wrong. OsseoSign Catalyst is more like a supercharged car. It starts, it accelerates fast, and it will keep going no matter speed you are at. And it's a much, much safer choice. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, where you have a safe choice, you don't have disease transmission risk, and we are seeing very solid bone growth. So that's kind of differentiating factor number one. Number two is really what we call handling. This is a heavily overlooked quality in many medical devices. And handling means, how does it work intraoperatively? How does it work in the hands of the surgeons? And for us specifically, irrigation when it comes to bone graft is a particular problem. Irrigation means that it runs, it washes out. And you can imagine if you're placing the bone graft anywhere in the surgical site, it's because you want bone formation to happen exactly where it is. If that starts to, once it hits liquid, blood, other type of liquids, if that starts to run or starts to dissolve, that's a problem, because then the granules are going to spread out, you're not going to see the bone growth. This is something we've heard consistently from day one, I would say. Once our surgeons touches the product, they use it in the OR, this is what we hear. It really brings them across the finish line to become permanent users. So all in all, even in a very crowded market, it's a very differentiated offering. And we've come a long way. We are still scraping the surface, I would say. But we actually already in a little more than 2.5 years now have access to about 150 hospitals in the US. But as I said, we're only just scratching the surface. This is equivalent to just below 10% of the entire market. So there's 90% of the market that we're not even touching. You know, for us, and that's how the US works, we work in a hybrid model. We work direct, but we also work with something called distributors. They're technically sales agents, but that's an extended arm of ours reaching in and maintaining accounts on a day-to-day basis. Bear in mind, we still only have 7 regional managers in the US. So we've come a long way on hospital approvals. We've built a solid distributor network. We have full military access. We just got the last one, the VA contract, earlier this year. And we have now also won the first large GPO. So all in all, within 2.5 years, this is very impressive commercialization, actually. And it's the fastest we've seen on any bone graft. We're also working a lot on clinical. You know, in medical devices, clinical is paramount. And this is something that never stops for us as a company. We will continue to build more clinical data all the time. But we've come a very long way. We already have 4 clinical peer-reviewed publications. We have 4 clinical white papers. 1 is published. The other 3 is not. They are on file that we share with surgeons. And then we also have 3 pre-clinical publications and white papers, of which 1 is published. So we have about 11 white papers and publications at hand already, which we're using very, very actively. But as I said, it doesn't stop. We will continue. We have our spinal fusion registry called Propel that we own, and that allows us to generate a lot more data in the quarters and years to come. As we look into the future, I think it's also important to understand that actually the clearance we have in the US already today, the 510K, allows us to operate much, much broader than where we necessarily are playing today. Clearly, we have a strategic focus on spine. We're used everywhere in the spine, from the cervical to the lowest lumbar level. We are also cleared for some pelvic surgeries where we are actually doing some of them already. It's done by spine surgeons, so it's a very, very simple, it's same core point. But we have also announced that we are soft launching slowly into extremities. Right now, we are doing cases in foot and ankle. We are collecting data, and we are creating ambassadors, surgeon ambassadors in that field, so that once we hit the button at a later stage, we are ready to do that. Technically, we are also cleared for trauma. That's not something that we envisage to go into right now, at least. But it just goes to show that clearance we have in the US is very broad. So as we look into the future, there are really four priorities. We have a recipe that's working exceptionally well right now. But of course, as I mentioned, there's still 90% of the market that's untapped. So we need to keep building access and coverage in the US market. We also only have what we call one formulation, so one product today. We are moving on our R&D effort to make sure that we also have developed new products in the years to come. We will continue developing clinical data, and as I just mentioned, over time you will also see us expanding into adjacent segments within the orthopedic industry. So those are the priorities for the company going forward, and I think that's all I had, Sten.
Excellent, thank you very much. So obviously I have a number of questions. Maybe we should start with the. You said you still have only started to address sort of 10% of the US market. So in order to get a hold of the other 90%, what do you need?
I think getting hold of the entire 90% is going to take a long time, right? No, but I think of course you have our internal size, right? How many salespeople do we have? That's something that we can control, and right now we are prioritizing really heavily where the potential is. Where do we have approvals? Where it makes sense. The other one is the distributor network. That is our extended arm, and you know, yes, we do pay a commission to them. Yep. But things have also changed during 24. Now we are showing momentum. We are recognized product in the US, a recognized company, and that means we also start to get a lot of inbound calls from distributors in geographies where we are not necessarily present. So they will also certainly help us, allow us to expand without a significant cost increase, right? Because we only pay when sales are coming in.
And is there any element of training involved of the surgeon before they use it?
Not at all. I mean, technically not. Of course, you know, before they start using, we go through what we call mechanism of action, what I just showed you, how we are growing bone and why we are seeing the results. But in terms of training, absolutely not. I mean, if you're using the yellow product today and you have our white and pink box today, you just switch them and you go.
So you had amazing growth for a number of quarters, and obviously there are limitations to what the current organization can sort of handle in terms of growth. Should we assume that you expand your organization already next year?
Well, not necessarily. I think we'll do it, you know, with surgical precision, right? Yeah. Where we see potential. I think what's important here is that everything we've achieved so far is through better sales force efficiency. So our sales per rep right now is more than 10 times higher than it was in 2020 because of the entry into orthobiologics. And that's, of course, an average. We have some that are higher and we have some that are lower than that. So we still see potential. But of course, we need to look if we are seeing, because the reality is we have opportunities right now that we can pursue, right? Because of our own limitations. But I think we'll do it, you know, in a fairly moderated fashion as and when we need it. But of course we have a window of opportunity right now where we have potential in the market, right? But it's going to be some conscious decision. It's not just about sales force. It's also about, do you go after the short term, or what about the mid to long term, the production efficiencies, the R&D effort, the clinical programs, right? So, you know, as a small company with somewhat limited funds, you're just going to have to make some conscious choices about what will bring most value to the company and to shareholders.
Yeah, and in terms of clinical trials, what type of trials? I mean, in a dream scenario, let's say money was not an object. what would you like to do? Would it help to have, superiority studies?
Superiority studies you don't get in our industry. You have too many factors at play. You have surgical technique. You have which procedure you're doing, which cases you're using, what's the graft window, what's the graft technology, is it PK 16? You just have too many variables to really show superiority. So listen, this is something that we discuss right now. We have our PREPARE registry. We have almost 300 patients in that registry. We have more than 100 that have passed their 1-year follow-up. So as we said, we're going to publish that cohort in the first half of next year. So I think right now we're going to see what come out of that. But of course, simultaneously, we are thinking about what the next clinical program should look like.
Okay. And how is the market developing? I mean, in terms of the old gold standard, everyone, is using, or not everyone, but it's still a majority, I assume, the autograft.
And no, absolutely not. I mean, if the gold standard is that you harvest from the hip or called iliac crest, no one does it anymore. I don't think I've come across more than a few surgeons that will do it. Because it's a second surgery, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know, and that's why autograft is the gold standard, because what we're seeing in terms of our dual bone formation, that you actually get from human bone, right, from native bone. So there is a value in it, but it's a hip surgery. It means that you're going to have to put the patient through another surgery. It's very costly to the hospital. It's very painful to the patient. It's an exceptional painful procedure. And why would you do that when you can get as good or maybe even better results from, as you can see from our data so far, in a synthetic solution, right?
Okay.
So we're seeing when surgeons are using native bone, they no longer tend to take it from the hip. They will actually pick pieces when they have opened up anyway, near where we're actually doing the procedure, and use part of that bone. It's much less invasive for the patient, and you do it all in one surgery.
And you get enough bone
and then
material.
You just take enough. You just take enough to make sure that you can mix it. We're cleared for 1-to-1 in terms of mixing. So.
Yeah. Okay. Any other sort of dynamics happening in the industry, new competitors coming out? I guess with your growth, your other people will start to pay attention to you and
they are. We're not just playing offense anymore. We're also defending, of course. No, listen. When it comes to innovation, I mean it's very incremental in this industry. The big orthopedic giants. If you look at their products, they are somewhere between 10 and 20 years old that they are offering in the market. I don't believe there's been any, since we launched it late 21, I don't believe there's been actually some of our competitors have done new formulations, other type of products. But there hasn't actually been new introduction of new bone graft. And bear in mind, it took 10 years to develop Catalyst, right? Mm. That was on the back of the same founder, Ian Gibson, who just spent 10 years developing ActiFuse. So there's a lot of science to go into it. You just don't do it overnight. But I think the most important thing to me is that this space is just not a strategic importance for many, many players in the orthopedic industry. More than a necessary evil, I would call it. And that just means that there's no innovation going into this space from the big players.
They're focusing on the metal part.
Well, historically the metal part, and now the robotics and the assisted navigation and all the tech. So, this just, I used to work for them, so I can say it honestly, it's just not a priority for them.
But would it make sense for you to try to collaborate with any of the big players?
I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced. I know for many times here in Sweden, when a company announces a collaboration with a big one, we think it solves all the problems. The reality is, I mean, as you've seen with some other companies, you may get locked into one big player for whom this is not important, and then you're handcuffed, right? Then you can't navigate. I think our traction so far show that we can do it. and we should be doing it ourselves because we do it a lot better than any other company right now.
Yeah, that's good. I agree. We've seen a few of those where it doesn't really work out.
It looks good on paper, but the reality is very different.
So you one of the last few slides you had, or maybe the last one, was on other areas in the body where you could or use your technology, and sort of on a 3 to 5 year perspective, what can we expect in terms of expansion?
I think to be perfectly honest, we are our own limitation right now in terms of size and people, right? Yep. And my concern is I don't want to spread ourselves too thin. We have a $1.8 billion spine market, and we haven't even touched 90%. So there's a huge opportunity. I think you will see us very much into some of the new spine disciplines more aggressively within MIS and endoscopic spine, which is an upcoming area within spine. You will see us on the sacroiliac cases. Those are growing in the pelvic surgeries. But I think more importantly, you will see us into extremities much more full on than what we're doing right now.
And what do you need to go in there? Do you need some sort of clinical?
I don't need anything. The second case we ever did in the US was a foot and ankle case. So we've been doing it. We just haven't talked about it. We've been doing foot and ankle from the very beginning. The product works as well as it does in spine, right? But the point is, these are different core points. These are dedicated foot and ankle doctors, for example, right? And the market is, depending on how you define it, anywhere from $60 to $100 million. So still a decent market, but of course smaller than spine. But it's a very tight-knit surgeon community. A lot of them know each other. So if you get in there, you can get real traction. But this is just, I see this more, Sten, as once we are approved in the accounts, this is a way for us to expand within the accounts, right? We have the orthopedic spinal surgeons, we have the neurosurgeons that are different departments, and now we can also go to the foot and ankle. It's just a matter of prioritizing our time. But you will see us on that horizon you described, you will see us full on in extremity, no doubt.
And it won't require any additional clinical documentation?
Not at all. No. You leverage exactly what, I mean, we're selling into foot and ankle today with the exact same data we're generating from spine. But of course, the more you have specific for foot and ankle stain, the better, right? So that's also why I say what we're doing right now is soft launching. We are creating some ambassadors, surgeon ambassadors within foot and ankle. We have started to specifically look at some of the data that they have been generating, and so that when you press the button, you have ambassadors behind, you have clinical data specifically for foot and ankle.
Excellent. The last question. And I know you don't like talk about guidance and outlook, but I need to ask, how's Q4 developing?
We are continuing the same strong trajectory as we've done. Of course, we had a few hurricanes in Florida. That's historically been one of our strongholds. But having said that, I think that actually shows the strength in the business, where if this had happened, say, 18 months ago, we would have been hit pretty hard. But right now, we have spread our business across. We have a very solid growing Northeast business in New York City, Boston, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. So I think actually that shows the strength that we are also de-risking the business right now, because our sales is just spread on many more hospitals as opposed to more than a year ago. So yeah, I mean, in Florida they had to stop surgery for obvious reasons for a period of time. So of course we also feel that. But having said that, the business keeps going strong.
Fantastic.
So you got some guidance.
Excellent. I think time is running up. So thank you very much, Morten, for presenting here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good morning and welcome to the ABG Investor Days. My name is Alexander Krämer. I'm a biopharma analyst here at ABG. Today I have the pleasure to host Christina Torfgård, the CEO of IRLAB Therapeutics. Welcome, Christina, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here, and I'm very pleased to present IRLAB. First of all, I would like to excuse my bad voice. I had a cold last week, and apparently it hasn't recovered, but I hope you can follow me anyway. And this is not working. Oh, that one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's try. So this is our disclaimer. So IRLAB, we are a Swedish biopharma company developing new, innovative, much better medicines for treating Parkinson's disease. And I'm sure that many of you might know someone that has Parkinson. I've seen that this is a lifelong disease. Around 11 million individuals are living with that today, and this is a figure that is going to double during the coming 15 to 20 years. And today, unfortunately, there is still a lack of good medicines to treat Parkinson individuals with. So we at IRLAB, our aim is really to make a difference with our new medicines. And we do that because we have a vast experience in the field. Our company is founded by scientists that has been working together with Arvid Carlsson, Professor Arvid Carlsson, who received the Nobel Prize for dopamine and the research there in 2000. So we have a great experience in the field. In addition to this, we have a unique platform that I will talk around. And this platform makes it possible for us to develop candidates that are very good, has good efficacy and good safety, but also through this platform it makes us have better success rates, so we can take them through the development in a faster space, but also to less cost. And both those, or all three components are doing that we are in a good and good place where we have a good position to develop these new innovative treatments to make a difference for individuals living with Parkinson's disease. So our strategy and business model. So our aim is to cover all the different stages of Parkinson's disease, all different symptoms, but also other CNS-related diseases. We do that through our unique platform. And as you can see here, we get true innovation in the candidates that we are developing. We have higher success rate and also a very strong patent for these candidates that we take through this platform, the ISP, which is called integrative screening process. So we develop these CDs, that we call them, up till a proof of concept, which is normally in phase 2, when we have documented that we have a good efficacy in the target population, where it's aimed to be treat the patients in the future. And then we look for partners, different types of setup we can see there. And through this partnering, we get upfront payment, milestone, and royalties. So Parkinson's disease is a progressive, lifelong disease, and you can see that it starts already around 20 years before the individual gets the diagnosis. The diagnosis is set on typical slow movement, stiffness, and tremor, the shaking. And you can see that eventually a number of different symptoms and complications are developing through the life. We have first-in-class candidates that we are developing, and the first lead candidate is mesdopetam, and we are developing that first for dyskinesia, levodopa dyskinesia, but it can also be developed for treating hallucination, confusion, and psychosis in the long run. The second candidate, pirepemat, will take care of balance and falls, but it can also be developed further into speech impairments and swallowing difficulties. The third candidate, IRL 757, is currently developed for apathy. IRL 942 is developed for cognitive impairment. And then 1117, this is sort of a new generation of Parkinson treatment that we are looking forward to see. And here we take care of the cardinal and the typical core symptoms, which is slow movements, stiffness, and tremor shaking. So you can see we are aiming to cover many, many different symptoms and complications through the disease journey for the Parkinson individuals. Oops, too fast. So I talked about that we have a unique platform. So this is a discovery platform, an integrative screening process. And we have since 2000 collected information data from in-house generated molecules, compounds, and we have generated that and have a database together with reference compounds, so to say, which can be drug on the market or that have been through clinical testing. And this we have gathered and performed a lot of different experiments and trials. And with machine learning, AI, this is, I would to point out that we were very, very early using AI here, already starting in the 2000s. So we are using that, and through this work we can really select and find those candidates which has the best properties for different types of indications. And here is a comparison. You can see that the probability for us to start in preclinical and take them through up to phase 3 is in around 20%. And if you compare that with industry standard, which is more of the traditional way of target-based research, this is current around 7%. So it's a better probability, it's faster, and also less cost involved in this. And we're, of course, very proud of this platform. And we think that we can use that for many, many other candidates to be selected in the future. However, here you can see our portfolio, and I would dare to say that this is one of the world's best portfolio for candidates in developing treatment for Parkinson's disease. And this is thanks to the platform. The lead candidate, mesdopetam, is in phase 3. It's in phase 3 ready phase. So we have everything ready to start there, and we are hoping to do that next year. I'll talk more about that candidate in depth. But here we also have the opportunity to broaden the indication and broaden the market into psychosis. For pirepemat, we are currently in phase 2. We have an ongoing trial that is going to read out early next year, so it's very exciting. This is the indication for impaired balance and falls. I'll talk more about that also. And you can see here we also have the opportunity to broaden the indication and the market. Then we have 757, which is developed for apathy. And the goal is to develop that both for Parkinson and Alzheimer's disease. Here we have a collaboration, first of all, with the Michael J. Fox Foundation, but also with MSRD Otsuka. We have 2 preclinical assets. It's 942 for cognitive impairment. The aim is to bring that candidate into clinical phase next year. And then 1117 also to bring that into clinical next year. So I'll focus a little bit more on each of the candidates now. So mesdopetam, it's a unique first-in-class candidate. It's inhibiting the dopamine 3 receptors, and that takes care of the typical levodopa dyskinesia. And for those who haven't heard about that, dyskinesia, levodopa-induced dyskinesia is when individuals have been taking levodopa, which is the golden standard treatment, for a number of years. For some reason, around 25 to 40% of all these patients, they are starting to experience involuntary movements. They are like this, and they can't really control that. And of course, that's very troublesome. So the purpose is to take care of that with this candidate. We have a quite addressable, a huge population here, between 1.4 and 2.2 million. So it's a huge market. We have very compelling phase 2b data. And as I said, we can broaden the indication moving in with a phase 2 study in psychosis. And the patent situation is great. We have recently extended with the possibility now to exclusivity in the early 2040, which is unique, I would say, for these type of candidates. Oops. So, what does it mean when we are that we are phase 3 ready? So just to have some highlights on the phase 2 study that we got data some time ago. The phase 2 study was a dose-finding study, so the aim was really to select the right dose for phase 3. And we saw that we have a clear dose response, and we are going forward with 7.5 milligram twice daily now. We saw a significant anti-dyskinetic effect in the study, which has been discussed with the regulatory authority. And this is going to be the tool and the measurement that we're going to use for the primary endpoint in the phase 3 studies. In addition to the anti-dyskinetic effect, we also saw anti-Parkinson effect, which is a bonus, I would say. And this really differentiates us versus other available treatments on the market today. So during this year, we have had regulatory interactions. We have started off with the FDA interaction early this year and continue with meetings with European regulatory authorities. It was Germany and Portugal. And we have aligned our thoughts around the phase 3 program here. The measurement scale will be the Unified Dyskinesia Rating Scale, which is accepted and commonly used for this indication. We have a consensus on the rest on the program, where we are going with 7 milligram twice daily. We are targeting the same patient population as in the previous studies, which is very good, especially as we're aiming to generate data similar to the phase 2b data. In general, it's going to be around 250 to 270 patients, and they are going to be divided in 2 different phase 3 studies. So around 125 to 130 patients in each study. And they are going to be treated with either mesdopetam or placebo. They're going to be treated for 3 months. And then all the candidates that are engaged, the subjects, they will be asked and they can continue if they would like in an open label study. So everyone then will get a mesdopetam for a year, which will be generating data for us on the safety parameters that is needed for regulatory approval. What we have done also to get phase 3 ready is that we have done a market research, payer research. So we have gone out to health providers and asked where they see a lack and where is an unmet medical need. And they definitely see that mesdopetam has a place in the treatment algorithm there. So with this information, we have now been able to design a phase 3 program that meet up to the requirements, both from a regulatory perspective, but also from a market research and health economic perspective also. So Pirepemat, our second candidate, this is also a first-in-class candidate, where we are aiming to improve balance and falls. We have compelling data from a phase 2 study and an ongoing phase 2b study. And also here we have similarly patent exclusivity, which takes us into 2040, early or 2040. So today we know that falls and fear of falling, impaired balance, that's a huge problem. And actually the biggest concern for many of the individuals living with Parkinson. That's very troublesome for them. So you can see around 45% of those with Parkinson, they fall, which is a lot. And considering how expensive it is to take care of all these injuries, this can make a huge difference, not only for the patient, but also for the society and for the healthcare. In total, it's around 2.5 million the market that we can see that there is a population that we are targeting, and this is US, Europe, China, and Japan. And we are pioneering in this field, doing the first study in patients with recurrent fall. So this is an ongoing study in Europe. We have included and randomized all patients in the study. So the last one was included in September, and first quarter, end of first quarter next year is the time when we expect to be able to get the data. So it's very exciting. So 757. It's another first in class. It's fantastic to stand here and say first in class for every candidate, isn't it? And this has an effect on the neuronal activity in the frontal subcortical neuroserous cutis. And this helps the area where apathy is. So here we can see that we can treat apathy in many different neurological disorders, like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease. It can be both a symptomatic but also a disease-modifying treatment, which would be fantastic. We have an ongoing study in collaboration with Michael J. Fox Foundation, and we think that this is a very good validation of our research when they sponsor this study. And we have also an ongoing phase 1 study with MSRD Otsuka. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Apathy is very common in both Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. And we see addressable population is 2 to 7 million people. So it's a lot. And there is no treatment at all for this complication. And we have an agreement, a collaboration with MSRD Otsuka, that they pay for the development for this candidate all the way up till proof of concept. And then they will have the first option to look into data and license if they want. Otherwise, we can license it out to other potential pharma companies. And the patent remain by us. So it's a very beneficial collaboration for us. So then we have 2 preclinical assets. I just mentioned them. 942, which is going to be for improvement of cognition, where it's a huge unmet medical need, 5.8 million people around the world. We're aiming to have this once daily. And 1117, where we see that this could really be revolutionize the Parkinson area or treatment with a new treatment, next generation Parkinson treatment, where this is aimed to be once daily, because we have seen data that this would be enough with once daily treatment, and this should be compared with levodopa, where we have today people take it 4 up to 10 times a day, which is a lot. In addition, we don't see that we will have any complications such as dyskinesia or motor fluctuations here. So we have really big hope for this one. So this is now 5 candidates that we are developing and we have in our portfolio. And it's quite impressive, I think, having all these candidates that all of them each can be a blockbuster. And here for the first one, Mesdopetam, through our market research and payer research, this has been confirmed that this is a huge unmet medical need, and this is really correct figures. So it has the potential to be a blockbuster. So what's happening here in the next coming month? So for Mesdopetam, we are working on the business development and preparing for a partnering still, and we have big hope here. And then to start the phase 3 study as soon as possible with a partner. For Pirepemat, it's very exciting with the upcoming data end of first quarter next year. And there we, of course, are also planning to go out and partner. And we already have a very big interest here from Big Pharma. For 757, we are completing the ongoing phase 1 studies that we have, and during next year we are preparing to initiate what we called proof of concept studies or signal studies in patients. And then for 942 and 1117, we are preparing to enter clinical phase. So very exciting time for us, the coming 12 to 18 months. So I'll stop there and hand over.
Great, thank you very much, Christina, for this very interesting presentation. I have a couple of questions for you, and maybe to start with the first one, with Pirepemat. So we expect data at the end of Q1, so we can basically say March. And you also mentioned today that there's a lot of interest around this product. And could you maybe talk a little bit about in which time frame do you expect to have such a deal with Pirepemat with a pharma partner? Is it within 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months? Also considering your financial runway.
Yeah. So it's very hard to say because it's a teamwork to find a partner, and it could even be not only one company, it can be different regions. But if we look, I just read how it is in the licensing and partnering area today. And in 2024, it has only been around 400 deals, while in 2023 it was 700 deals. So it's less of deals for some reason. So it's challenging, and that's what we're seeing with Mesdopetam. I think we have a very big interest for Pirepemat, but it's really hard to say. Usually it can take a year or even so more.
Right.
We're just working very hard, I can tell you.
So it could be that maybe you will have some sort of bridge financing, also considering your loan which you have.
Everything depends on what's happening with Mesdopetam, how soon we get there in, and then we can see different types of financing options. We're always looking into that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Then my next question is on a little bit on the future of Parkinson's and Alzheimer's treatment. I mean, you're well aware, of course, also the local peers here, BioArctic, for example. I mean, there's novel modalities, novel concepts in Alzheimer and Parkinson research, also by several big pharma companies. And I would like to discuss or hear your opinion a little bit, how your very nice and very extensive pipeline could fit into this future treatment landscape that comes up with drugs like Leqembi, for example.
So I've been working with Alzheimer's in the past, so I have a good understanding there. And I think it's great that Alzheimer, that has really been a breakthrough there, that there is a huge interest from big pharma. And that's a must, because the studies there needs to be very, very large and long. 18 months treatment and studies like almost 2,000 patients. So that's why you're targeting the big pharma there. For Parkinson's, I think we are a little bit just behind there. And I think that it's going to move also here. Big interest, we can see that for the whole CNS area, I would say, from different pharma companies. But here we have the advantage that, as you saw, our studies for phase 3, it's around, say, 250, 300 patients. So it's much less, 3 months treatment. So it's much easier to finance those programs. So I think that's a benefit for us, really.
Okay, very interesting. And maybe a final, like, very short question on your mesdopetam planned phase 3 program. Could you give some guidance on what the cost for such a program is? Like, in which range are we talking about? What the mesdopetam phase 3 program would cost?
It's really hard to say the cost there, and I don't think that we have expressed that publicly. But it's very little compared to the huge Alzheimer's studies, I can say. So, but we prefer to have a partner to run phase 3, not only for the cost of the program, it's more for preparing also for the market, for the commercialization. So I think the candidate benefits a lot from having a larger partner on board to take care of that, because then we will get on the market faster, which is very important.
Great, Christina. Thank you very much for coming today. And with that, I will close the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome everyone to today's Investor Days. My name is Stefan Knutsson. I'm an equity analyst here at ABG, covering the service sector. And our next company presenting is Prevas. And with me today I have CEO Magnus Welén. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. It's very good to see such a large crowd. Surprisingly, very good. So we start with this presentation about Prevas. My name is Magnus Welén and I'm the CEO of Prevas. So I will start a little bit about the brief facts. What are we talking about when we hear the word Prevas? We are an engineering consultancy company, to make it very simple. We work with advanced technical solutions for demanding industrial customers, to make it very, very simple. We were founded in 1985 in Västerås, Sweden. We have grown with quality since 1985, and today we are a Nordic company with close to 1,100 employees working in the Nordic market. Our strongest market is Sweden. Then we have recently invested in an acquisition in Finland. I will come back a little bit more about that. Then we have a large operation in Denmark, but also in Norway. So we are a true Nordic company today. Last year, now it feels quite a long time ago, actually, 2023. But the last year we made 1.5 billion SEK in turnover, and we made 169.4 million in EBITDA. So that equals to a margin of 11.4%, which in our business, I would say, is rather decent margin. But before I deep dive into Prevas, we should have a look upon some of the trends that are affecting us, affecting me and you and everybody else. These are some of the trends that are affecting Prevas, affecting you, affecting me and the world. It's a lot of things happening. These are technological trends, these are political trends, a lot of things happening. And one view upon this is it a threat? What on earth are we to do with all of this change that is happening all the time? That's one view. Another view to look upon this is possibilities. And this leads me to the tagline of Prevas, hello possibility. We love technological development, and we see opportunities in the rapid change that happens in technology. And I believe that this is a good tagline because this is what Prevas is all about, possibilities. Looking into our vision, its ingenuity will save the world. We actually believe that with innovation and engineering and the capabilities that we can provide in Prevas, we can contribute to make the world a better place. Looking into our mission, it's we co-create technological advancement for the betterment of all, for the people, for the planet, and for the profit. There are two things I would like to address a little bit more in this. One thing is co-creation. We don't believe that Prevas by itself can actually save the complete world. Of course not. But if we co-create, we work together with other people, with other organizations, with the universities, with the customers, also with the society, then we can make a major difference as well. One example here is we will now start up a research project together with SSAB in Sweden, Celsa Steel in Spain, Högskolan in Skövde, and 3 research institutes. And the purpose with this project is to actually build a digital twin of a steel manufacturing. And the purpose is to reduce the need of carbon dioxide, increase the efficiency in a steel manufacturing process. So, and by doing this, we can support and help on a broader scale than we do in our everyday business. So that is a good example of co-creation, I believe. The second thing I would like to emphasize is the word profit. We believe in Prevas that profit is important because that is more or less the result of everything we do is measured in profit. If we have satisfied employees, deliver a lot of customer value, the result of this, the consequence of this is profit. So we talk a lot about profit in Prevas today. So we are a profit-driven company as well as all of the other things as well, of course. So what do we do in Prevas? We work in 2 different areas, sustainable product development and sustainable production development. We tend to say that the products we support to deliver, they are physical, advanced, and connected. This white box over here doesn't look so impressive, does it? But it actually is fantastically impressive. That is a product, it's a blood analysis equipment that we have been developing for a customer. When you come into a hospital and you have sepsis, You need to take a blood sample, and you need to send this sample to a laboratory. You need to get it back in order to get the right treatment. With this equipment, you can do that in hours instead of days. That saves lives. That is the most fantastic part of this product. The other part is, of course, that we have been participating from industrial design, usability, designing the hardware, the mechanical, the sensors, all of the different technologies that is needed to develop an advanced system like this. Prevas have been participating and driving together with the customer Gradient Tech in Uppsala. We also help the customer with regulatory. This is a medtech product, very high demands, it's a safety product, and you need to meet a lot of regulatory standards. And we are good in that as well. So we can be a one-stop shop in that sense in order to deliver really advanced products like this. That was a little bit about product development. The other area we're working is in sustainable production development. Here we say that our solutions are sustainable, automated, and digitalized. One example here is, you see, this is from a steel manufacturing. When you heat the steel, you use gas. Prevas has developed an algorithm for doing that in a more efficient way, together with a research institute. When you use our algorithm, you reduce the volume of gas needed in order to heat the steel. It might not sound very impressive, but it is actually, because you reduce the consumption of gas between 3 and 5, up to 8%. And it's a lot of gas. It's a lot of carbon dioxide that you use. So using our algorithms, these steel manufacturers, they are reducing cost and they're reducing carbon dioxide emissions. So it's a fantastic product that we have developed. We are selling it and we are using it to improve at the steel manufacturing sites. And 80 to 90% of the steel manufacturing in the Nordic market is actually run through the Prevas algorithm. Quite impressive, if you ask me. Look into what is equal for all of these areas we work in production development is industrial IT. We have a very high level of industrial IT in the services that we provide within the production development area. This is our market. Isn't it a humble picture? It's actually the world. And why on earth am I saying that we are aiming for the world? The reason is that we are working with customers, working on a global scale with global competition. And they need partners that are on par with their demands. And Prevas, today, we are on par with these customers and their demands. So that tells me that we actually are world-class, or aiming to be world-class. Might be humble or not, but that's where we're aiming for. Two good things about the customers that Prevas has. I'm very proud of the customer list that we're working with. These are multinational, very successful companies where we have been partnering together with them, some since our start in 1985. So we have a long-term relationship with all of these fantastic customers. And the 5 largest, they are on here, are less than 25% of our total turnover, which means that we have a quite low risk in that sense. We're not dependent on one customer at Prevas. Another good thing about Prevas is the industry breakdown, because we are positioned in the areas where we see the trend growth. For example, in the defense industry, we have a strong position in defense. In the energy area, we are strong. Life science is another area where we see growth over time. So in that sense, Prevas is well positioned from market point of view. Then a little bit about the Prevas strategy. Very short, very short. I can talk for hours, but I make it short. You can choose to be the cheapest, the most efficient in the market. You can choose to be the absolutely best in what you do, a niche player in that sense. Or you can choose to be very customer-centric, close to the customer, very adaptive. And we have chosen this. It's a lot of stars. The reason that I'm putting a lot of stars like this is that we have decided to be in the area between best and customer centricity. And we have a decentralized organization, which means that our units, they have their own strategy, their own offering, and their own way to go to market. And they are different. And it's good that they are different. And one unit could have, like this software I was talking about for furnace optimization, they are in the corner of best. This is delivered from us to Spain, to the UK, and other markets as well, because it's a niche. It's absolutely the best in that area. But we also have units in Prevas that are extremely close to the customer. But this is one way of explaining so to say, the success of Prevas, and the foundation is that we are a decentralized organization. I will not review the rest in detail regarding our strategy. One important thing I would like to emphasize is that we work with diversified business models. We want to create good relationships, long-term relationship with our customers, and that means that we, for example, have a partnership with a customer regarding a traceability system. We've been working with that system together with a customer for 10, 12, 15 years, and they are totally dependent on this software for their operations, and we support them and have a long-term partnership with them. And we have that in other areas as well, like manufacturing execution systems, where you control a complete plant. Prevas has developed them, and we have also the responsibility to maintain them and have the support for those. Those are different ways of developing our business models. Of course, that drives long partnerships and also enables a better profitability as well. So, a lot of talk. What about the financial update? What have we been performing in Prevas for the first 3 quarters of this year? From a turnover point of view, we have delivered 1,155 million SEK. That is a growth of 6.6%. 20% of that is organic, 80% is through acquisitions. The market within the consultancy industry has been tough. It started to go down maybe 5, 6 quarters ago, and then we have more or less a flat development. Quite dynamic market, quite tough market in some areas, which we have, of course, have worked a lot with to cope with. But what I'm very proud of, that we have been able to increase our prices even in this market, and that is good for the long term, because we need to work with price all the time in order to maintain and develop our margins. And that is very good from that point of view. Looking into the EBITDA, you can see that we have delivered 116.3 million SEK. That equals an EBITDA margin accumulated for the first 3 quarters of 10.1%. That is not our financial target. In the industry, it's still okay, but we aim higher than that in that sense. As I said, the market has been quite dynamic, very slow in some areas and very good in some areas. And we have also taken actions within Prevas in order to meet the different demands we see. I will come back to the Finnish situation in Finland, but looking into Sweden, we have also units where we have reduced the number of people to meet the actual demands. But we also have other units where we have grown and recruited more people in order to meet the demands. So it's very dynamic, and we need to be very quick in the way we work in Prevas. We have continued to generate a good cash flow for this year as well. These are the financial targets we have for Prevas. Our financial target for EBITDA is 12%. We delivered 10% in this rather tough market, and also some challenges in Finland, which I will come back to. In terms of growth, we managed to grow 6.6% this year. Considering the global picture, I think it's close to okay. Looking into our balance sheet, our net liabilities in terms of EBITDA, our target is less than 2, and we are 0.99. So we still have a strong balance sheet in Prevas, even after this major acquisition that we made. Talking about dividends, our target is to be between 40% and 60%. And the last year, or this year actually, we made a dividend of 50%. Zooming out a little bit, this is 3 quarters. It's quite long time, but in the global picture, it's not so super long time. You can see that we have made a tremendous change in Prevas from 2017, where we had very low profitability and reaching up to quite good level of profitability. You can also see that we have slightly lower margins now for a number of quarters due to mainly, I would say, the market situation. As you can see also if you look into our peers in the market as well. You can see in this graph that we have had a continued growth as well over time. Looking into the situation in Finland, we acquired a company called Enmac, and we took over the company in Prevas July 1st. It's a company with close to 200 employees on 8 different locations in Finland. It's a strong platform. They're working with production and process development. And also a good thing about this acquisition is that we also got new customers like Valmet, Andritz, Kemira, Metze Group, and Fortum, and also a number of other customers that were new to Prevas. What has not been so good, as some of you or maybe all of you know, is that the start for this acquisition has not been the way we wanted it to be. We were aware that the market in Finland were weak, but not to the extent that actually happened when we took over, also before we took over. So looking into the first quarter in Prevas, so to say, we actually made a net loss for Finland. We have taken several actions, also before we actually made the acquisition, but also in Prevas when we owned the company. And we have made we start to of course increase the market activities, but also reducing with temporary layoffs in order to adapt our, so to say, resources to the market situation. And that has given effect. And also we can see that I wrote that in the last report, that September was much more positive. So looking into the accumulated figure in terms of EBITDA for this company, looking into the period before Prevas and also the first quarter in Prevas, Q3, it's 0.2% in negative for EBITDA level. So it's not at all where we wanted it to be, but we have taken actions. And I had a question also related to this. Is this due to that the key people are leaving the company? No. The key team is devoted. They are owners actually as well. And we have not lost key people in the company. So in that sense, we have a very good, strong team in Finland. They are working very hard, and I would say that it's moving in the right direction. So I'm very confident in Finland, looking medium term, long term, and also confident in the work that we're doing in Finland short term in order to mitigate the situation as such. We have a record high offer stock. We have quite good discussions with customers. Our largest customer in Finland, Valmet, received an order of 1 billion euro actually. It's a massive order. And that we already see that we get, so to say, positive effects in that in Prevas in Finland as well. So that was a little bit about the situation in Finland. Short term, tough. Medium and long term, very good, and it's a fantastic team that comes into Prevas. Another acquisitions we made during this year was Design People in Denmark, a small company working within digital industrial design, UI and UX. And that makes our development house in Denmark even stronger. So now we have a very good position in Denmark. We also got in some new customers thanks to this acquisition in Denmark, which also is positive, of course. And as a summary, before all the fantastic questions, why should anyone invest in Prevas? That is a very good question, I believe. From my point of view, Prevas is a premium company. We work with the customers that has the absolutely highest demand in the market, and we are able to meet their demands. We are delivering a true premium service to these customers. We have the fantastic team in Prevas as well in order to do that, of course. We are well positioned in the major global trends, like the digitalization, like the climate transition, like life science, and also defense is a very strong part in Prevas. We have a proven track record of profit and growth over time. We have a strong balance sheet, so of course, we are also open for new acquisitions in time moving forward. We have a good cash flow as well. Another good point about Prevas short term is that we have a very good leverage in terms of now we have a lower utilization than normal. Given that the market is picking up a little bit, you will see quite dramatic, quick, rapid changes in terms of profit as well, given a more normalized utilization. That is also interesting to be aware of. And finally, we have skin in the game. I personally have invested in Prevas. We had a stock option program that we ran for 3 years that was converted this spring. This means that the majority of the management team in Prevas, not only the top management, but the global management and also some other key people in Prevas actually are shareholders. And I think that is also important and good long term as well, so that we, so to say, all of us in here in the company share the same agenda moving forward. So I'm very hopeful in that sense for the future, and we have an excellent platform. And that was my presentation, Stefan. And I hope we have some interesting, challenging questions as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Magnus, for the presentation. I will start off the Q&A. You mentioned about the market.
Yes.
Our impression is that the overall engineering consultancy market has been quite cautious after the summer.
Yes.
Have you seen any new trends here of late when you talk to clients planning for next year and so on?
Some small minor signs, yes, but also this latest KPI, PMI that came a few days ago from the industry in Sweden was quite upwards as well, so the indicators are positive. Talking about in the customer base, I would say it's more or less the same discussions as it has been, but very different. Some units, some customers are actually increasing, so it's not a clear picture in that sense. So I would say it's rather flat, unfortunately, I would say.
You mentioned a few end markets where you see possibilities. Would you deem them as really long-term possibilities? And also on the opposite side, do you see any end markets that you feel are really tough and that you would like maybe to decrease your exposure from?
We have actually decreased. One market where Prevas is very, very small is in the retail area. But that has been decreasing over time for us. And we have been working, for example, in UX and UI and also some software development for retail. And that has been very, very slow for quite a long time. So that is an area with very low demands. Another area which influences us on an indirect basis is the public sector. The public sector has been reducing quite a lot their investments. It's not the direct hit for us, but it means that there is a lot of IT-related consultants that are without assignments. And then, of course, they look into the market and say, okay, where can we find new assignments? One area, for example, is defense, one area is industry. So we see the major change in that sense in terms of how our competitors are working. And I think that this is my personal view, is quite related to the downturn in the public sector as well.
Perfect. You mentioned a bit about the research project for making a digital twin with SSAB.
Yes.
It sounds like an interesting project. How do you deem the possibility to gain a decent profitability out of those types of contracts?
I put it like this: it's an EU-funded research project as well, and actually it's funded in that sense. It's not just that we make pro bono work; it's actually a profitable assignment for us. So that is one part of it. But another thing is that we are growing our internal competences in the steel industry, and of course that will, so to say, open up new doors for us over time when we build our internal competence, and that is very important for us to work together with the universities and also these institutes in order to gain the latest and greatest in terms of technology. And there are the upsides, of course, in the customer base.
Perfect. And regarding the profitability trend, which has been a bit tough of late,
yes.
Would you say that, and also coming back to NMAC, it seems like, yes, a tough start, but it seems like you are rather optimistic about the long-term possibilities.
I'm very optimistic about the long-term possibilities for the Finnish team. Yes, I am. That company has been around since 1985. It's a very long-term company that we're working with, quite similar to Prevas actually in that sense. So they have long-term relationship with their customers. And that also that are acquiring services year by year by year. And now we have seen that these customers has been doing layoffs and they have been reducing quite substantially, but that will pick up. So in that sense, we are in a good position. So I'm very hopeful and I think we have a committed team in Finland working very hard to navigate this short-term market situation. But over medium and long term, I'm very positive.
And how does the ramp up of the Valmet order for NMAC looks like in loose terms?
We have very close discussions with the customers and also this customer. And the thing is, it's a massive project that they have, so it will ramp up during 25. But already we have very good discussions with them, and we also see positive effects in terms of invoicing as well. But I have no figures in that sense.
Perfect. I would like to come back to your M&A agenda, which I find quite interesting. You have both expanded geographically and you also acquired a niche design expertise of late. Can you tell us a bit more about your M&A strategy and what you are looking for?
We looking at it now. We are on the Nordic base. We're not looking to expand outside of the Nordic so say region in that sense in terms of M&A. That is not what I foresee. But I see that we continue to find the gems, so say some companies that fit very well into Prevas, and we are very picky in that sense because in the consultancy industry, as you all know, what you buy is more or less people, and if people don't like what they get, then they leave. So we need to find companies where we have a good culture match, that they add new expertise into Prevas, like the design people in Denmark. They add special expertise to us. They can also be that we're looking into other regions where we are a little bit more weak, so we get complementary volume and also services to our customers in some areas as well. So we have a quite broad view on the M&A, but we are very picky, so it can be that it takes time before we get the next acquisition as well, due to that sense. And also, of course, we need to navigate the situation we're in as well.
Perfect. I don't know if we had any questions from the audience. I saw someone.
Regarding Denmark, will you have to write off some goodwill on that?
No.
There is no goodwill?
There is goodwill.
There is goodwill.
Yes. That is a very good question. Why don't we make 25%? I would put it like we're on that journey, I would say. But to reach 25% in our business, I believe is quite challenging, actually. And that is given due to competition, because it's also we have a quite broad range of competitors as well in the market. In some niches, I'm fully aware that we can reach 25%, and in some niches we have 25%. But in some other areas where we have a broader competition, then it's not. Then it's a much tougher situation in terms of reaching the really high EBITDA levels.
I sometimes get the impression that this is a mindset within the chemical industry that we should have something like 10-12% in margin.
Could be. Absolutely. I think it's a good question. It's something also we discuss internally, because as you say, it can be in our heads more than in the reality. So I think it could be a combination of those two things, maybe. Maybe it's in our heads partly, but I also believe it's also connected to the actual competition in terms of so it's in both of those areas, of course. But we try. That's for sure. And also looking into the areas where we want to grow. We have some areas in Prevas with very good profitability. And of course, the strategy is to grow in those areas in order to increase the global profitability in that sense.
We're running out of time, unfortunately.
Thank you for a good question, by the way.
But thank you very much, Magnus, for coming here and presenting with us today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. Next up, we have the pleasure of welcoming Stefan Wikstrand, CFO of G5 Entertainment. With that said, I will leave the floor to you, Stefan, for a presentation, then come back for Q&A at the end.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thanks for having us here once again at ABG Investor Days. So as stated, my name is Stefan Wikstrand. I'm the CFO of G5 Entertainment. G5, we continue to do the same as we've done for a few years. We're a developer and publisher of free-to-play games for mobile devices, tablets, but also PC. So we make casual games for all platforms. Det funkar för här.
Is it a PDF?
Ja, jag vet inte.
Hur går det om man gör det med screen-grejen eller?
We make casual free-to-play games published on essentially all platforms today, coming primarily from tablets and smartphones, but nowadays more and more revenue coming from the PC side of the business. We make puzzle games in various shapes and forms. Our main categories are hidden object, match 3, and mahjong games, or match 2. Mobile gaming today is a very big market, so over 90 billion USD. I think it's 95 projected to be in 2024. And we serve a female audience of women over 35, which is our core audience. But I will come back to that in just a bit. So just a brief look at the mobile gaming market. So has been a growth industry essentially since the launch of the iPhone. Had very rapid growth. It's now the biggest segment of the gaming market. We had a very strong growth during the COVID years, here 2020, 2021. For obvious reasons, people were at home, had still money to spend and played a lot of games. We've seen a bit of a reset after that, so coming down in 2022. But now kind of coming back to a more stable underlying growth of the market. So low single digit in the coming years. But just by visually looking at the kind of screen, you can almost see that the growth, well, especially if you look at, as I do, look at these numbers year to year, we're kind of coming back to the underlying growth that we should have expected kind of in 1920, if not COVID had happened. So we had a bump, we had kind of coming down from that, and now we're back on the same kind of growth trajectory. So a very healthy market. Still growing amount of players, but the market with the kind of best paying audiences are quite saturated today, like the US, Japan, etc. Whilst growth of users come from kind of more emerging markets, India, Southeast Asia, partly Latin America as well. So G5 over the last years, this is done from 2014. G5 has existed as a company since 2001, so it's been a few years. But since 2014, we moved to the main market here in Stockholm. This is also roughly the time where the transition to free-to-play was completed. So we had a premium offering, which was games that you bought up front and you played through that game, and then you bought a new game, and that was the kind of process of that. We moved into free-to-play. We had our first free-to-play game launched in 2011. Our first big success in 2012, and starting investing more and more in the free-to-play segment of the business. And that transition kind of got completed in 2015, and since then we've only focused on free-to-play games. Hidden City, our biggest success so far, started growing in 2016. The game was actually launched in 2014 soft launch, so it took 2 years to kind of refine the game before it started to really grow. And Hidden City is still our biggest game in the portfolio. In the following years, 16 to 18, we invested a lot in our development capacity and focused quite a bit on our own development of games. And 19 to 21, we released quite a few games to the market, where the two probably the most successful ones, prominent ones, are Sherlock and Jewels of Rome, which is our second and third biggest games today. In 2022, we shifted our development process a bit, and I will come back to that, so I won't bore you with that twice. But that meant that we went down from quite a few releases in the years before to going for a target of having 1 game released per year. But I'll come back to the rationale for that. One of the big positive items the last year is our G5 store, which is our direct-to-consumer offering. So instead of going through the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store or etc., we have our own store where people can download the games directly from us. The main difference here is that for Apple and Google, you pay 30% in store fees, or for Microsoft, which lowered their store fees a few years ago, to 12%. For the G5 store, we pay a single-digit % in processing fees and related services. So a lot better unit economics for the G5 store. And we actually see as well that the players that actually download games from the G5 store tend to have even better unit economics than the one that we get from Apple and Google, etc. So they're more loyal, they pay better, etc. So very positive performance. The store continues to grow. It has grown month to month since launch, with a few exceptions, but you can see that quarter to quarter we've seen sequential growth since launch in 2020. Q3. So coming back a bit to the target audience and the game genres. If you follow G5, you've seen this slide before because it hasn't changed that much. So we still focus on a target audience of women over 35. It is a very loyal audience. It's a good paying audience. So we have an average spend on our paying user base of, in Q3, it was almost $65 per month in the user base, which is very strong. We focus on 3 main genres. Hidden Object has been with us for quite a while. Very strong niche genre that fits really well with the target audience. Like we said on the first line, it is puzzle adventure games. So the puzzle part here is the hidden object, where you actually find objects on the screen. And then the adventure part is the storyline that you play. Here the game is represented by Sherlock, which is based on multiple books. Then we have the match 3 segment, which is a very big niche in the market. We have our historical setting with Jewels of Rome and other titles that kind of follow the same logic. So match 3 is very big. We're a relatively small player, but it has huge potential. So there we continue to invest as well when it comes to our development. And then we have Mahjong Solitaire, which is an older type of game that we have in the portfolio. It's still relevant to us, but in terms of investment in new games, it's probably the category where we invest the least. But we still have Mahjong Journey, which is very strong and profitable. And then we have the new games genres, where we ongoingly invest in new types of games and see if we can find a foothold in adjacent genres. So still puzzle games of various sorts. We have Wordplay here that we launched a few years ago, which is a word game, obviously, and merge with kind of a related category to match-3 games. And all the games we release have a social network built into them, the G5 Friends network. This means that you can play on multiple devices. That also helps serve the G5 store. So you can play on your phone, go to your PC, you can play there, and you can also pay through the G5 store and continue playing on your phone when you go to sit on a bus or whatever it is. So important part. And also introduce a social element to the game, of course, that people can chat with each other, they can befriend, they can help each other forward in the game, etc. And it's been a feature that we've had for quite a while, but with the G5 store, it's even more important. As I kind of alluded to earlier, we, in 2022, told the market that we're going to change a bit how we develop and release games. So going from many games released every year, we had 5-6 games per year before this, to be more selective when it comes to the global launch of the games and aim to release 1 game per year. 1 to 2 games is what we said. These are all steps that kind of was done before as well. But the difference that we now do is that we test the games ongoingly in the development phases more thoroughly, and we also don't let the games advance unless they meet certain KPI criteria that we've set for them in each step. There's actually even, we break this down even further when we do it internally. So the development funnel starts above this. So we have roughly 30 game ideas that we process every year, that we test and see if we think that the audience will like them. The best ones get promoted to going into pre-production, which is where we develop some sort of minimum viable product that we can test in the market and see that people actually react to the characters, the initial description of the storyline, that we get kind of some sort of results from there. If we see positive results, they go forward to produce a proper kind of soft launch version where people can play, and then we extend the content slowly but surely through these steps. And in the final ones, the number 5 there, we make sure that they both play, they're interested in the game, they stay for a long period of time, they pay, and that we can scale the game in select markets and actually test that it works as it should. And then we prepare for global launch and take the game globally. So that is the difference. And then with the aim of having 1 to 2 games released per year. So in 2023, we had 1 release. In 2024, we haven't had a release, but there's, of course, some sort of stochastic element to when you have a game that makes sure that it proves all stages and gets through the global launch. So currently, we have 7 games in various stages, and we expect to run through 7 games through this, or 5 to 7 games through this funnel every year. So in Q3, we had 1 game that didn't perform, that was taken out and discarded. And then we had a new game that we put in the kind of in the top of the funnel, and that should process through, and hopefully that will go to global launch, but we'll see when we get there. And the outcome of that is, of course, that we want to expand the offering that we have in the market and continue building on the portfolio approach that we have, which has been a part of the strategy for G5 since going into mobile and also going into the free-to-play space of mobile. We intend to run multiple games. We don't rely on 1 hit because we don't think that that is a very sound strategy. And if you look at the active games here, which is owned games that we own ourselves, we also have licensed games. As I said, we are a publisher of games, so not all games we have are our own. So licensed games, we pay a royalty to the developer, but they support the game. But between the active and the licensed games here, we have roughly 90% of revenue coming from these games, which are actively supported. It's roughly 6 games that we can tie into these 2 categories that have a significant enough revenue where we support them actively. And that is what we mean when we talk about the portfolio approach. We need to have multiple titles because we also know that they grow, they pass some sort of peak, and then they become more mature, very profitable. And we're very good at running games effectively in that stage of more mature portfolio. And then you fill up with new games that will bring the growth back. So just a few words on the financials. So we have roughly 70% of revenue now coming from own games, which is a major difference than before 2019 when we really started releasing our own games. So that is a very healthy level. That shift, which you can't see here, but before 2022, we had a very significant ramp up in own games. Revenue helps, of course, with the gross margin, as we don't need to share the revenue with the developer. One other part here is, of course, that G5 Store being growing very successfully lately. That also impacts the gross margin that you see there in the middle positively, given that we have much lower store fees for the G5 Store than we have for others. So that has been a very strong trend the last years, the gross margin development. Currently, we have a bit more mature portfolio in the games that we support and that we have in the market. So we see a bit of a revenue decline, and we work obviously as hard as we can to get new games to the market to come back to growth, which is where we want to be. But in the meantime, as I said, very strong margin improvement on the gross margin side, and we keep a healthy EBIT margin as well. Good cash flow from the operations, which supports our very strong balance sheet where we don't have any debt. We have almost 250 million SEK in cash at the end of Q3. So a very healthy position to be in whilst we're looking for the next hit that will bring growth to the company. And just a brief on the kind of outlook for 24 and 25. So, as I said, we continue to work really hard with the new games development funnel, improving the games that we have there, and looking for the best title that we can that meets all the criteria that we've set for the games, so that we can take it to global launch. We're certainly keeping busy. In Q3, we did 14 iterations, which means that we have made changes to the games that we have in various stages of development. We've gotten them to the market and tested them and see if we can get KPIs that beat our own benchmarks. So a lot of work going into that. We want to make it even faster and work really hard on improving the velocity of the pace in development. At the same time, we're a very healthy company. We have good, solid margins. We have a strong cash flow. So, we feel very confident in doing the work that we do and, working hard on getting the new games out there and to boost profitability going forward. G5 Store being a bright spot, and that continues to grow, and we see the same going into Q4. Q4 is also interesting, where we see in October, we have gotten back to the normal seasonal pattern that we've seen before the pandemic, where usually we tend to see a revenue uplift after the summer season, which is weaker for us. So we tend to be stronger in the winter months, where people are a bit more indoors and play more games compared to summer. And so we saw that uplift in October, which we highlighted in the Q3 report, which was positive. And that pattern has not been seen the last years, which probably partly due to first the pandemic boost, where people were at home the whole year round, and then they kind of revert back from the COVID boost, which impacted numbers negatively, and people probably rightly so spent a bit more time with their families, etc. Whilst now we hopefully see kind of a normalization back to historical seasonal patterns. Yeah, I think I squeezed it in.
Yeah, good job, Stefan. So a few questions from my side. Maybe we can start where you ended on the sort of outlook and market development and sales development you saw in October versus September. So maybe elaborate a bit more on, how you think this could translate into the full Q4 quarter, and that means that you're seeing like an acceleration in growth as well, or is it more that the summer was weaker than usual and October better? Or
I would say that October looks very much as it did before the pandemic. We tend to see, sometimes we saw a bit earlier traction starting already in September, but I would say that the kind of normal pattern was that we saw coming out of the summer season, September, and then going into October, we saw a significant or noticeable uplift in revenue and we measured this in per daily sales to kind of take out the calendar effect of days in the month. how that will impact, let's see if the trends continue as it did before. Pre-pandemic, we usually saw strong October, November kind of puttering along, sometimes a bit weak, sometimes okay, and then end of December tended to be really strong. And we're not in end of December yet, and it would be foolish of me to give numbers in beforehand. But that was the kind of pattern we saw, and hopefully we get back to that, because I think that also says that the market has normalized a bit after the pandemic, and it's kind of easier to foresee what we're going to get from it. So I think that would be good in any instance, and hopefully we get a really strong Q4 for sure.
And I also think if you talk about the sort of fifth quarter, as some gaming companies like to talk about, the last days of the year. I mean, Christmas this year is well positioned for having more days off. Is that positive for you?
It should be. Yeah. It should be. It's interesting though that when we kind of look back on that. Yeah, you never know. It depends as well on the updates you send to the market and other stuff that happens that you really can't foresee all the time. So it is tough to kind of have a really strong expectation of what's going to happen. But the more days up, the more people have off from work and spend at home, it tends to be good for us. So I would assume so.
Got it. And I want to talk about the new development funnel, and it sounds like you are still in the middle of the transition to be up and running and releasing 1 to 2 games per year. So I mean, how long do you think it will take before you can be fully up and running? I know you are fully up and running on development, but fully up and running on also releasing new games. It's still a transitioning for you right now, I believe.
Yeah, and I think one part of that is, of course, we were quite impacted by, I think we were impacted by the war in Ukraine. We didn't really see it, and of course it impacts these processes, and especially when you're doing kind of change management in a quite difficult situation for everyone in the company. So it might have taken longer time. It's tricky to measure, but it might have taken longer time to make this transition fully. Also, we realized along the way that we could improve certain steps of that funnel, improve them further. So that is an ongoing work. I think, though, with the kind of global releases, there is an element to having a target of 1 per year. All of a sudden you have a year where you get everything just works and you get 3, and then this year it might be 0. So having that as we set the KPI to ourselves, so I'm not blaming anyone else, but it is tricky to have 1 to 2 releases per year and measure the function of the funnel based on that, because there is a bit of uncertainty to that element, and we do not know when we put the games in the first stages of that kind of pre-production stages. Even though we wouldn't put games there that we don't believe in, there is still uncertainty that will get through all the stages of development. And one part of that funnel is also to minimize the cost of testing these games, whilst to kind of reduce the investment that we do, and that we also can quickly churn out games to test more games in the market and really find the best ones. So kind of a non-answer to the question, when do you expect it to happen? But we certainly see positive trends, and I think I think we have games in all stages that looks promising, and the kind of KPIs goes in the right direction. So that's good. But when that will kind of yield an outcome, I will pass.
All right, I understand. G5 store, I mean, is highly accretive for margins, especially, sort of cutting out the middleman, and as you mentioned, also good for retention. I mean, how big can it be in terms of sales for you?
Well, now it's 70% of sales, which I think is a very, very strong. We've said before that, when it was around 10, I think we said that, we have peers that do, 25% of their sales through their direct-to-consumer channel. So why wouldn't we be able to get to that point? I don't see why we wouldn't. But also, taking that further, we're still a relatively small player in the kind of total casual gaming space. We find we can attract new users. There's some, to a certain extent, also we have users that move from other platforms to the G5 store. So then that has no impact on top line, but of course helps the gross margin. But we get new users into the store, and given that we're still a relatively small player in the casual gaming space, why wouldn't it be possible to have G5 store taking up 60% of revenue? I don't see why not. There's no kind of law of physics that would hinder that. So if it continues to grow like this, let's see. But I certainly don't see kind of a cap, and I think also capping ourselves in percentage of revenue or thinking in that way is a bit strange given our size and the size of the market in total.
60%. One final from me. Capital allocation, I mean, you have done buybacks. Currently you're not. You have a strong cash generation and strong cash flow. Is it still part of your strategy?
For sure. We like buybacks. We've done them, I think, fairly good over the years. We started in 2020, I think, 2019. We think it's a good part of kind of the capital allocation. We pair that with the dividend that we've paid the last years, as well as kind of investing in the business. So I think we like it as one tool that we have, and I think we've given back quite a lot of money through buybacks to the shareholders over the years. So we certainly like it. Then we haven't committed to a volume that we do, and we've done it opportunistically over the years. So it's certainly something that we'll come back to, even though we haven't done that much in the last quarters. But yeah.
Got it. Thank you, Stefan. That's all we had time for. And thank you, the audience.
Thank you.
Hjärtligt välkomna tillbaka till nästa presentation. Mitt namn är Sten Gustafsson, healthcare-analytiker här på ABG, Sundal Collier. Och jag är även analysansvarig här i Stockholm. Nästa presentation kommer vi köra en länk från Göteborg. Jag kommer stå här framme och bläddra bilderna. Presentationen kommer hållas av Patrik Tolf som är CFO på Vitrolife. Och med oss har vi också, tror jag, Helena Wennerström som är anställd sedan igår som tillförordnad CFO. Jag tror bägge två är med. Så Patrik, jag hälsar dig hjärtligt välkommen och jag bläddrar, så du behöver bara säga nästa bild så bläddrar jag på presentationen härifrån.
Jättebra. Tack, och eftersom du pratar svenska så fortsätter vi på samma språk helt enkelt. Ja, som sagt, Patrik Tolf heter jag och som ni såg på vårt pressmeddelande som vi skickade ut igår så kommer jag att sluta som CFO på Vitrolife Group och av personliga skäl, sjukdomar i familjen som kräver min närvaro och full attention från min sida. Och därmed så har vi lämnat över till Helena som igår här. Och jag kommer hjälpa Helena naturligtvis att hon kommer in i den här rollen också.
Tack så mycket Patrik. Ja, Helena Wennerström heter jag och har varit CFO tidigare på Viacom Group alldeles i närheten och i de senaste åren. Och innan dess i nästan 20 år har jag varit CFO på Bulten Group som också var publika på börsen tidigare. Dock inom helt andra branscher. Viacom jobbade inom infrastruktur medan då Bulten främst var inom bilindustrin och fordonsindustrin. Det är väldigt kort om mig, men jag ser fram emot detta.
Absolut, och låt oss då prata lite grann om vad Vitrolife Group gör. Och Vitrolife Group är då som sagt verksamma inom reproduktivitetshälsa. Vår mission är då att vi vill bli den ledande globala parten då för reproduktivitetshälsa och naturligtvis sträva för att hanteringen och den kliniska utkomsten för patienterna förbättras. Vi har ju då en verksamhet som är global. Vi finns i 125 stycken olika marknader, 1100 anställda ungefär och förra året en omsättning på 3,5 miljarder. Som ni vet när man tittar på genetiska tester och man tittar på det som kallas för morfogenetik då, vad gäller IVF-behandlingar så finns det 2 olika standard of care. Så beroende på var på jorden man är så får man olika typer av behandlingar. Genetiska tester är då inte tillåtet i vissa delar av världen, vilket är på andra delar av världen. Därmed så, jag säger till dig Sten när du ska byta. Till exempel då så gör man genetiska tester är standard of care i Nord- och Sydamerika. Man kan säga att gränsen går någonstans i Europa så är det inte tillåtet i den norra delen av Europa men det är standard i den södra delen av Europa, Mellanöstern. Och i Asien så är det mycket mer vanligt att man gör det som är morfogenetik då, som är det mer biologiska sättet att välja ut ett embryo på. Nu med sedan 3 år när vi då har genom förvärvet av Igenomics så har vi också då en möjlighet att kunna göra bägge delarna och finns globalt över och en bra fördelning av vår globala verksamhet då. Nu kan det bli rätt sen, tack. Så tittar vi då på vad vi har för verksamhet och var på jorden den är så ser vi att tittar vi försäljningsmässigt så är vi ganska väl diversifierade med ungefär en tredjedel i respektive världsdel och vi har 3 stycken då affärsområden eller produktområden. Den ena är det som heter consumables och vad är det för någonting då? Jo, det handlar ju framförallt då om de produkterna som IVF-klinikerna behöver för att kunna göra genetiska tester eller för att kunna göra sina också faktiskt genetiska tester men att göra de IVF-behandlingarna som som IVF-klinikerna gör då. Och inom consumables är media den enskilt största produktkategori, men sen är det också ett antal olika andra områden såsom pipetter, olika typer av labware och så vidare. Technologies, där är vi verksamma inom det som då heter timelapse, och timelapse är då en inkubator med ytterligare möjligheter då att hjälpa en embryolog att välja rätt embryo. Våra produkter där i heter Embryoscope, och där är vi den största aktören globalt där i och har en marknadsandel på kanske någonstans mellan 75-80%. Genetics är då i huvudsak då det som är genetiska tester, och av genetiska tester, det ena är då att välja rätt embryo, och då gör man sådana tester som heter PGT-A, PGT-M, som är en så kallad biopsi. Sen finns det också det som är icke-invasiva tester då, som heter Embrace, där man helt enkelt istället för att stoppa en liten nål i ett media eller i ett embryo, så tar man ett test på den media som det ligger i. Så det är en del av portföljen. Den andra delen av portföljen handlar om att kunna göra olika typer av genetiska tester som handlar om tidpunkten när man ska flytta då ett embryo in i endometriet, och vi kan även göra det som heter carrier screening. Testen är ett par helt enkelt vi testar om man har någon genetisk sjukdom med sig som kan påverka utkomsten av en IVF-behandling. Så den typen av tester är väldigt vanligt förekommande framförallt i USA då. Och det är då ungefär 40% av portföljen, och vi är då verksamma i länder där 94% av alla globala IVF-behandlingar finns, och vi har en väldigt stor andel, som ni ser 90% av vår försäljning är run rate business. Det skiljer lite grann på det technologies, och det är ju då så att säga en kapitalprodukt då med våra embryoscope som är relativt kostsamma för en klinik att investera i. Ja, vi kan gå vidare till nästa, tack. Tittar vi då på marknaden för reproduktivitetshälsa, så vet vi att 6 par globalt är påverkat av infertilitet. Och jag hade precis lärt mig att säga 1 av 7. Men Världshälsoorganisationen kom då ut med en analysstudie under förra året där man konstaterar 1 av 6. Den här skiljer sig lite grann också i olika länder. I USA till exempel så är siffran 1 till 1 av 5. Så det är en större infertilitet där. Tittar man sen då på hur många barn som föds per år, 134 miljoner var det tidigare, men det gör att det är färre än 1% av alla barn som föds globalt är via IVF. Här skiljer det också väldigt mycket globalt beroende på vart man är. Det har ju massor av länder som har stora demografiska utmaningar. Vi har Japan, vi har Sydkorea, vi har Kina och så vidare som har en högre andel via IVF. Det hänger också väldigt mycket ihop med det som vi ser upp till höger sen, som handlar om sannolikheten för att få en lyckad utkomst. Någon slags globalt snitt på den här är ungefär 1/3. Och till exempel så fertiliteten hos en kvinna faller ganska snabbt ner ungefär efter 29. Snittåldern när kvinnor kommer in till en IVF-klinik är 36. Och det här gör att sammanvägt så är det här en ganska stor skillnad, till exempel på vart någonstans tittar vi på snittåldern till exempel i Japan så är den väsentligt högre och då har du en klinisk utkomst som är väsentligt lägre. Tittar man i marknader och länder som USA till exempel, då är siffran högre för att där jobbar man också med genetiska tester i kombination då med morfogenetiken. Den andra faktorn då som påverkar, men det är ju liksom tillgången till IVF-behandlingar. Det finns ungefär 5 500 IVF-kliniker runt om på jorden. Vi tillsammans nu, Igenomics, Vitrolife som är våra 2 varumärken, vi jobbar med ungefär knappt 4 000 utav dem. Men prislappen på en IVF-behandling för en patient skiljer sig väldigt mycket. Snittpriset för en cykel i USA ligger på någonstans mellan 25, 26 upp till 28 000 dollar. Man behöver i genomsnitt ha 2,3. Och då finns det olika typer av systemprogram som olika länder inför för att liksom stötta olika typer av IVF-behandlingar. Till exempel I Japan så införde man ett reimbursement-program här för år sedan. Mycket av liknande aktiviteter sker i Kina. I USA, ja, där finns det väl ungefär hälften av alla stater. Det finns stöd för IVF-behandlingar, men där har man ett ganska omfattande försäkringssystem också. Sen har vi andra länder som Israel till exempel, där du har full tillgång till IVF-behandlingar gratis och får göra många olika cykler som helst. Men här har vi en ganska stor skillnad på det. Tittar vi sen då på det som man brukar prata om underliggande tillväxt, så pratar man om cykeltillväxt. Och den ligger någonstans mellan 5-7% globalt under de kommande åren. Och den har varierat lite grann, och även den varierar den per olika marknader. Så stora möjligheter för att kunna fortsätta att växa då inom IVF helt enkelt. Så vi kan ta nästa sida, tack. Ja, och hur kan vi då addera värde till det här ekosystemet? Jag pratade precis om att det finns en underliggande tillväxt. Och det handlar ju om att kapaciteten hos IVF-klinikerna kan förbättras, eller behöver förbättras för att kunna få ut en högre effektivitet. Vi vet också att det är fortfarande en väldigt manuell process hos IVF-kliniker. Samtidigt också brist på vissa av yrkeskategorierna, till exempel embryologer. Ja, hur kan vi jobba med den? Jo, det handlar mycket om att automatisera, jobba med digitalisering. Här kommer vår embryoskop in som en väldigt viktig del i det här. En annan trend som vi har sett här är att det blir fler och fler IVF-kliniker globalt då, som blir en konsolidering på. Det är fler och fler PE-bolag som har varit ganska aktiva under de senaste åren. Gjort stora IVF-klinikkedjor av de här. Ganska mycket då framförallt i USA, där ungefär kanske 60% av alla IVF-kliniker just nu är del av en IVF-klinikkedja. Motsvarande i Europa kanske ungefär 40%, 40-45%. Och där vill man standardisera, för det är olika typer av metoder, både dels då morfogenetik och genetik, men att göra på liknande sätt ökar effektiviteten. Det gillar vi, för vi är en bra aktör att kunna hjälpa klinikerna för det. Vi har, som jag pratade om tidigare, det finns olika standard of care och vi kan stötta bägge delarna. Och sen är det naturligtvis fortsatt patient empowerment här, att patienter får större och större inflytande i vilken typ av behandlingar som man behöver göra. Och det kan vi stötta med utbildning och kommunikation. Då har vi nästa. Då har vi ju då sedan ett år lite drygt, eller Bronwyn, vår nya VD. Hon räknar fortfarande månader, men är inne på månad nummer 16 nu, så är inte riktigt ny då. Men en av de första grejerna som hon och vi gjorde förra året var då att sätta vår nya strategi för koncernen, Vitrolife Group, vilket vi presenterade då på kapitalmarknadsdagen för nästan exakt ett år sedan. Megatrenderna har jag precis pratat om. Vi har vår vision och mission, och det vi gjorde förra året var att göra lite uppdateringar då på våra långa finansiella mål. Som vi är på då på 5 års perspektiv, där vi vill då växa organiskt, långsiktigt då mer än 10% i lokal valuta, det är så vi styr vår performance. Vi vill fortsätta då att leverera en EBITDA-marginal på mer än 33%, och det är ungefär vad vi ligger i dagsläget. Och vi vill ha då en nettoskuld i relation till EBITDA på mindre än 3. Efter förvärvet av Igenomics så var vi ungefär i krokarna på 3,2. Och nu har vi jobbat med kassaflödet och genererat kassaflödet och ligger nu på 0,8. De viktiga bitarna är det som är under, det vill säga liksom våra strategiska plattformar och våra strategic pillars som vi kallar dem för helt enkelt då. Och den första, om vi börjar från vänster till höger, så handlar det om att vi då är unikt positionerade då att kunna liksom bygga ihop och knyta ihop då plattformarna med produkter och tjänster. Genetic services är en typisk tjänsteindustri där vi, eller tjänsteproduktion, där vi helt enkelt låter labbet eller kliniken helt enkelt ha en biopsi som de skickar till våra labb, och sen skickar vi tillbaka resultatet därutav. Så det är en typisk tjänsteproduktion, och sen har vi då vår consumables technologies-portfölj där vi har liksom en unik möjlighet att knyta ihop det här. Här gjorde vi ett litet förvärv i våras som handlar om witnessing-system. Fortfarande är de här processerna i labben väldigt, väldigt manuella. Och det är klart att det är viktigt att se till att hålla Så att rätt spermie kommer ihop med rätt ägg så att det blir ett rätt embryo och att det är just det här embryot som ska in i rätt person till syvende och sist då. Och det är faktiskt bara 10% av alla IVF-kliniker i världen som har någon form av witnessing-system. Så att misstag händer. Jag såg att det var någonting som hade hänt i Israel för några såg jag läste i veckan här. Så att det här med den här typen av system kan vi underlätta så att IVF-klinikerna gör det bättre och lättare. Innovation fortsätter vi att satsa på. Det handlar mycket om produktutveckling. Här är vi unikt positionerade jämfört med våra konkurrenter. Vi har både då genetiska tester. Det har våra konkurrenter också, våra stora konkurrenter Cooper. De kan också göra genetiska tester, consumables-produkter. De har inte det som är timelapse och embryoscope. Här är våra unika skillnad. De har andra sidan en spermabank, vilket inte vi har. Men vi kan knyta ihop den här på ett mycket, mycket bättre sätt som hänger ihop dem med de första två delarna till vänster. Alltså initialt att vi är verksamma i 125 länder. Tittar vi på storleken, antalet cykler är Kina i särklass den enskilt största marknaden. Du får lägga på marknad 2, Japan, 3, USA, 4, Indien för att komma upp till samma volym. I monetära termer är då inte helt otippat USA störst. Våra huvudmarknader fokus, det vi fokuserar på, det är USA. Vi har också en unik stark position i Kina där vi är starkare på consumables och technology. Så här jobbar vi just nu med att prioritera och fokusera mycket starkare, framförallt i USA som är vårt huvudfokus nu. Och det handlar mycket om att optimera då marknadsstrategin, hur vi går dit, mycket digitaliseringar, hur vi knyter ihop IVF-klinikerna med våra egna system och deras system och hur vi kan underlätta hela den metodiken för IVF-klinikerna. Operational excellence, ja det är klart vi kommer fortsätta att behöva göra en del investeringar i det här. Här har vi två delar i operational excellence. Den ena handlar om effektiviteten i vår produktion och produktion är ju då dels inom consumables-delarna, automation på till exempel vår mediaproduktion. Men även hur vi driver våra labb och effektiviserar labben. Och här har vi gjort ganska stora framsteg under de senaste 2 åren i synnerhet. Framförallt på genetiska tester. Vilket är positivt för vår bruttomarginal, vilket vi har sett och ser. Och den andra delen är att vi behöver jobba effektivare som koncern med att optimera processer på tvärsen då, allt ifrån globala funktioner, sälj och marknad och så vidare. Så här har vi en del att jobba med framåt här också. Värderingar, ja, integritet, kvalitet, innovation och samarbete. Det genomsyrar hela vår verksamhet på samma sätt vi gör. För den är en prioritet som finns i allt vår verksamhet. Då kan vi ta nästa sida, tack. Och här har vi då ett antal exempel på det som vi jobbar då med vår sustainability-strategi. Vi har precis nyss lämnat in en ansökan till den här SBTI som är den här Science-Based Target. Så att det visar igen då commitment på sustainability-mål och allt ifrån då hur vi jobbar och driver med våran tillväxt, lönsamhet och ansvar allt ifrån CO2 till inclusive engagement. Så det här ligger som ett väldigt viktigt prioritetsområde för oss och har gjort så och kommer göra så framåt också. Om vi då byter till lite siffror tar vi nästa sida. Och det här är då första 9 månaderna och tillväxt då, i organisk tillväxt i lokal valuta så ser vi då att vi ligger på första 9 månaderna då på en tillväxt på 4%. Vi har haft en ganska stor skillnad under kvartalen. Vi låg 0% tillväxt i Q1, 4% tillväxt i Q2 och 7% tillväxt i tredje kvartalet. Så att det har varit en positiv utveckling under året och all in all då så ligger det på +4. Fortsatt starkt då i APAC framförallt som vi ser på linjerna under, det vill säga det drivs framförallt utav consumables-verksamheten och även technologies-verksamheten. Fortsatt väldigt starkare och även i MEA på 6%, men lite svagare då som vi ser i Americas och framförallt är ju det kopplat då till technologies 71%, men det är en ganska liten del av verksamheten. Tidigare om man säger så consumables, technologies har varit väsentligt starkare volymmässigt i APAC EMEA och en mindre andel i Americas, och det har precis tvärtom då på Genetics. Att det står minus 10% där är framförallt kopplat till det som vi kallar för kitted business, som har haft en ganska stor uppbyggnad. Vi har bytt generation på det som heter VeriSeq och vi har bytt EmbryoMap, och det var en väldigt stor uppgång och lageruppbyggnad för den verksamheten under 2023, vilket är lite tufft då i komps under 2024. Men det som är positivt är att vi ser att kärnverksamheten med Genetic Services har kommit tillbaka och växte 5,5% i Q3, vilket var positivt, och även då framförallt i den stora marknaden för Genetic Services i USA så växte den med 9% i Q3. Så det går åt rätt håll där. Men det är klart att tittar vi på det första 9 månaderna så är det fortfarande minus 7. Ja, vi tar nästa del. Nästa sida. Så om vi sammanfattar lite grann då på hur vi ligger då på de första 9 månaderna, så ser vi då att i kronor räknat så är naturligtvis vår rapporteringsvaluta plus 2% i kronor, men det som vi fokuserar och styr internt på, vilket är 4% i organisk tillväxt i lokal valuta, den är 4%. Vi fortsätter stärka vår bruttomarginal, 58,6% jämfört med 56,1% förra motsvarande perioden. Ja, vad gör vi där då? Jo, det är ju framförallt kopplat. Dels är det produktmix. Vi såg att Genetic Services växer lite svagare då än Consumables Technology, så det är drivet av produktmixen där i. Men sen är det också som så att vi har blivit lite bättre på Operational Excellence då på Genetic Services, vilket också är positivt på bruttomarginalen. EBITDA, ja, 888 helt enkelt då i kronor för första 9 månaderna, lucky number i Kina, och tittar vi på marginalen så fortsätter vi även där att stärka den, så det är lite drygt 1 procentenhet upp då jämfört med förra året till 33,5% EBITDA-marginal de första 9 månaderna. Vi fortsätter vara bra på att generera ett operativt kassaflöde, 640 miljoner i år jämfört med 586 förra året, och det gör att vi då har en nettoskuld i relation till EBITDA på 0,8 då, ska jämföras med att vi var uppe på 3 för ungefär 3 år sedan. Så vi går åt rätt håll på den sidan, vilket innebär också att vi har lite mer firepower helt enkelt för att kunna växa ytterligare om vi så vill. Och lägger vi ihop det här då och tittar på vinst per aktie, så även där så går det åt rätt håll och ökar den till 2,76 jämfört med 2,42 helt enkelt. Så det var vår sista sida, Sten, så vi lämnar över ordet till dig då helt enkelt.
Ja. Tack så jättemycket Patrik och Helena för det här. Jag tänkte prata lite timelapse. Det är ju en produkt som, rätta mig om jag har fel, men er närmaste konkurrent har inte den typen av teknologi, utan så här har ju ni en unik så att säga, edge. Men det är fortfarande ganska låg penetration på timelapse-teknologin i USA. Så jag tänkte fråga dig lite grann om hur ni ser på möjligheterna och om ni tror att det kommer förändras framöver, och i sådana fall vad som ska driva den förändringen. Det vill säga att öka timelapse-användandet i den stora amerikanska marknaden.
Mycket bra fråga, och du har helt rätt där. Tittar vi på timelapse är ju ett område, alltså en inkubator där du kan titta på och följa embryots utveckling från x sin dag 0 till den dag du ska välja att antingen frysa det eller flytta in embryo till endometret helt enkelt. 25% av alla IVF-behandlingar går genom en timelapse-system. Utav de här 25% så har vi 80% marknadsandel ungefär. Så vi är definitivt ledande där. Det är klart att, och så har vi 2 andra konkurrenter. Geri, ett kinesiskt bolag, och SK, ett vad ska vi kalla dem för, amerikanskt bolag. Som är de andra 2 där. Men det är klart, vi tar ju sikte på de andra 75%. Där finns en stor möjlighet. Man använder ett embryoskop av 2 skäl. Och ungefär kan man säga att hälften av våra kliniker använder dem för att välja ut rätt embryo. De andra använder det för att arbeta med att förbättra flödet i kliniken. Och USA är en marknad där man har genetiska tester och det är det som är standard of care, vilket innebär att ett embryoskop kanske då har använts främst på andra platser då för att välja ett embryo där man vill göra det på genetiska tester. Men fler och fler kunder i USA väljer, som på andra platser på jorden, att jobba med embryoskop för att förbättra arbetsflödet i kliniken. Vi har jättemånga bra exempel på när kliniker använder det här, hur mycket de kan öka effektiviteten i sina labb och få en ökad produktivitet egentligen då för sina verksamheter. Gå in och titta på vår presentation som vi hade på kapitalmarknaden förra året, där vi hade Dr. Mitch Rosen som visade ett exempel på hur mycket effektivare de kan bli i USA på det. Så att, absolut, vi tror att det här är en stor drivkraft framåt. Det här stärks också av den här andra trenden att det blir mer och mer klinikkedjor som är vana att jobba med det här systemen globalt. Vi har gjort ett par, det stod 71% här som ni kommer ihåg, ett par stora, viktiga, bra affärer i USA i år. Så det är något som vi satsar på framåt, nu med helt annan förmåga lokalt i form av säljkapacitet och så vidare. Så att det här är ett priområde för oss framåt.
Och i de marknader, ni har en jättespännande produkt som heter IDA-score. Men den är ju fortfarande inte godkänd i USA. Men har ni sett, och för de som inte kan den produkten så det är en AI-lösning. Och har ni märkt i de marknader där IDA-score är godkänd, har det hjälpt försäljningen av timelapse?
Ja, men det gör det. Sen väljer man timelapse eller väljer man embryoskop kanske av andra skäl. Det kan vara både kombinationen där, men det är klart att IDA-score hjälper. Gör det. Men då vill du framförallt använda det för ett embryourval då, för att det är ju precis vad den gör. Som sagt, det är ju en manuell process idag. Det är en embryolog som ska välja rätt embryo och en människa som vi vet, vi kan ha bra dagar, vi kan ha dåliga dagar. AI har det generellt sett inte, så att det är ju ett hjälpmedel för embryologen. Men om man istället väljer att arbeta med arbetsflödet så blir den mindre väsentlig. Men det är klart att vi vill ju ha påbörjat den processen för att få det här godkänt in i USA också. Det kommer dröja en liten tid innan vi har fått det, men vi har påbörjat den processen. Och det kommer definitivt hjälpa, men det är inte kanske den enskilt avgörande faktorn.
Nej, ja, men det är bra. Tiden har runnit ifrån oss, så jag skulle vilja rikta ett stort tack till Vitrolife för att ni tog er tid och var med på dagens presentation. Och det har blivit lunchbreak här på konferensen idag. Så tusen tack!
Stort tack!
Ja, tack så mycket!
Tack.
Hi and welcome to this presentation today with Careium. So with us today we have the CEO Christian Wallén who will do a presentation and then we'll follow up with some Q&A. So please go ahead, Christian.
Thank you, Oscar. Can you all hear me well? Very good. So fantastic to get to be part of meeting all of you. This is actually a bigger crowd than the last time we were at ABG, so clearly we've done something right. Very thankful for that. Also recognize some faces, which I think is phenomenal. Maybe you will recognize some of what I'm about to say also. But my name is Christian Wallén. Clearly the presentation here is not doing its trick. Do it like this. And I'm proud to serve as the CEO of the Careium Group. And before we head into what we actually do, I'd like to just take a couple of seconds and highlight why I think we are one of the most important companies found in the European technology landscape. Because in the world we live in today, if you turn on the news, it's quite clear that we are in the midst of a climate crisis. We are most certainly in very challenging geopolitical contexts. But if you think a little bit about both those two extremely impactful sort of movements, you also understand that they can be solved or reversed. There could be peace, and there could be technological achievement advancements, state regulation to really manage the climate situation, if the will is there. However, behind both these two huge movements impacting our newspapers and everyday lives, and not in the least the financial markets, it is the quiet revolution, constantly ongoing, completely unavoidable. And that is the fact that we are getting older. And we are older for longer. And in very stark contrast to both geopolitics and climate, this cannot be reversed. It can probably only be prolonged. And that is really at the heart of what Careium is all about. It is being a part in managing the shift to an aging population in as positive a way as possible. Come 2060, 1/3 it's you. Come 2060, 1/3 of all Europeans will be over the age of 65. Let that sink in a bit. 1/3 of the entire population of Europe will be above the age of 65. Now, you can be super healthy as a 65-plus-year-old. Absolutely. We have great advancements in healthcare and medicine that can ensure that we can live long and do really well and live really rich lives. But at the end of the day, something happens to us as we age. And that is something that we take very, very seriously because we foresee a huge challenge to Western societies. The costs for providing the care will go up, and unless we accept huge tax hikes, we need to find smarter ways of servicing people to ensure that they can live good lives without burdening the systems. Key among these will be to have people being healthy and at home. That will be the #1 thing to save costs. Second, we are in for quite a shock because the political systems will change. People vote differently as they get older. We will have a completely different tax base, which will further increase the push for using technology to solve these type of issues. And it's very easy to think that in many cultures, predominantly in sort of Southern Europe, this is less of a problem because you have strong, close-knit families who sort of do a lot of the care themselves. But in reality, that's not what the data is telling us. Yes, you might physically live closer to your friends and family in, for example, Italy, but you don't necessarily live with them. And thus, the need for solutions that keep people healthy and secure in their homes is only increasing. And this is very much what we do. We are trying to lead the European landscape of what is affectionately known as technology-enabled care. And we do it with 3 pillars. First, we develop really innovative hardware. The alarms, the sensors, the technologies in the homes of the individual that can provide meaningful data on her care situation and ensure that whenever there is an issue, we can highlight that and put the right resources in place around the individual. Second, we build really good software to facilitate this. And we are not that many companies at somewhat larger scale that are actually all in on just working in this domain. And for us, this means that we are creating our own ecosystem in a digital sense with all the backends to run age-specific IoT, all the platforms required to get all the data into a meaningful kind of dashboard or usage platforms for the care services and so on. And last but not least, in many of the markets we are in, we also provide certain services. This could be everything from running installation activities to actually providing the monitoring or even doing the response. That is, you actually pick up the phone when it rings and you go out and solve whatever situation is at hand. We do this in a very market-centric way where we do it ourselves if it's financially meaningful to do it, and we let someone else do it if it's not. Our vision is to enable millions of people all over Europe to live really rich, safe and active lives thanks to our technology, that we can adapt around that individual to make sure that he or she is cared for in the best possible way. At present, we're halfway there. 515,000 people all over Europe are, as of today, reliant on Carium technology for their care. Out of those, 500,000, we service around 340,000 with direct services, and the others are where someone else is providing the care, but they are using our technology. That is where we are today. And this is a really interesting market. And the reason is, of course, that there are really strong megatrends. We are getting older, we are getting less money in care systems, so they are forced to move into innovative solutions and so on. And we also have a very, very interesting digital shift as we shift out our infrastructure. If you go to France, for example, you will find a lot of analog phones, because they still use the copper infrastructure for analog transmissions. We don't do that in Sweden anymore. So we are forced country by country to completely change out and swap out the installed bases of whatever care systems are currently in place. Now, over the upcoming years, it's about a 7 to 8% CAGR for this sector, if you go to the analyst. But what I think is most interesting is the fact that the penetration rate, which is measured as what percentage of people in a given market over the age of 65 have access to these solutions, that actually have them in their home. You can see that there's a huge difference between the European market leader, the UK, which sees around 15-16% of all people aged 65 plus having access to this technology, and you compare it to the sort of giants of Europe, like the Germanys and the Frances, where it's about 5%. So very, very likely we will see positive growth in select markets that is probably a bit more explosive in the years to come than, for example, in the Nordic landscape, which is fairly stable at around 10%. And this business area or industry is actually divided between different facets. There's the hardware part, where you either provide the hardware directly to a municipality or an insurance company, or you provide it as part of a service offering, and you do it for individuals in their homes. That is about roughly 2/3 of the market. And then we have the assisted living side, which is when you are in a care home or care facility. There are many variations of this all over Europe. We have the Swedish seniorboende, for example. That is something that is commonly used in UK as well. But in general, the elderly care facilities, which is its own subsector of the industry. This is an industry that we are currently not in, but we are looking to move into it. We focus fully, for now, on the individual living and the associated software and hardware components, but very keen to break into assisted living. This is not just a business-to-government operation. It certainly is in the Nordics, where that is more or less 100% of the market. But as soon as you move away to other countries, you will find that the dwindles. In the Netherlands, for example, you don't have any governmental contracts whatsoever. Everything is straight up B2B. And in many markets, such as France, UK, and the Netherlands, there is also a very healthy B2C market. So you basically buy these solutions on Amazon if you're in France. You don't get them provided by your local or state municipality. And what we see is that many of these markets, they actually have a mix of all of this. So you might have about 40% that is attributable to the B2B segment, and then you might have 40% that is related to the governmental or municipality-centric contracts, and the rest is pure play B2C. So the B2C channel is something we are looking very much into because we think that it's maybe the most attractive margin profile compared to these longer but safer governmental contracts that often span many years, of course, but maybe at a slightly reduced margin. And us as a business in this industry, we were spun out of Doro, making the senior phones. Carium used to be a business area within Doro, spun out in 2021. For those that follow it, we'll get to that in a little bit. It was quite a rough start to life as an entity on its own two legs. We had last year a turnover of 824 million. We've had a pretty decent growth over the last couple of years at around 15%. That includes both the organic and the inorganic growth generated. And the company was, to quite a large extent, built by a series of acquisitions, around 8, 10, depending on how you count them in the UK, over the span of about 15 years. That happened as part of Doro. We're around 900 in terms of the headcount. That doesn't mean full FTE, as many people don't work full time. And what's really interesting, I think, is that about 70% of all our revenue is recurring, which means that this is a contract that we service for someone that features hardware, services, monitoring, everything we do rolled up into one sort of monthly installment for servicing a set amount of end users. Now, the counterpart could be a municipality or it could be an insurance company, but it is of a recurring nature. We are based in all the key markets in Europe. We don't foresee geographical expansion in Europe as something that is high on our list of strategic priorities. Spain is probably the exception where we want to really emphasize our commercial activity a bit more. But apart from that, we are in the markets where around 85% of European spend in this sector is going to. So we're pretty happy with where we are. And for those that have been following the company, you can probably see around here that just following the split, when the company was set to stay on its own two legs, it was basically a very, very rude awakening. The company was probably not prepared for that. Neither were management, the structures weren't there, and the resulting effect, combined with the fact that the aggressive pace of acquisitions had led to a lot of integration issues, mainly in the UK, led to the company performing really poorly. Since then, we made a decent turnaround that is fairly evident in the numbers, and we feel that we are now in a place where we have stabilized ourselves. And what we mean by stabilize is not that we are very happy, it is that we now think that now we can start making the real initiatives in terms of development, in terms of inorganic growth, and a whole portfolio of things that will create a better future for us. And this is something that's taken a lot of hard work, of course, but we've been fairly successful and delivering fairly consistently ever since. It took us about a year to get ourselves in order, which is pretty fast, but we do feel that we've been quite successful in that journey. If you look at us as an investment, you could see that we, this is from the other day, it goes a bit up and down. You could see that the stock development fairly well matches the internal workings of getting things back in order. So the adage that the market is always right is probably true. I don't know how they could have this insight into the inner workings of Carium, but I think this is quite reflective of the journey we've been on. It was probably fair to see the stock priced at 7 crowns per share there when we were in the worst of circumstances. And I know many people thought that we would probably not be able to get back on our feet without serious capital injections. We broke our covenants and had to communicate that and so on. But we've actually managed to get the company back into shape. Really tough work, of course, a lot of tough decisions, but hopefully we will now continue on a good trajectory. And we've been very fortunate to have some really good owners who've been supporting us all along. Number one is Sidro Förvaltning, which is Peter Lindell's family office. It used to be Right Management. Number two is Accendo, a Finnish activist fund, and number three is Nordea Funds. So we've been very, very fortunate to have this backing throughout this, and a strong belief in that we were able to get the company back on its feet and deliver on its potential. And that potential to us, it is first and foremost to really focus on doing better in these huge markets, the Frances, the Spains, and the Germanys. And the reason for that is that we are very, very strong in the Nordics, but it's also dangerous to be a small company out of the Nordics. Sometimes you don't see the potential that's out there because it's just a bit more convenient to look at what's around you. We are transitioning heavily towards making a bigger splash in the big markets out there. And for those that have been following our quarterly reports, you can see that the growth rates in, for example, DACH or France are pretty impressive. And we're very happy that we're doing that organically without putting a lot of funds behind it. We're just doing it better, adapting our products to better suit these markets and so on. Number two is, of course, to become more relevant to more customers, and this means investment into our product portfolio. This could mean many things. We launched not that long ago in September what is known as the iCare Center, our end-to-end alarm receiving platform built specifically for this industry. Probably not so relevant to all the other guys out there who are maybe more trying to combine this industry and security and whatever they want to put in there to access more customers. We're thinking completely different. We are going to focus on the seniors and all the work around those. And thus we build custom-built solutions that we use ourselves and that we sell to other customers. We also communicated that as part of getting one of the largest German organizations providing these types of services as our first external customer on this platform. And last but not least, this is a funny little industry. It's not that many companies that are doing a really good job. We're the third biggest in Europe. Number one is a company called Tunstall out of the UK, which has a horrendous debt situation and had for many years. Number two is a business area of a large French technology conglomerate called Legrand. They do all sorts of things. You can barely find our little sector on their webpage. And we are the third largest company across Europe in this industry. So given that, there are quite interesting acquisition opportunities. This is how Carrion was built. We've communicated many times that we would like to get back to these type of activities, but we would not do so before we felt 100% confident that the company was stable and that we were able to integrate the target companies in a good way. It's very much an integration play, and you can create some really, really strong cost synergies. Yes, it's fantastic to talk about commercial synergies. They are probably there. But when you do your business cases, it's usually better to just look at the costs because that you can really control. So this is something that will form a pillar of our future here. Hopefully, we will be able to use the fact that we are now, from an EBITDA net debt kind of perspective, at almost a bit too low level. Oscar sometimes complains that it's too cautious. And I would believe that you are right. We need to be a bit more aggressive here because there are a lot of good opportunities that are fairly moderate in scale, and thus they are, something that we can both afford and control. So from a pure investment perspective, we have a really well-growing market that is not something that is just here for the upcoming 1 or 2 years, but rather a long, long trajectory of Europe changing and us being perfectly positioned to capitalize. We are doing it differently. We are one of the few companies that wake up every morning only focused on this. Yes, there are some others, but there are not that many. And that is a huge advantage when you can direct all your efforts to create the sort of best of breed solutions for this population. Third, we have a very substantial recurring revenue base. Yes, some of this might be contractual. So you have your recurring revenue for 6 years for 9,000 people in Örebro, for example, if we take a Swedish example. And then after 4 or 6 years, this is up for a new tender, and then of course someone else might get that recurring revenue. But I'd argue it's still pretty stable to know for 4 to 6 years that we will have so and so much coming in from so and so many people. So the other 30% that varies is more related to the direct sale of products, which happens in France, Spain, UK, and Germany. So software and hardware bundled can be sold in a non-recurring manner, and that is the non-recurring component. So if you look at our reports and you see services, that's the recurring component. And then you see the products, and that's the direct sale of products for those that are following us closely. And last but not least, we are very much positioned to be a part of creating a better tomorrow for millions of people across Europe. And this is something that I think is slow from the European states to realize, because this will be a snowball effect where nativity rates are going down, people are healthier for longer, and we have increased senior populations. And sooner rather than later, we will wake up and realize that we have almost reached an inflection point where we cannot not invest heavily in creating a different kind of Europe, because the demographics have completely changed. The only thing that is not making this as fast as you would expect is probably the fact that it's gradual. And we as human beings tend to be a bit slow to pick up when changes are gradual over time. Frogs boil slowly. And that would be my presentation of our phenomenal business. Happy to take your questions, and even if I'm not allowed to, also questions from the audience, because I think that's almost even more important than your questions, Oscar.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And we'll just start off with, I would say one question, just what are your key focus points during the next few quarters at the moment? So you obviously have a little bit of headwind in UK and in Sweden. So, but what are your main priorities right now?
So for those that have been following us, we are a bit dependent, since we have such a large part of our customer base in the public sector. That is great, it's safe, it's long term. But whenever there's a chance to slow down their spending, they're going to take it. And what's been happening predominantly in the UK, but also in Sweden in the last year or so, is that there have been delays of how fast the country is transitioning out of certain types of infrastructure, 2G, 3G in Sweden and analog in UK. And that has put sort of a wet blanket on our sales in those markets. So customers are not as, their urgency isn't so high. For now, we kind of see that returning. So I think it's really important to be on top of when people wake up to realize that, okay, if you stay and try to save some money, you are just creating a more and more problematic situation for yourself. And you are also putting more and more people at risk, because that is the dirty downside of those infrastructure transitions. These connectivity platforms tend to work worse and worse. So in the UK, for example, in the last 5 months, we've had 10 major outages. So the analog net just doesn't work. And that, of course, puts a lot of people at risk when the old equipment is failing and you get tons of technical sort of call failures and that kind of stuff, which is really detrimental to the safety of the seniors. So we are just trying to amp up our efforts in when this kind of reverses, which we can see some traces of, we are to be sort of leading that wave. That is our number one priority. Second part is actually to do a lot of the investments into R&D. Now, this doesn't mean that we are going to completely shoot our CapEx and OpEx to the moon, but rather to ensure that we're staying ahead in terms of the position we have. We are seen as a very innovative and quality-oriented company, and we need to keep being that company, because that is what wins you more business and more customer trust. So those two.
Perfect. And staying on the topic of the competitive landscape, so as you mentioned, you are one of the few with a core focus on just this market. But what is your real USP when you win tenders ahead of the competition?
So both in winning tenders and also in winning the B2B side, which is maybe more sales-oriented or traditional complex sales. I'd argue that it's the combination of the portfolio we have with the breadth. There might be competitors out there who in this very narrow band niche, they have a really stellar product or platform or whatever it might be. But in terms of the breadth that we can offer, it's very, very hard to beat. So that is one part, and our customers tend to prefer having more of a selection of solutions rather than having one. The quality that has been going into doing this for, if we have some employees on the technical side who's been with us with 30 years just doing this. They've learned a bit or two along the years. So clearly that goes into the hardware and the software that we make. And third, I think, is the innovation. We try to balance it. You could always become this sort of super smart, often quite expensive company. We don't really believe in that. We believe that we should reach millions of people and give them really, really good solutions. So we need to be innovative enough with the things that are relevant and not completely tank our profitability in service of R&D investments.
Perfect. Then I'll just move on with a question on Spain, which is a very interesting market with big opportunities, of course. So can you just elaborate a little bit on how you are entering that market and what challenges you see?
Well, for good and for bad, Spain is more or less 100% tender-based market. And for those that know, a tender-based market is when in this case, the regions of Spain, of which there are 11, they put out tenders for the type of services. And then more often than not, a consortium of entities try to fulfill that tenders and compete. So the thing with Spain is that the good thing is that if you are tender-based, you don't need a huge sales force. So you can have very few people who can work on these tenders and create these wins. Now, the bad thing is that it's a winner takes all, more often than not. That means if you don't win, you don't win. So for us, it's about setting up a very tender-centric commercial office. Now, we are very good with tenders from the Nordics, so we have our own internal centers of excellence and so on. And we're very happy to have a manager for Spain that we recruited early October, who's 12 years sales exec in this industry. Really, really good hiring for us. So we would probably have to wait a bit to see any meaningful value coming out of Spain, big contract wins and so on. On the flip side of that, Spain is where you find the biggest contracts in Europe. So the Barcelona tender, for example, which is obviously one of the big ones, that is around 250 million a year for at least 3 years. And you don't win that as a sole source supplier, you win there as part of a bidding entity with other partners. Someone does installation, someone does the hardware, someone does the software and so on. But what we've said is that we expect to see revenues generated in Spain in 2025, and we expect it to carry itself in terms of the profitability and cost. And that we stick by. It probably won't be monumental, but our organization is also fairly small. But, if we're lucky, we have a really big tender win to report, and the smallest ones in Spain are quite a lot bigger than they are in other parts of Europe. So that would be really, really exciting.
Perfect. I think time is running out, so I would have to thank you very much for this presentation and the Q&A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ja, hej och välkomna allihopa. Mitt namn är Dafina Cheo och jag är analytiker här på ABG Sundal Collier. Idag har vi med oss Martin Stenström, CEO på B3 Consulting Group, som kommer att presentera bolaget. Och sen kör vi lite en Q&A i slutet. Så välkommen.
Tack så mycket. Ja, Martin Stenström heter jag då, vd på B3. Och jag ska då presentera lite grann om vårt bolag. Vi har ju funnits då i över 20 år. Vi jobbar med IT-konsulting och lite management-konsulting. Vi har en historia av att vara ett lönsamt tillväxtbolag. Vi har växt hela tiden i princip. Vi är idag över 1000 anställda. Och det är vi tack vare, kommer till det lite mer i detalj, att vi gjorde ett förvärv i somras med ett bolag som heter Webstep. Jag ska prata mer om dem sen. Och att vi har nu konsoliderat in vårt polska delägda dotterbolag som vi har haft under 5 år. Och nu då finns vi då på 12 ställen i Sverige och 2 i Polen. Vi hade en omsättning 23 som är ju länge sedan nu då på över 1,1 miljard. Vi jobbar mycket med employer branding, alltså att vara ett attraktivt varumärke för anställda och medarbetare. Så det är en viktig del för oss. Vi är lite grann sådär wellness-nördar. Vi kör mycket aktiviteter utav både sportiga aktiviteter och helt andra aktiviteter. Kommer till det sen. Och vi finns då på börsen i Stockholm. Ja, och vi tycker att det här med värderingar är väldigt viktigt. Kultur och värderingar. Vi har en vision, det är att vi ska vara det bästa konsultbolaget i Sverige. Det är ju en ganska ambitiös ambition kan man säga, att sätta den ribban där uppe. Och det är naturligtvis en strävansmål. Vi tror att vi blir det genom att först och främst prioritera våra medarbetare. Om vi lyckas attrahera och behålla våra medarbetare så tror vi att vi kommer få de bästa medarbetarna och då kommer vi kunna leverera bäst till våra kunder som kommer vilja köpa mer och då kommer våra vinster gå upp och då blir våra aktieägare också nöjda. Så det är den ordningen vi tror på. Medarbetare, kunder, ägare. Vi har lite roliga djur där. Vi tror på, vi har gradvis, zebror har dykt upp i vår kommunikation. Det är en liten tillfällighet, men nu har vi, tycker vi att det är en del av vårt DNA. Och vi tycker att det symboliserar B3s sätt att vara. Vi är olika och vi är unika, men vi har ändå något gemensamt. Vi har en modell som vi tror på och det är att vi ska kunna locka till oss starka företagsledare, entreprenörer som kan starta eller driva ett bolag inom B3-familjen självständigt med vår stötta, där vi hjälper till med ekonomi, marknadsföring, HR och sådana bastjänster runt omkring. Men entreprenören får driva sitt bolag enligt sitt sätt att tänka och växa på det sättet, under vissa ramar naturligtvis. Vi har då också en väldigt bredd i vår tjänsteerbjudande. Vi täcker väldigt stor del av IT-branschen framförallt, inte allt men väldigt mycket. Det gör ju naturligtvis att vi kan leverera väldigt många olika saker till våra kunder och det försöker vi göra allt vi kan. Vi försöker alltså korsförsälja mellan våra bolag så att våra kunder får nytta av alla våra tjänster vi har. Och det gör vi genom att sätta ihop ett team då. Och sen är det den här kulturen då. Det är egentligen det som är det stora sammanbindande kittet i B3. Det är att vi har en gemensam kultur. Sen har våra dotterbolag också sin egen kultur och det är okej, men vi har en gemensam stark kulturbas som vi bygger alltihop på. Och den är väldigt viktig för oss. Ja, jag sa ju att vi har en ambition av att ha ett lönsamt tillväxtbolag. Och som ni ser på de här fina kurvorna här så det har vi nästan hållit hela vägen. Vi har haft en liten svacka på tillväxt här nu 23 och vi kommer tillbaka till Q3-resultatet 24 lite senare. Men vi ser ju att den långa ambitionen och långa kurvan är att vi växer och är lönsamma. Det gäller också tillväxten av anställda. Ja, kultur då pratar vi om. Och kultur kan ju vara många saker, men vi tycker om att etablera vår kultur och visa upp vår kultur genom att vara med i massa olika tävlingar. Och vi gillar att vinna priser, vi gillar att få visa upp att vi har den här starka arbetsplatskulturen då. Och i år då kan vi ta lite utplock av det vi lyckas med. Vi blev utvalda till Employer Branding Company of the Year i år. Vi har fått priser för att vara bra arbetsplats för kvinnor. Vi har ju sådana här diversity index också. Sen har vi då under många år varit med i toppen av Great Place to Work, Swedens Best Workplaces tidigare också. Så vi tycker om att tävla och vi lyckas oftast vara med högt upp i rankingen. Det gillar vi. Och det är ju ett sätt att på något sätt bevisa för våra potentiella medarbetare att vi faktiskt inte bara pratar utan också levererar ett bra arbetsplatskultur. AI brukar man ju, när man pratar om IT-konsulter och konsulter överhuvudtaget, brukar man prata väldigt mycket om det. Det ska jag också göra, fast inte så mycket tänker jag. AI är jätteviktigt för oss. Vi tror att det påverkar hela världen. Det påverkar oss jättemycket, men det kommer inte påverka oss jättemycket på kort sikt, utan det är en lång trend. Det som händer nu är att alla pratar om AI. Man gör inte jättemycket om man inte tillverkar chips, alltså kretsar. Så det är ju där den stora businessen är idag. Men det kommer att komma och vi vill vara förberedda och relevanta när det händer då. När vi ska hjälpa våra kunder och att bli bra på AI. Vi utbildar våra konsulter, vi ser till att vi tränar oss på det här och vi är med och gör affärer. Det är ingen stor intäktskälla till oss idag, men det kommer naturligtvis att påverka alla delar av IT-branschen och konsultbranschen. Man blir väldigt, väldigt mycket mer effektiv, så jag brukar ta liknelsen att om man en snickare med en spikpistol eller en hammare, det är ungefär samma stor skillnad. Så det är klart att det här kommer att vara ett viktigt verktyg för oss och våra konsulter att behärska. Annars så är vi ju inte relevanta. Och vi ligger bra till här tycker vi. Ja, vi har många kunder. Vi har starka kundrelationer. Som ni ser så är det ju många kända varumärken på den här listan. Och det är så det. Vi tycker det är bra att vi har många kunder. Vi känner oss trygga i att kunna ha lite diversifierat. Inte bara vara i en bransch eller bara jobba med några 3-4 jättestora kunder. Så det här är en bra sätt att vara. Vi har lite möjligheter att om det går ner på ett ställe så kan vi flytta över våra konsulter till ett annan kund eller annan bransch. Så det är bra. Och vi är väldigt måna om att bygga bra och långa kundrelationer. Ja, då kommer vi lite grann till Q3-rapporten då, som ju var ett tag sedan, men det är ju den vi kan prata om, så det får bli det. Vi har ju haft tillbaka till, vi är nöjda med det, vi är tillbaka nu på en tillväxt. Det har vi inte haft på många kvartal. Vi har haft det som många andra i IT-branschen, konsultbranschen, haft det tufft. Men nu är vi tillbaka i tillväxt. Då ska vi också vara ärliga och säga då, som står där, den organiska tillväxten har ju inte varit stor. Den är ungefär platt. Utan den tillväxten vi har haft är att vi då köpte det här Webstep i somras då. Men bra det. Vår lönsamhet är vi ju inte nöjda med heller. Den är ju sämre till och med än förra året, men den är vad den är. Det är 4%. Och vi har då tagit en del engångskostnader i samband med det här förvärvet och när vi tog majoriteten i polska företaget. Så det ska man ju tänka på att det finns med här i resultatet. När man tittar på marknaden då så var den i Q3, den var fortfarande utmanande. Det kan väl säga att den är fortfarande inte så att den har vänt fantastiskt. Vi ser oss många möjligheter. Jag skulle säga att IT-konsultmarknaden är ganska flatt just nu. Man väntar på det stora lyftet, men det värsta har vi bakom oss. Det är jag helt säker på. Och vi tar nya affärer. Så för oss är det ju det att nu är vi tillbaka på tillväxt. Det är vi jättenöjda med. Och det kommer att bli ännu bättre framöver. Det vet vi redan nu. Och det visste redan då när vi gjorde Q3-rapporten ska jag säga. Vi har gjort väldigt stora framgångar på att bli bättre operationellt. Vi har ökat vår debiteringsgrad markant. Det har vi gjort hela året. Vi har ju haft ett stort kostnadsbesparingsprogram som vi lanserade förra hösten vid den här tiden. Som gjorde att vi sänkte våra moderbolagskostnader med 41 miljoner. Väldigt mycket pengar som vi kommer få nytta av nu. Och debiteringsgraden går då bättre och bättre för varje månad. Ja, den här tänker jag inte prata om så jättemycket. Den som är jättesnabb på siffror kommer att se att det ser lite konstigt ut där. Bolaget, hur går det här ihop? Vi har väldigt hög vinst efter skatt. Det ber man inte förklara. Det här är det är någon redovisningsprincip när vi går från ett mindre intressebolag till ett koncernbolag. Någon nickar här. Det är säkert någon som kan förklara det för mig, men det här har jag förklarat. Det här är rätt i alla fall. Och då ser det så här lite konstigt ut. Annars har vi nog pratat om det mesta här. Som ni ser då så ligger vi fortfarande efter på tillväxten. Eller vårt år är sämre än förra året trots förvärvet. Men vi räknar med att nu kommer vi att gå bättre här framöver. Ja, Webstep pratade jag om tidigare. Det är då ett norskt bolag som heter Webstep som finns kvar och lever i all välmening ute i Norge. De hade ett svenskt dotterbolag som de hade förvärvat för ett antal år sedan. Och de kände väl att det var dags. De hade inte riktigt fått ordning på det, tyckte de. Så det var ett fint bolag men hade ingen lönsamhet då. Så då ville de göra sig av med det. Och då gick de ut på marknaden och vi vann den budgivningen. Så vi har då förvärvat den svenska delen av Webstep. Vi gjorde en ganska snabb analys att Webstep är ett alldeles utmärkt bolag. De hade bara alldeles för hög kostnadsnivå. Så det har vi nu börjat åtgärda. Vi tog en del beslut i Q3 och så kommer vi ta mer beslut här nu under Q4 som kommer att synas längre fram. Så vi tror då och räknar med att i Q1 så kommer vi ha samma lönsamhet i det här bolaget som i princip inte tjänar några pengar då, som i resten av B3. Så det kommer att bli bra, är vi helt övertygade om. Så det ser vi som än så länge en framgångssaga. Ja, om vi då jämför med förra Q3 23 då, vad har hänt på intäkterna då? Så har vi ju då haft en tuff marknad ihop med många andra och då har vi tappat massa konsulter. Det är ju det som har hänt. Så vi har tappat 25 miljoner där på att vi har färre konsulter än vi var förra året. Sen kan man väl säga att åt andra hållet då så har vi förvärvat då Webstep och då har vi fått in 23 miljoner plus då. Så det är den stora skillnaden. Så den organiska tillväxten är platt och sen har vi då lyckats med ett lyckat förvärv ska man säga. Ja, fel håll. Jag pratar om debiteringsgraden och om ni följer konsultbranschen så vet ni att debiteringsgraden är jätteviktig. Det är ju det som gör när man tjänar pengar eller inte. Man måste ha upp debiteringsgraden för annars tjänar man inga pengar. Och där har vi haft det tufft då med den dåliga marknaden som vi har haft. Vi har fortfarande Q3 sämre än Q3 23 men gapet mellan de här två 23 och 24 fortsätter bli mindre och mindre och det är ju det som händer nu då. Så vi ser ju att vi absolut är på rätt väg och de nya förvärven vi har gjort då har också bättre debiteringsgrad så det kommer att stärka oss. Så vi tror ju på en fortsatt positiv utveckling av det här helt enkelt. Ja, och B3 är ju då vi pratar om entreprenörer som driver bolag så vi är ju inte en affärsidé på en marknad utan vi är många bolag på många olika marknader så att säga vilka konkurrenter vi har, det beror på vilket dotterbolag man pratar om. Och här ser ni då en bild utan namn då på våra bolag. Stor bubbla, mycket omsättning. Uppe i högra hörnet, mycket lönsamhet och mycket tillväxt. Nere i vänstra hörnet, dålig lönsamhet, dålig tillväxt. Så ni ser att det är en ganska spridd bild. Och vi har alldeles för mycket till vänster, så vi är inte nöjda med den. Utan det här ska vi naturligtvis flytta på. Och det gör vi genom att vi blir bättre debitering, vi sänker våra kostnader och vi kommer att öka våra intäkter. Ja, och varför man då, det var en här som ägde aktier. Varför ska man då investera i aktier på B3? Ja, vi tror ju på oss själva. Vi tror ju att de här 20 åren av stark utveckling kommer att fortsätta. Det är fortfarande så att digitaliseringen av Sverige är inte slut. Det är jättemycket kvar att göra. Så trenden är med oss. Man behöver konsulter, man kommer att behöva mer stöd. Lågkonjunkturen går ut, då kommer man att behöva köpa mycket konsulter. Jag är helt övertygad om. Vi har ju en employer branding som gör att vi är attraktiva. När man söker jobb idag, talanger, de som är duktiga, var vill de jobba? Ett sådant bolag som B3 vill man jobba på, det vet vi. Vi är då inte beroende av några enstaka jättestora kunder, vilket gör att vi är ganska resistenta mot den typen av wobbling. Ja, och nu då, de 3 sista då har vi ju nu är vi tillbaka i tillväxtspår. Så kanske ett bra tillfälle. Det kommer att fortsätta i Q4, det vet vi. Vi jobbar hårt med att bli bättre på debiteringsgraden och det hoppas vi att vi fortsätter. Och så har vi gjort då de här operationella förbättringarna då i kostnadsbesparingar, mer effektiva verksamheter. Så det är ett bra tillfälle tror jag att investera i B3, om man ska vara ärlig. Det var sista sliden.
Ja.
Så nu frågor.
Härligt. Tack Martin.
Ja.
Min första fråga är då, 2024 har varit ett rätt utmanande år, men det är snart över. Hur ser ni på efterfrågesituationen in i 2025 för marknaden som helhet?
Ja, alltså marknaden helhet. Jag berörde väl lite i presentationen. Ja, vi är på någon slags botten. Det värsta är bakom oss. Det är lite, vi anar en förbättring, det kan man säga, men det är inte så att det är som 22 som var ett fantastiskt år. Utan det är fortfarande utmanande, men rör sig åt rätt håll. Och det tror jag gäller hela marknaden.
Och skulle du säga att förutsättningarna är bättre för att kunna ha en positiv nettorekrytering i 2025 för både B3 men även marknaden?
Ja, det tror jag. Nu har de här stora... Det har varit mycket... Alltså konsulter har slutat och konsulter har fått sluta för man har dålig debitering. Nu tror jag att de flesta konsultbolag är ganska väl rustade i balans mellan efterfrågan och utbud, om man säger så. Så nu kommer det bli en positiv nettorekrytering. Det kommer att ta lite grann första halvåret tror jag man ser effekt av det. En fråga?
Jo, har du sett till att din ledningsgrupp och bolagen här, att de är aktieägare allihopa i B3 Consulting?
Ja, nu tar du mig... Vi börjar med den sista frågan då. Utdelning. Vi har ju en policy att vi ska dela ut. Nu kommer ju bolagsstämman ta beslut om styrelsen föreslår bolagsstämman bestämmer. Så det kan jag inte kommentera. Aktieutdelning, den passar jag på. Aktieägare, alla i ledningsgruppen äger faktiskt aktier. Men när du säger det så några äger ganska lite. Så det får de ju passa på att bunkra upp nu. Själv äger jag ju ganska mycket aktier då. Så det, jag är väl... Jag äger 75 000 aktier tror jag det. Nej, tyvärr. Det hade jag gärna haft. Jag har väl 1,5% eller något sånt där. Man kom in lite för sent. Vet du.
Det är många fler i ledningsgruppen än du som har mycket fler aktier än du.
Nej, det är det inte. Det är där jag har mest.
Yes.
Det är ändå en slant. Jag har det är i alla fall min största post by far.
Yes, då fortsätter jag här så tänker jag att vi kan ta frågor efteråt då.
Ja.
Tror ni att vi lär få se en fortsatt prispress på grund av att marknaden har fortsatt högt utbud av konsulter?
Jag kan uttala oss för oss själva då. Vi känner att det har varit, prispressen har varit hård på vissa delar, systemutvecklare framför allt, men inte rent generellt. Vi klarar i genomsnitt klarar vi att hålla våra priser. Så jag tror väl då kanske att det är också det värsta ur vårt perspektiv är över och kanske kunderna då får de börja betala lite mer rättvist.
Yes. Och du pratade redan om Webstep Sweden, men hur har integrationsarbetet gått med B3 Polen och respektive
Webstep Sverige då har ju gått väldigt bra. Man är alltid orolig när man integrerar, man köper konsultbolag. Vi vet ju att konsultbolag består ju av konsulter och de har ju en tendens att flytta sig om de inte trivs. Vi hade en väldigt bra kulturmatch. Vi har väldigt mycket liknande värderingar i bolaget så det har gått väldigt bra hittills ska jag säga. Jag tror att det känns som vi smälter ihop bra. Ny gemensam kultur. Polen, de har ju varit en startup, startade i Polen utav 2 polacker och som ville starta en svensk värderingsstyrt bolag fast i Polen. Så där har vi ju inte behövt integrera om man säger så. De har ju hela tiden funnits där.
Okej. Kan du säga någonting om hur den polska IT-konsultmarknaden väntas utvecklas jämfört med den svenska?
De har en väldigt positiv bild av Polen, marknaden där. Och de hade nog en svacka för 1 år sedan, men den är redan förbi då. Så de är längre fram i konjunkturcykeln än vad vi är. Eller hur man också ser det.
Och avslutningsvis, vad ser du mest fram emot i 2025 och vilka potentiella utmaningar ser du på horisonten?
Jag ser ju fram emot att vi får den här riktiga vändningen. Att vi kommer att göra det. Det vet jag att vi kommer att göra. Utmaningarna kommer helt plötsligt, man glömmer ju fort, men vi kommer under året börja märka att det börjar bli ett krig om talangerna. Det har ju varit den traditionella problematiken i ett konsultbolag. Så det kommer att bli det vi kommer att göra. Nu kommer vi börja rekrytera och försöka fylla på igen.
Ja, men toppen. Tack så jättemycket Martin och tack till alla andra som lyssnade.
Tack så mycket.
Yes, hi and welcome everyone. My name is Dafina Shehu and I'm an analyst here at ABG Sundal Collier. Today we have Lennart Eberle from Rottneros with us. That's going to present the company and then we're doing a Q&A in the end. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much and hello everybody. Nice to see so many here in the room and also you who are joining us on the web. So just to start off, a brief overview of those who are not entirely familiar with the Rottneros. We do make some 350,000 tons of pulp, or some close to 290 employees, and had last year a turnover, so this is 2023, of 2.7 billion Swedish kroners. We're part of the Swedish forest industry cluster. Forest industry is one of the biggest industries in Sweden, with around about 140,000 people working in this industry, and it's the if you measure the net contribution to the gross production product of this country, the biggest contributor with some 120 billion Swedish in net contribution. Why is that? Because our raw material is renewable and it is growing in Sweden. So we do import very little of the things we need to make our products, which we then ship out into the world. And where do we do this? We do this both in Värmland and in Hälsingland. In Värmland, we have Rottneros Mill, which is the origin of this company, which dates back to 1628. So in a couple of years, we will have a 400 years celebration of this company. And then we have Vallvik, which joined the group in 1995 up in Hälsingland, Söderhamn, which is our biggest mill where we make chemical pulp. We have also some other operations. We have a wood sourcing organization both in mid-Sweden, Värmland, Nyqvist Skog, which works with private forest owners. Half of Sweden's forest is owned by private people with an average holding of some 35 to 40 hectares. And this is, of course, one of the biggest assets to be able to work closely with the forest owners to source the raw material. And when you source raw material from a forest owner, you source both the sawmill timber that we sell to the sawmills, and then we get back the sawmill chips, which are a vital part of the raw material mix. Around about 20 to 30% is coming from the sawmills. We also some sourcing operations in Lithuania, close to Riga, which is an important importing market for the Swedish forest industry overall. Since a couple of years back, we're also venturing into the packaging segment. We will come back to that at a later stage, but this is now coming to fruition, which is, of course, very exciting. The majority of our products still is pulp. We are a pulp maker, so our customers make these specialized products out of our pulps. So we have brown and white chemical pulp with very specific properties that not that many producers can make. The entire global market for market pulp is some 70 million tons. 2/3 of that is eucalyptus-based pulp out of Latin America. The remaining part is long fiber pulp, both from North America, Sweden, and Finland. But within this big market, there are a couple of very defined and specialized niches, such as pulp for filters. So we supply the coffee filter industry, motor combustion engines filters, air filters, but also grades for the electrotechnical applications. So if you, for example, envision a transformer, you have copper, which is leading the power, which is then in oil to cool it, and then outside you find a sort of insulation material which is made of pulp, and that has to be of no conductivity, so the power doesn't go through that into the outer shell, which is metal. And there, our pulp is one of the very few in the world which is graded for this kind of application. We make the mechanical pulp in Rottneros, mainly focusing on carton board, and then we're going to start seeing some sales from formed fiber packaging next year. If we look a little bit on how the sales are distributed, you see a very nice spread into various areas, so not one area which is highly dominating. It's a good spread of a couple of various specialized niches, especially the filter and the electrotechnical applications, as well as the specialities, are relatively stable over time, so not so much depending on how the general economy is going. Whereas the carton board segment is a bit more close to how consumers are behaving. Carton board mills have to run full for us to sell to them our pulp, and there we've seen a small decline during this kind of year. In order to balance that out, we are into the tissue market, which otherwise is dominated by eucalyptus and other long fiber sulfate kraft pulp producers. So you can see here, for example, that we went from 9% in 2022 to 12% in 2023. Another small but growing segment is fiber cement. So within the concrete industry, historically you'd add asbestos fibers to give strength to the concrete, and you can sort of substitute the asbestos by cellulose fiber, which is of course also good from a sustainability perspective. So we feel with this kind of split that we're relatively well positioned if the market in the big areas is going up and down. And talking about markets, we also have to look into the geographical markets where we are active. Europe is our major market with more than 2/3 of our sales, where we have our own sales network directly going to the customers. Asia followed then there on place number 2 with 26%. And Asia really is everything outside China. So it's South Korea, it's Taiwan, it's Indonesia, it's India, where there's a lot of board production. So it's predominantly pulp for carton board that we're exporting to that area. China is the biggest market for market pulp. Some 40 million tons out of the 70 million are going into China. So that is really the dominating power within the pulp market. If they are starting to buy, prices go up. If they filled their warehouses and they stop buying, then prices generally are coming down. So that's what's leading to the cyclicality of the pulp prices. We do have specialities, as I've mentioned, and especially in North America, there is no similar producer of these kind of qualities. So we're actually shipping some 8% of our volume from Vallvik directly into the States. We have a pier and a deep sea harbor in Vallvik, so the vessel goes there, is being loaded, and then we ship directly into North America with qualities that they cannot source locally. So that's, of course, also a good competitive advantage. So much about the general outlook. If we look further ahead down the road, we have to see how we trim the company going forward. And of course, there's a large focus of sustainability, our long-term focus areas on how to develop it going forward. And being an industrial, heavy industry, safety and health is, of course, highly important to make sure that everybody gets home well and safe. And of course, we also align to the 17 global targets of the UN. We don't tick all the 17 boxes. We're a small company, so we're starting with the ones which are most relevant for us. But this kind of long-term goals and focus areas is then backing into the budget that we're setting every autumn right now, and then we set the targets for next year. So this is a very important part in developing the company going forward. And I think having been able to do this over the history, that's also one of the reasons why we're still here after 400 years. So why should you be investing in Rottneros? Well, the pulp industry is part of the green transition. We have a renewable resource. It is growing. It is collecting carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and making fibers and other green molecules out of that. Over the last 8 years, we have proven a long-term profitability in our business. We've built up a very robust balance sheet, small net debt situation, so we are in a position to ride out any sort of unbalance in the market, and hopefully you feel that you've gotten the return that you were expecting. Some words about the pulp market, which is, of course, the most important market for us. And I've mentioned it's a cyclical market. It goes up and down. And what you see here, the 4 graphs are both the gross price in Europe for long fiber pulp, which are the upper lines, and Swedish kronas on the right-hand side and US dollars on the left-hand side. But on a gross price, there's always a rebate, and that is being shown on the lower side of this. So you can see that the gap between gross and net is increasing over time. We're now talking about a rebate of some 45%, which sounds quite ridiculous if you're not in this kind of business. And what is the reason for that? Well, big buyers often are linking their products to the pulp price index, so they want to have a good position with the end user, with the retailer who's buying the tissue paper off of them. And if they don't really understand the mechanism between a gross price and a net price, then of course they have a better negotiation situation and are profiting from the rebate. And this has become a system over the last 30 years. As you can see, at least here from 2020 going onwards, and this rebate is increasing every year, around about 2%. And once the rebate is increasing, the list price is increasing as well. But if you follow the net price, which is most important, of course, you see that there also over time is a upwards going trend in that. And if you're looking into the development a little bit more in detail, we plot the price development over the stock situation. High stocks usually leading to pulp price coming down. You see that there towards the right-hand side. We are now in a phase where stocks have accumulated. Prices have stalled at the end of summer. We were around about some $1,565 per ton. We're now down to $1,500. So we lost some $65 here over the last couple of weeks. It is worse for the eucalyptus. There's a massive over capacity in eucalyptus short fiber pulp, which is a different grade, not directly relating to our capacity. And they've lost more than $300 over the course of the last weeks, because that's the quality that is mostly being traded in China. And there's more capacity coming on stream. We talk about the balance of long fiber and short fiber in just a short while. Some comments about the results that we've had so far over the course of this year. If you're following us over a longer time, you see that our margins have been squeezed. Nevertheless, we made a profit in the third quarter of 40 million. Accumulated over the first 9 months, it was 75. And what is weighing on us is the cost for fibers. Cost for fibers has tremendously gone up over the last 3 years. It has more than doubled, due to a couple of facts that we will also coming back. Productions are stabilized, and we've also had a couple of big investments over the year. Usually our investments are in line with our depreciation, some 120 to 140 million on a yearly basis. So far we have invested 320, and we expect this to be 460 at the end of the year. What are we doing? We are increasing our CTMP pulp capacity. The mill had 2 lines, one for newsprint and one for cartonboard. Newsprint is a market in a structural decline. We closed that down 2 years ago. We had to lay off about a third of the people in the mill, and now we're increasing the remaining line from 120 to 170,000 tons at a quite competitive cost per ton, and that will not add fixed costs. So once the market is coming back and we see good demand, we will have a good productivity development. We've invested in solar panels and batteries to be able to stabilize the grid, and we invested in a tall oil plant in the Vallvik mill. I talked about the balance sheet. You can see here our net debt to equity assets ratio is around about 60%. That's one of the financial targets that we have and that we're following to make sure that we have a solid balance sheet. You can see also that of course, the net cash flow was a bit higher due to the investments, and we would expect that to be coming back to normal levels going forward. But nevertheless, at the end of the quarter, there was still some 260 million in available liquidity. Looking into the wood market, I mentioned that. Why is wood cost so important for us? If you look at the split of our variable costs, 65% of our raw material cost is the wood that we source. And if that market is developing like it has done over the last couple of years, you see that that is weighing heavily. Lots of graphs. This is the entire assortment of both sawmill timber and pulpwood. But look at the lower line here, which is called Svealand Massaved. That's to the right, the third line from the bottom. That's our majority of pulpwood that we're sourcing. And that has gone from the low at the end of 2022 to over 500 kronor per cubic meter now. So there's another 250 to 300 kronor times 1.5 million cubic meters that we're sourcing. That's the impact of the profit and loss statement. Very good for forest owners, a bit tougher for the pulp and paper industry. But usually things are going up and down. Looking ahead, what are we doing? Where do we see our possibilities? There are four major trends, of course, that we are following based on the fact that we're becoming more and more people on this earth, that we're having a higher disposable income at hand to handle. That means we're looking for a better life. Better life means more tissue paper. Tissue paper means increased demand for softwood and pulp and eucalyptus pulp. If this market is growing, that takes away the competition in the segments that we are, because we are not here, we are specialized. For example, in electrotechnical applications. You all are aware of that the grid is being rebuilt. There's more renewable energy coming in, not only in Sweden, but across Europe and the US and China. That means there have to be more transformers that I explained, use more fibers. There is also more transmitting cables. Electrotechnical cables of this kind of quality do have a fiber layer inside, again, for isolation. And that is a very stable and growing market. So here we have a couple of very long-standing customers who year by year are increasing their demand. The packaging market is growing, and the best way to pack stuff that is going to consumers is on fiber-based materials. Could be virgin fiber-based, could also be recycled fibers. Recycled fibers can only be used a number of times, and then you have to add new primary fibers into the loop. Usually you say 5 to 7 times you can reuse a fiber, and then it sort of disappears. So in order to have functional papers and boards, you have to add primary fiber, and that is constantly asking for more pulp. And of course, everybody wants to live in a world which is healthy and sustainable for future generations, so sustainability is a big part. Forest industry today already is 96% fossil-free in our production, based on the raw material and the way how we run our mills. 50% of the raw material we take in becomes energy, which is a green energy because it's bio-based mast. So there are a couple of things that are actually in our favor. I talked about the balance of long fiber and short fiber on a global basis. And if we look at the Nordic hemisphere first, Canada used to be the biggest producer area for long fiber pulp. There have been a couple of problems, climate-related, but also the way how they've been handling their forest. They have not been replanting as much and as good as we have done here in the Nordics. So there has been a crunch and there has been reduced capacity. Some 2.6 million tons of softwood have been taken out of the market over the last couple of years. They also have problems, infestations. You heard about the bark beetle here in Sweden. They have the mountain pine beetle, which is causing similar problems. The Nordics, Sweden and Finland, of course, are heavily impacted by the consequences of Russia's attack on Ukraine back in 2022, which immediately shut down the border between Finland and Russia. Russia exported some 10% of the Finnish demand of raw material. That disappeared overnight. That has increased the demand for raw material in Sweden and the Baltics and been driving up prices. We have the bark beetle here that has been taking out a couple of volumes. And we're also in a period where legislation, EU, Sweden and other countries are trying to reduce the amount of forest that we can use, and in order to offset it as a carbon sink and to contribute to biodiversity. So there is a slight friction going on between conserving the forest or using it in order to substitute fossil-based products. All in all, if we look back 100 years, there is twice the amount of forest today in Sweden compared to 100 years ago, despite the fact that we've built up an industry which is employing 140,000 people, an industry which has invested some 43 billion Swedish over the last couple of years. So it's a big industry, it's very important both for Sweden and Finland, and it is contributing to get away from fossil-based products. So we try to really make sure that we have a sustainable way of handling the forests and make sure that they're growing. And I think we've demonstrated that, but that is an ongoing discussion that we're having. Latin America, Brazil is where the eucalyptus is growing. A eucalyptus tree is growing 7 years from seed to ready harvest plant. Our trees need up to 80 years, so they have a big cost advantage. That is why the industry has grown so much in Latin America. And their major market is in China. In China, there has happened a couple of changes. There has been a lot of overcapacity in many different areas, but also in the paper and board area. And they've also built pulp capacity. So if the prices are becoming too high for the Latin America exporters, they are starting their own pulp mills in order to set the ceiling to the pulp prices. So there is some kind of a equilibrium between how much the price can go up and how much the Brazilians can deliver. Historically, there was a link between the eucalyptus and our kind of pulp. The gap was about $150. That has now grown to some $450. So we have to see how much substitution there can be going on. We do not foresee that there will be substitution into our core areas such as filter, electrotechnical or carton board, because you need the bending stiffness, you need certain properties which come from a longer fiber. But of course, there is always things going on. We are working with development and so are others. But I'm quite optimistic that the long fiber as such will become less in capacity. We have a secured raw material basis and we have end users where we have a very strong brand name and long-standing customer relations. So to summarize this, we've stabilized our operations during the course of the year. We have finalized a very big investment program, which has restructured the Rottneros mill and also made some substantial upgrades in Vallvik, as well as into renewable energy and our packaging. And we've maintained a strong balance sheet during the course of the year and these investments. So we feel we are ready to tackle the future and now deliver value on the basis of the investments that we've been taking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lennart. So over to my questions. In Q3, you noted a challenging pricing environment for pulp with a decline in benchmark prices. How do you see the global pulp market evolving in Q4 24 and in 2025?
We're always very careful with making forecasts. All the crystal balls that have been around used to be wrong, but we can see that the price decline has slowed down in Q4. And I don't believe there will be so much more reduction. As I've mentioned, there is a risk of more capacity to be closed down. That's the high-cost producers in Canada, in Eastern Finland. So I would believe that we maybe are at the bottom of this. And from here, we have to see whether it will be a sideways development or if we can see a pickup. But that future will tell.
Okay, so following that question, what scenarios is the company preparing for in terms of demand and pricing trends?
We're always preparing for running full, and especially with the specialty niches that we're having. We're having annual negotiations. They're basically closed now for 2025. The volumes are there. We had a good negotiation sessions with our customers, so we're looking positively into the future to make sure that we will maintain a margin that allows us to operate.
Thank you. So in terms of costs, can you share more about the initiatives you are implementing to manage them, such as hedging strategies or supplier negotiations?
As I've mentioned, the biggest part, of course, of the cost is the raw material. That's a very transparent market. You see in the price lists, we know exactly what the price for the raw material should be. So it's much more a question of making sure we get the volume, as there's maybe not enough volume of fiber in the forest for all the industries. But there we feel secure with the initiatives we have through Nyquist, through our Baltic operations, and again, through very long relations with our customers. Energy is the third biggest input cost. There we have very effective hedging in place that is giving us a very stable and forecasting price over the next years. And of next year, we will also have a PPA agreement with the windmill farm, so we will increase the amount of renewable energy in our energy basket as a fixed price, which is, of course, very positive.
Super. So my last question, how do you evaluate your current capacity utilization, and are there plans to optimize or expand capacity in the near term?
We're always working with productivity enhancements. It's not a question of involving adding more capacity. We want to utilize what we have at the best possible fixed cost. In Rottneros, we've just finalized the investment program, and now we have to ramp it up over the coming next 2 years, most probably. It takes always some time to fine-tune and ramping up. So that is our strategy going forward.
Okay, thank you, Lennart. Time is unfortunately running out, but thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome back everybody to ABG's Investor Days. My name is Lara and I'm an analyst here at ABG. Here with me today I have Per Vitalisson, who is the CEO of Eolus Vind, and he will give us a short presentation of the company, and this will be followed up by a shorter Q&A. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks for having us. I'm Per Vitalisson, CEO of Eolus. I've been with the company since 2006 in various positions. Been CEO since 2012. It's been a really exciting journey within Eolus and within the industry. Most of it still lies ahead of us for decades to come. And that's why I've chosen this picture to start with as an illustration of the power of renewable energy and what renewable energy can contribute with to the energy system. This is a project in California, northeast of Los Angeles, where Eolus bought into the repowering rights. Here was at this site there was an old wind farm with 400 old wind turbines constructed in 1985. We decommissioned all turbines, replaced them with 13 new turbines, 13. And we could reuse power lines, a lot of the transformer and the electrical grid infrastructure. And these 13 turbines produce 4 times more electricity than compared to what the 400 old turbines did. So that shows the technological development of wind power in just those few decades. That makes things in the industry very interesting and makes Eolus a very interesting company, I would say. Eolus is a pure play developer of renewable energy. That means that we develop projects from greenfield. From the start of the project, we find the place to develop projects. We do permitting, optimization, procurement. We can secure long-term power price hedges. And we construct and sell the assets, but we're not the owner of the operating facilities. So our aim is to have a flexible and asset-light business model. We've been in the industry since 1990, so everything we do should be based on our 35 years of experience from the industry. Project development takes very long time, very long lead times. So I say to be a successful developer, you need a large project portfolio of high quality and tremendous amounts of patience. And Eolus has both of those assets, I would say. We're active in 7 countries in the Nordics, Baltics, Finland, a small project in Spain, and a quite unique position for being a Nordic developer, I would say, in US, where we're mainly active in the southwestern US. We're around 140 employees. We've grown very fast in the recent years, and we have a total portfolio of projects of 26 gigawatt roughly, and we have constructed around 800 wind turbines over the years. So I would guess that equals like 12-13% of the wind turbines in Sweden today. And as I said, we don't own operating assets ourselves, but we perform asset management services on behalf of our customers, where we can provide both technical, commercial, and administrative services to them. A lot of our customers, especially financial institutions like pension funds, insurance companies, they don't want to build up their own operational departments, so they want us to take care of the asset technically and commercially. And this gives us, of course, a lot of more insights about how the projects are operating. And if we are performing our services well, it gives us possibility to a very near relationship with our customers and potential repeat deals. So this means that roughly between 3 and 4 terawatt hours of yearly production flows through our surveillance and operation center in Halmstad. So quite a significant volume. What makes Eolus exciting and the industry exciting, I would say, is to be in the crossroad of the global mega trends of electrification and sustainability, with global, incredibly large needs to transform the energy system. And if we start at looking at the electrification, it is being forecasted that use of electricity will more than double in both Europe and in North America until 2050. And if we look at costs for renewable, it is decreasing. You can see that to the right. All technologies are decreasing, and it's in most markets it is the cheapest way to add new electricity production is to do it with renewable energy. And when we can outcompete fossil-based sources, the market, of course, gets even larger. And in many markets, onshore wind and solar PV are the only new production sources that can meet grid parity. That means that can be built on purely market-based conditions. We have a mix of technologies. So we're working with onshore wind, which is the basis in our portfolio. We have a significant portion of offshore wind and solar PV and energy storage projects, mainly battery storage. And if we look to the Nordic countries, onshore wind will definitely be the cheapest technology for decades to come. But if we are to meet the planning target of reaching that the government has set up of more than doubling the electricity production in Sweden until 2045, a lot of offshore wind will definitely be needed to meet, just to illustrate it, to meet that target and taking into consideration the phase out of current facilities. It means that we need to add about 10 terawatts of new production each year, and that equals the size of the largest Swedish nuclear reactor, Oskarshamn 3. So that would mean that we would have to add one nuclear reactor of that size each year, 2024, 2025, 2026, and onwards until 2045. And that is, of course, not possible. It is not possible to do it with just onshore wind or with offshore wind for that sake. So a mix of technologies will be needed. And of course, the aim for government and for society should of course be to do this as a robust system at the lowest possible price for lowest possible price for consumers and industries. And if we look at it market-wise, we have roughly 40% of our portfolio in Sweden, and a sizable share of it in Finland. We have some good projects in the Baltic states, and Poland is a very interesting market for us due to the size of the country and the apparent need to change their power system from coal-based production, and with decisions to phase out coal until 2049. And then we have a significant exposure to the US market, where we're mainly active with projects in the southwestern states of Arizona, California, and Nevada. I mentioned our business model earlier, but I want to emphasize that we are a developer of projects. We are more or less agnostic when it comes to technologies, but we have to make up our minds what technology will solve the problem or contribute the best at the time in the future when they are permitted and ready to be constructed. And our firm belief is that it will often be a combination, a mix of technologies. We can do that either as standalone projects or to combine them as hybrid projects, for instance with wind and batteries co-located, or with also wind, batteries and solar PV in combinations. We do all development at our own risk. So we find the sites that we think is the best to develop a project with the best wind resources, if it's wind production, and with the best possibilities to connect to the grid, and regarding the infrastructure, etc. So we optimize project, do procurement, etc. And in the ideal world, we sell the projects at ready to build, and then we construct on behalf of our customers, but they are financing the construction. If we manage to do that, we can have a real asset-light business model where we can run several projects in parallel. And we're doing all our activities based on strong partnerships with both the largest landowners in each market, with the tier one turbine suppliers, and with a lot of customers, partners where we can do repeat deals. Here are some projects that we have been working on and completed during the last years. You see that it's a mix of geography, a mix of technologies. We work with the largest turbine suppliers in the world. Vestas, Siemens Gamesa, Nordex, could be General Electric for that sake as well. In the column PPA off-taker, you have some names of partners who we have entered into long-term price hedges for selling the power for the projects. You see both tech companies like Google and Amazon that we've done deals with on both sides of the Atlantic. But most important, I would say, is to look at companies like Alcoa and Hydro, very energy-intense industries that are really focused on the lowest possible price to secure competitiveness for their aluminium meltery plants in Europe to make them competitive towards all other facilities around the world. And when we can deliver electricity from new built wind power plants at the costs that are really attractive for that type of actors, it really shows the strength of the business. And furthest to the right, you see some of the logos from customers. MEAG is the asset manager of Munich Re, one of the world's largest reinsurance companies. So we've done a lot of repeat deals with them. There are a lot of financial investors like Aquila Capital, for Kegel, for example. But also we see a trend now that more and more utilities are investing here. So we've done, for instance, deals with the Swiss utilities, BKW and EWZ. And then I would like to turn to some of the projects that we are working on now, and with some highlights. We have developed and sold a really large solar PV and battery storage project in Arizona called Centennial Flats. It's a $1.2 billion investment for our customer, so it's way too large for Eolus to build or to take risk in ourselves. So we've sold the project rights. We get paid by milestone payments as the project progresses. And in November, so in our Q4, we received a milestone payment of $64 million when the investor decided to start construction of the project. And we have announced that this is expected to have a positive impact of Eolus operating profit in Q4 with $51 million. So that equals roughly 20 SEK per share. So it's really large for us. We have 3 wind projects in Sweden under construction, where we started construction during the spring. They are in the attractive price area 3 in the southern part of Sweden. The Fågelås project is the project just located west of the Lake Vättern, with extremely good wind resources, and that is the highest towers, the highest tip height that we have built so far in Eolus. So a project with fantastic production, and we're looking to conclude the sales transactions of those projects in Q1. And back to the US, we are constructing a standalone battery storage project of 100 megawatt with 400 megawatt hours of energy in the San Diego area. You can see the current status of the installation up to the left, and this is roughly $200 million investment, but we have financed it through a separate project finance agreement in an American bank of $175 million. So it's fully financed, and we are in the sales process and are expecting to have this project sold during Q1, and also that the project will be taken into operation during Q1. And this, of course, if you look at our balance sheet in the Q3 report, it is really, really large, because we have roughly 1.6 billion SEK on the asset side for this project in work in progress. And we have, of course, the bank loan on the passive side with roughly 1.3 billion SEK. Eolus is a financially stable company. There is a lot of volatility in revenue and in result during the quarters. So for instance, for the first 3 quarters of 2024, they were all loss quarters. But with what I said about Centennial Flats earlier, if nothing unexpected happens, it's quite clear that Q4 will bring a really good result, and that we will have a decent year for 2024. And to the right, you can see the full year figures for 2023. That was the best year so far in Eolus history. We have normally an equity to assets ratio ranging around 50%, and Eolus has been paying dividends for the last, I think, at least 14 years. And we have a dividend policy saying that we should pay out on average 20 to 50% of the net profits, and that we thereby are willing to invest 50 to 80% into new development projects. So why invest in Eolus? The macro trends of sustainability and electrification speaks for the industry. We have a proven track record and a strong organization with a lot of committed employees. The business model is set to reduce risk in the projects, and we have a diversified project portfolio over the markets and a overall financially sound company. We are working with the new business plan for the year 2025 to 2027, and we will communicate new financial targets for that period in connection with our Q4 report. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I will not have time to ask any questions, but feel free to grab Per afterwards. Thank you, Per.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
Yes, hi and welcome everyone. My name is Daniel Torsson, analyst at ABG, covering IT and technology companies. For the next presentation, we have Proact with CEO Jonas Hasselberg. So I'll let you present the company for some 15 to 20 minutes, and then I will have around 5 minutes with questions in the end.
Perfect,
so
thank you.
Feel free to go ahead, Jonas.
Will do, thank you. And thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. So I'll talk a little bit about the company, Proact. Not everybody knows who we are, and more importantly, not everybody knows what we do. I'll talk a little bit about the market we're playing in, a little bit of a touch on the latest financials, and then we'll try to summarize all of this. And I'll try to stick to your 20 minutes or so, 25, 30. We'll see here, Daniel. But this is Proact. We turned 30 years old this year. We're a little bit proud of that. Not all tech and IT companies survive that far. We had a big celebration here in Stockholm earlier this fall. We were born in Stockholm and Oslo at the same time, but we've grown out of our home countries into those 11 or so countries you can see on the map up here. We deliver IT infrastructure to large and medium-sized enterprises across all these countries and markets that you can see here, and I'll get a little bit back into that. We have about 4,000 customers. We employ about 1,200 people. One of the things that are incredibly important for us, just like for everybody else, is that those 1,200 are incredibly skilled at what we do, and that is one of the ways that we differentiate ourselves against our competition. We don't do everything for our customers. We do the things we're really good at, and we have very skilled people. Been growing quite well over the past couple of years. We grow with the market, which is growing itself, and a good organic growth. But we also acquire companies at a decent rate that is adding both skills and services into our portfolio, but also market share in our core markets. You will be hearing us speak a lot about hybrid cloud, and I'll explain what it is. But it's effectively the type of technology we deliver to our customers, the underlying platforms that a lot of our customers build their applications and their transformation internally upon. So I'll come back to that here in a second. We are quite decentralized. Each of our countries is serving their customers locally, which is very important to us. We believe in being very close to our customers and also be close to our competition. So each of our countries is quite self-sustained in terms of their operations, but we do organize them in regions, as you can see here. So organizationally, they are grouped into 4 regions. But we have sales, we have consultants, we have engineers on the ground in each of our markets that meet our customers. There's one thing, however, that we spend a lot of time on that is a little bit more, not so much centralized, but standardized, and that's our ability to deliver our own cloud services. And the reason here is that the more we can build scalability in our own delivery of cloud services, the better our profit grows, simply. So we're now spent the last 3 or so years in building scalability into the cloud business, and we see the effects of it now. So we can bring in new customers and new volume of our own services without having to hire the equivalent amount of new staff and adding the linear amount of cost. So our delivery centers are centralized in 4 of these countries, and they are all standardized in terms of the portfolio and the technology we use to deliver those services. So what we actually do, we help enterprise customers with what we call mission-critical IT solutions. One of my favorite examples is, which is well known here in Sweden, Fortnox. Most of you know them. They are a software as a service company. They deliver finance systems to 600,000 or so of small companies here in Sweden. It's a cloud service. It needs to be up and running every day of the week, every week of the year. There's data in there that's crucial for their customers. If that data disappears or if it's not accessible, Fortnox and their customers are in big trouble. That whole infrastructure, everything that they built their service on top of, is designed and provided by Proact, together with Fortnox, of course. It's tailor-made for their particular needs. We've delivered services, servers, storage, backup solutions, security solutions, consulting, support solutions, cloud services. So it's really the underpinnings of their own applications that we deliver as the platform for them. It's just one of those good examples. Another one that you should highlight is the hospitals in the UK are going through a bit of a change as we speak. All the patient records in the UK healthcare systems is being digitized. So obviously now we're both helping then the caretakers, the caregivers, to be more efficient in the way they work. But also, of course, we store now incredibly sensitive data since it's all the patient records. So that's another example of delivering a platform that is becoming mission critical for the healthcare provider in that particular case. So we talk about servers, where they run their applications. We talk about storage, where they store all their data. Networking, so they get access to it. Security, so nobody can get access to it. Those are the types of products and services we deliver to the enterprises. The snake, as we call it here on the right-hand side, is trying to visualize our go-to-market model. How do we meet our customers? Well, we meet them quite early in their journey. We meet them when they try to figure out how to solve a business problem or how to pursue a business opportunity, whether that's Fort Knox to deliver an application to their customers or the hospitals. And then we work through with them, well, how can that business opportunity be solved or addressed with the right infrastructure underpinning? So we are that bridge between the business needs and the business drivers, and how do we solve it with technology. And then we do the architecture, the design, the implementation, the migration of all the users, all the data, all the applications, all the way until we actually run and operate the infrastructure on behalf of our customers. So it's a journey starting with the business dialogue all the way down to they put their infrastructure and the mission critical building blocks in our labs to deliver it for them on a 24-hour basis. Good. When you look at us, we have 4 revenue streams, and I'll just fly through them. The biggest one is still what we call systems. This is a reseller business. We resell other people's products. So Dell would be a typical example. Cisco is another well-known example. Good business model because it's very transactional, very quick. We don't sit on any inventory. We buy and sell at the same time. Very quick turnover in terms of cash. Decent margins. On top of those, we deliver support services. So this is our own technical support on top of those hardware solutions. Typically 3-year contracts. So there's a contract over multiple years. Customers pay up front the full contract value. So cash flow perspective, great. And then we defer the revenue of the length of the contract. Very good margins. Our own cloud services, which strategically, of course, is the most important. This is where we see growth. This is when we deliver the same technical functionality, storage, compute power, networking, security, but we deliver it as a service. So the customer don't have to bother about the operations. Again, contracts over multiple years. Customers pay on a monthly basis. And then last and least, consulting services. Anything from design, architecture, training, implementation, those kinds of things. So 4 different revenue streams, 4 business models behind those revenue streams. Highlighting a couple of things here that are very important in this day and time. Obviously, cybersecurity, top of mind of everyone. It's not the most positive thing, of course. We would like it to not be there. But since it is one of those things where we help our customers a lot, and one of the most important things as we see right now, nobody can guarantee full protection. No customer can trust that the crooks cannot get into their system. So there's a lot of dialogue now with our customers on very basic things like backup, disaster recovery solutions, and the ability to ring fence their infrastructure from the internet, for instance. So this is super hot right now. Application development services, very hot. AI, of course, very hot. And last but not least, anything on top of Microsoft. All our enterprise customers use Microsoft for a lot of different things, and that's another area of competence for us. Good. The market is driven in terms of growth by 5 growth drivers, you could say. The number 1 is that all our customers are doing some sort of business development. They try to evolve their own business, and they use technology to enable it. Technology is underpinning practically all business development activities within our customers. So that's a constant driver for us. Cybersecurity, mentioned already, it's clearly a driver, albeit not the positive one. One that is more positive, however, is sustainability. Because everybody now realizes that the infrastructure they run, their IT on top of it, is consuming a lot of energy. And if they use someone like Proact, they get the most energy efficient data centers, the most energy efficient equipment, and we run everything on renewable energy. So just moving your workloads to Proact makes you, the customer, more sustainable because we can run it more efficiently and with renewable energy. And then technology trend, that everybody's moving to different cloud solutions and try to get out of owning and operating things themselves, but rather use people like Proact or people like Microsoft for the matter. Strategically, we're moving towards our financial goals. We want to grow by 10% per year on average. Half of that at least should be organic, and we're trending roughly at that level, and the rest through acquisitions. We should get to an EBITDA profitability of 8%. We're roughly at 6.5, 7 right now, so we're on our way. And we're strategically moving our portfolio, our revenue mix, away from that reseller business towards a higher portion of services. This is where customers are going. It gives us better predictability in our business, and it gives us better margins. So there's a lot of things we do here in terms of moving the brand, evolving our portfolio, building that scalability in our delivery of cloud services to achieve those financial goals. And we have been growing. I touched on that already. We're tracking roughly at that 10%. And we think as we look in the market looking forward, we think it's accelerating a little bit. People are coming out of COVIDs and economic downturns and high inflation periods. So we think as we look forward, the market's actually accelerating a little bit here in Northern Europe. We speak a lot about something we call annualized recurring revenue. So all the revenue we generate out of our own cloud services and our own support services, we call it recurring because they're under contract. We've had a good growth path of that over the many quarters, and this is a growth area for us continuing. So the more we move to services, the more we shift to our contracted services, we also get into a more stable and predictable business, which is positive, and a higher margin business. Good. Just quickly on financials, it's been a couple of weeks now, or maybe even months. We announced the Q3 report in end of October. Great growth. We grew almost 9% organically in the quarter. Very good growth also on profit level by 9%. So in general, good momentum in the market. Fantastic cash flow generation. We'll see a slide on that as well. The only kind of little dent in that quarterly report was that our services revenue shrunk a little bit, partly because consulting has been a tough market, and we haven't filled all the headcount we could have filled with consultants because we want to be a little bit careful. And we see a little bit of a timing effect of our incoming cloud services. But that's a short-term effect, and we're going to see that come back again here in the future. So on cash flow, we're doing quite well. We're cash positive. We have a very strong balance sheet, which is gearing us up for acquisitions again. But you can see we generate a great amount of cash in operations. So it's a very strong financial situation and a very strong balance sheet as we look past and also look forward. So we have good amount of ammunition in our cash. We use that, of course, for dividends. We use it for M&A, and we have over the past year done a little bit of share buyback as well because we're so financially strong. And here we're then trending on our financial targets. We touched on them, some of them. Sales almost at a 10% rate. There's been a little bit slower M&A market over the past year and a half. So if we would have been able to do a few acquisitions, I think we'll be in there. The M&A market looking much more positive now, so that's good. EBITDA, good trend upwards, and you can see the latest there at a little bit over 7. And then I touched on it as well. In terms of our leverage, we said we should be below 2 times our EBITDA. Now we're cash positive, so we're very good in that, and good return on capital. So we're performing quite well on our financial targets. Good set of shareholders. We like engaged shareholders, which means that you're all more than welcome, of course. We've got a couple of new ones here during the spring, which made us quite excited. Handelsbanken, also the Fidelity came in here. We still have a very trusted shareholder in our largest in form of Martin Gren, a Gren specialist, and was also engaged on the board. And obviously we've had a good positive development of our share price over the past few years. So good shareholder base, good track record in terms of the share price. Which leads us to the summary. Why is this a good company from an investor's perspective? Well, we are living on a growing market. It should be growing by, if you look at that cloud space, roughly 10% per year. If you look across our full revenue mix, 5-ish% per year. We are in a very strong position in all our markets. We are very good at what we do in that little area of specialty where we have our competencies, very strong financial profile, and it's very clear what we need to do for the future. And we have those plans in place and we're executing on those plans.
Thank you very much, Jonas.
Quick and efficient.
Yes, that's very good. We have plenty of room for questions.
Good.
So I have a couple of you. You showed a map on Northern Europe where you're operating, the Nordics, UK, Central and Northern Europe. Can you give us some flavor on regional development overall? We talked latest in September, and you said that Germany was the least growing market, so still growing, but the least growing.
Yeah.
What do you see right now during the fourth quarter and regional trends?
Yeah, I think the market has, I was a little bit more positive, I must have said, in before the summer, I think. Germany is definitely still struggling. Not pro Germany, but Germany as a market, you all see it the same way I do. It may still grow, but it'll be a few single-digit % in terms of their IT spend growth. UK is probably the second most challenging market, a little bit better than Germany, but still kind of stomping to get out of that, I don't know what it is, Brexit hangover maybe. Nordics looking quite good. Netherlands at least, maybe also Belgium or Benelux in general, quite okay actually. So. If you look at our map and the way we're organized, 2 regions that are okay, Nordics and Baltics, and West, as we call it, with Netherlands. And then Germany, UK, still not fully out of the blocks.
And then if we compare you to peers a little bit, we have hardware peers, everybody have seen Dustin's profit warning, we have seen consulting companies struggling this year, etc. But you are starting to grow now, you have been growing here for the last year. What do you think differs you versus them? And what's your discussion with customers when you talk about IT spending ahead? Obviously they're cutting down on some IT hardware and cutting down on some IT consulting. Where do you see them actually increasing spending?
No, I think there is a constant spend on what I call here digital transformation, that whole business development activity. We've definitely seen some incremental spend in the area of particular cybersecurity. It's like they have a big, not big, but a different pot of money when you go in and start to talk about cyber. I still see that there is a bit of, there's definitely a more careful investment strategy with our customers, which, and you and I have spoken about it before, for the last few years. So the cycles take a little bit longer, the investment decisions a little bit more convoluted, more people involved in making those decisions. They go higher up in the organizations. So still a little bit slower pace than we were used to a few years back in terms of making those decisions. And then, as you know, and very important for those of you who don't know us and follow us, that reseller business is a volatile business. We get some quarters where a big company can make a very big investment and the next quarter there's not a big investment. So that particular part of our revenue stream is a little bit volatile, which makes it slightly more difficult to just kind of predict our, if you're standing on the outside, predict our revenues.
Yeah, I see. And also related to that, how should we think of where we are in the cycle of the systems business? Is it kind of accelerating a little bit here? We're talking about cloud accelerating a little bit as well, but where are those two moving at the moment?
I think we've seen a couple of quarters of very strong systems, but stronger than we anticipated. Usually we say that the system business should grow by a few percentage points per year, and we've seen much more rapid growth. So I think we've seen more growth than the market is actually able to carry. So I think we're not going to see those growth rates going forward. And we do see that shift of our customers to buy more as a service and have Proact deliver more of the functionality as a service rather than as a piece of equipment. So those two together, I think, are, when we look forward, definitely doubling down on the services side of things.
Yeah, I see. And of the cloud revenues that you have, how much is third-party cloud space like Amazon Web Services and how much is private hybrid cloud solutions?
Yeah, and it becomes a little bit technical. I'll try and explain. So we deliver, I'm going to simplify a little bit. We deliver 2 types of cloud services. One of it is we own the equipment, we manage the equipment, and we deliver it as a service to our customers. And the other is when we deliver services on top of a Microsoft or a Google or an Amazon public cloud. So the actual underlying infrastructure comes from Microsoft, but we deliver the management of the applications or management of the end user experience or management of the security services on top of Microsoft. In both cases, we make good margins, we deliver the value add. we try not to resell Microsoft licenses. Not that we don't think Microsoft should get paid, they should, but it's better somebody else does it. It's a low margin business to shuffle licenses. We try to get out of it. It's not zero, but it's a small portion when you look at our total cloud revenue.
Yeah. And if you were to estimate how much of your business today is kind of pure cybersecurity related operations, it's obviously part of lots of the offering, etc. But to get a feeling of how much of the value to customers, or
I won't give you a number, but I did touch on it already. A few years back, security services pretty much were things like protect from somebody getting access, monitor the systems, firewall systems, virus type of protection systems. Now it's much more about, all right, I've been attacked. I need to restore my environment, and knowing that the data and the applications that I bring back are not infected. So now it's all about backups, disaster recovery, air-gapped solutions that are completely disconnected from the internet, clean room applications where you can test everything and verify them before you put them in production. So the borders are so blurred now between what we've been doing for 30 years, backup, storage, disaster recovery, and cybersecurity. But we've seen a huge amount of interest in those types of services, even if they've been in our portfolio for a long time. I won't be able to give you a particular number, but it's definitely a key driver.
Yeah, makes sense. And then on M&A, you mentioned that the M&A market is starting to waken up a little bit here. What kind of discussions or targets are you trying to look for? Will you buy a consulting company and try get them selling your products, or the other way around, or how should we think about M&A?
It's two types of companies if you look at a business model. Consulting companies are great because they're typically super skilled. And they can get into that front end of the snake picture that I showed before. And cloud services companies. Those are the two primary ones. We want them to complement us with new skills. So we're looking at people with even more security skills. Definitely need more competence or more breadth, I should say, in terms of Microsoft skills. Application development would be a third area. We're looking primarily in our existing markets because we're still a relatively small player when you look at UK, huge IT market, Germany, huge IT market. So we'd rather grow in markets where we have leadership in place, we know our customers, we know the competition. So we're looking at existing regions, service-centric companies in a couple of areas of specialty.
Excellent. Final question on cloud and the cloud momentum. You mentioned that it was a little bit weakish in Q3, could be temporary. If we look at the three big cloud players globally, they are accelerating growth rates right now. They were around 19-20% a year ago. They're growing now at 25% growth rate. So do you expect, you mentioned that you expect cloud growth to come back again, but do you have any more visibility into that, customer discussions that you know that that's going to come? In what kind of form is it coming?
Yeah, we don't give forward-looking prognosis. I'm going to step down a little bit, but yes, it's looking pretty good. So the types of services we deliver won't grow at the same pace as the Microsofts do.
No, for sure.
Actually, now Microsoft is effectively limited by the speed they can build data centers with, which is impressive. But still good growth rates. And yeah, we have a lot of good dialogue with the customers, and I think we're very well positioned. Our portfolio meets exactly what our customers need. We built the scalability into our delivery mechanism so we can onboard customers without having bottlenecks in terms of recruitment or anything else. So we're quite positive about the intake of new contracts and new contract value.
Excellent. That was it from Proact and CEO Jonas. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
a lot depends, like you say, on how the market recovers, right? And we've seen that the recovery has been quite slow. But I guess if you're optimistic or cautiously optimistic to the market, at least that's it could show positive impact. So, and you mentioned as well that the UK is one of your main growth areas, and shop fitting in the UK we've seen has been a little bit challenging in recent quarters. So, what strategies do you have in place to mitigate a potential or the downturn that you have seen and potential further downturn?
Yeah, shop fitting has absolutely been challenging, I would say, during the last 12, 15, even 18 months. We have initiated, currently working on, but we have been doing three things. I think number one, we have made improvements in the quality of our project deliveries, i.e. we have gone through the value chain and we have been improving the processes in order to increase our efficiency. And number two, we have strengthened the sales team. Not completed yet, but absolutely strengthened the team during the last 6 to 9 months. And number three, and finally, we are broadening the customer base. We have been living off a few, I would say, handful of customers, and we have now made efforts to broaden this customer base to expand.
Okay, makes sense. And that was on the top line. So if we go down and look at the margins and talk a little bit about that as well, we also saw improvement in the EBITDA margin in Q3, where it jumped to 3.9% compared to 1.3% last year. So I guess my question is, what operational changes or cost management initiatives have you implemented to achieve this improvement, or what has actually driven this improvement?
Well, obviously, during the last 12 months, we have completed 2 restructuring rounds to reduce costs. We are not planning for more. So that's one answer. As I think, secondly, we are also always looking to carefully invest into our IT portfolio or to do discretionary capex to increase the efficiency. Sorry. And having said that, it's a mixed picture because, while we have been reducing costs, we also have to increase our investments in the UK to support the growth potential. So I think it's a combination of cost reductions, continuously looking to improve the efficiency, while on the other hand, also being able to increase the investments to support the growth in the areas where we really see that there is a big potential.
Great. And do you guys have additional measures planned to further enhance profitability? Or how do you see that development?
I think in itself, we have a scale now, or a company now that is able to scale as soon as the market is picking up. Although it comes to a certain point where we have to, you have some certain costs, whether it's cloud costs, etc., that will follow the revenue growth. But we have been investing for some time now in the UK in particular. We have high ambitions for the UK. So I think that in itself will drive profitability as soon as we're able to get back to certain levels where we have been before. Although it should be said that we also have to replace some of the previous revenues with large rollouts. We have to replace these with new revenue streams, whether it's order picking or other things that we have been talking about for a little while now.
Yeah, makes sense. And these things, they take time, right? It's not something that happens overnight or even over a single month. It takes a little bit of time. Now, if we move over to one of the most interesting topics, which is your recent contract with Sainsbury's. So, the rollout of the order picking solution with Sainsbury's has been a significant milestone for you guys. But could you provide a little bit of insight into the feedback you have received so far, and what expected impact do you think this, you could say, partnership with Sainsbury's will have on StrongPoint's market position in the UK?
Well, first of all, I'm super happy to say that everything is according to plan so far. And we've had a few meetings with I should say, top management relating to this project during the summer. And the feedback from the customer was great, not only for the product or the solution itself, but also for the team implementing the solution. So that's definitely a thumbs up. I think as far as cross-selling and the potential for other products, one specific example is the VenSafe pilots that I just talked about in the presentation. It's a great example where we are able to make have new discussions with lines of the business that necessarily haven't been too easy previously. So this is absolutely a door opener for us, and we're now seeing a specific result with these VenSafe pilots.
Makes sense. And do you have like a specific timeline of when you could expect to see, major results from these projects?
A pilot, difficult to have a rule of thumb. A pilot takes anywhere between 12 to 24 months, usually, until the customer decides to hit the button and place a purchase order. So that should leave us some time still to see the revenue hitting our books. We have several pilots, but I guess our ambition is to roll this out sometime towards the end of next year. But again, the point that I made initially in your first question, coming back to project-oriented, difficult for us to push anything more on the timeline as such. But at least now we have the pilots out there, and it's been good so far.
Yeah, makes sense. That's great to hear. And this was one interesting contract or project, you could say, in the UK. And if you move over to the other side, where you also have a very interesting contract, which is in Spain with Mercadona, which is, if I understood correctly, the largest retailer, actually one of the largest in Iberia. Could you take us through? You guys have the CashGuard Connect project with that company, but could you take us through how that project is developing, and what are those anticipated timelines for pilot and full scale deployment for Mercadona?
Yeah. Well, again, I'm happy to say that. Well, first of all, the market fit of the product is still very valid. It's highly supported by the customer demand, so nothing has changed from that perspective. As far as progression, we are well aware that we have been spending 2 years at least now on this project, and it's a solution that it's not necessarily made totally out of scratch, but it will still take time. So what we have now are the pilots, which are out there, and they have been improving the last, I would say, 12 months. And we are planning to make this product ready towards the end of 2025 and start the deliveries thereafter. So whether there will be any revenues in 2025, not possible right now to say. If anything, it won't be super significant anyway, because you're kind of running out of runway for 2025. But we are still on that plan that we have been communicating now for some time.
Okay, makes sense. And when you guys first published this project, you also mentioned that the CashGuard Connect solution is, at least in the beginning, strictly for Mercadona, but you guys own the IP. But at some point, you guys will be able to sell the solution to other retailers as well. Do you have a timeline on when we can expect that to happen, and what do you guys see as the potential of this solution, not only in the Iberia region, but maybe also in other regions potentially?
It's a very brilliant and fair question, and honestly speaking, it's a little bit difficult to answer for several reasons. Yes, of course, we will not spend as much time and resources into a solution which can only be used by one customer. So there's definitely an ambition, but that's pretty much all we can say right now. As far as timing, depending on how many unique needs the other potential customers may have. We shouldn't rule out the opportunity that they could be rolled out in parallel. But there is a big but, and that relates to the production capacity and the demand from that perspective. So still, it's absolutely something we are working on, but can't really say anything more specific on the other potentials.
Yeah, makes sense. But I mean, it's great to hear that the product could be also used for other retailers as well, and it's not solely for one customer. And if we move on, you guys actually also announced a new customer in Q3, where you mentioned an order picking solution for Delivery Easy in New Zealand. So, you know, this is obviously on the complete other side of the world, but how does this partnership fit into StrongPoint's broader strategy for international expansion?
So this was not in itself a big contract, but still important contract in the sense that it's a good example where we can again capitalize on the Sainsbury's contract and the quality of the product rather than a specifically intended marketing effort. So this was more of an inbound opportunity that came as part of the Sainsbury's contract, and yeah, absolutely a good fit into our partner strategy, where we can grow throughout or beyond our 9 core markets with these kind of regions, which of course are slightly exotic from our perspective, but a very good and I would say efficient rollout of this fairly small contract so far, at least.
Okay, that's great to hear. And you guys actually also announced a new contract roughly 1-2 weeks ago. Could you just touch a little bit upon that one, just really quickly?
Absolutely. This was a contract for in the Baltics for a rollout of approximately 2 million euros relating to self-checkouts with an existing customer, where again we are able to deliver our own self-checkouts to a customer which obviously is happy with our products and solutions. So, you know, repeat business is something you always appreciate. And this will be rolled out within the next 12 to 18 months.
100%. And you know, once you get these repeat businesses, that also is kind of a stamp of approval from the company, right? They like your product, and now you're getting more projects with them. So that's always good news. And I see we're running out of time here. So just the last question for me, if we just step a little bit back and look at the broader picture and what we can expect. We know we've looked now in the history and what's been happening in the previous quarters, but now if we just do more forward looking and look, you know, think what can we expect going forward? Could you just talk us through how you see the broader market development in both in Q4 but also in 2025, and more specifically, you know, we were talking about the challenging market. Do you guys actually see a recovery, or do you expect a recovery very soon?
I think the answer is yes, we are seeing signs of recovery, although it varies between the regions and the markets that we operate in. So for Sweden, for example, we have been seeing that the inflation and interest rates have been coming down. Again, this is leading to improved customer activities. In Norway, on the other hand, as we are seeing as Norwegian, we are somewhat lagging behind Sweden, and that also relates to the macroeconomic trends, which is consequently meaning that the customers are still being prudent in their purchases. So a little bit different picture in those two countries. For the UK, again, we do talk a lot about the UK, but the market potential is just so much bigger. We are absolutely seeing improvements as well as results of the actions that we have talked about. So we have a new team, we have strengthened the team. This has now led to an attractive pipeline, and we have high expectations for the UK going into next year and the years after. So I think overall, cautiously optimistic still. Yes, we are seeing improvements, but it will still take a little bit of time.
Makes sense. Okay, thank you so much for your time, Arus. Great as always. Very insightful. And I thank you guys in the audience also for joining us today. We will have to wrap it now. We have a very strict schedule. So thank you guys so much. Have a nice day. And if there are any questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hej och välkomna till dagens sista presentation på ABGs Investor Days. Jag heter Benjamin Wahlstedt, jag jobbar som aktieanalytiker här i Stockholm på konsumentbolagsteamet. Med mig idag har jag Svedbergs Group och vd Per-Arne för att prata lite om Svedbergs. Så ja, varsågod.
Tack så mycket Benjamin. Kul att vara här. Lite utmanande var sist, men det kanske man sparar det bästa till sist, så är det väl. Så vi kör igång. Svedbergs Group, vad är det vi gör? Alltså, ni har väl säkert ett förhållande till Svedbergs på ett eller annat sätt, hoppas jag, på morgonen och på kvällen. När ni går upp i badrummet och innan ni går och lägger er. Men det vi försöker göra då är att bli kända som en ledande företag i Europa som ska konsolidera marknaden för badrumsmöbler och duschlösningar. Vi har ett väldigt tydligt purpose och delade värderingar. En viktig del är, ni kan läsa de här, men det är också den att vi bygger på en väldigt decentraliserad modell. Vi respekterar entreprenörskapet i våra bolag och har en väldigt slimmad head office i bolaget. Och naturligtvis fokuserar vi på att ge en attraktiv avkastning till våra ägare. Och samtidigt bygga då både starkt och hållbart över tid. Så att det här är en hållbar företag som kan finnas lång tid framöver. Om vi tittar lite på historien, Svedbergs varumärket och bolaget då i Dalstorp är mer än 100 år gammalt. Men om jag spolar fram till 2016 så startade vi egentligen med Svedbergsbolaget, väl etablerat i Sverige med badrumsmöbler. Starkt varumärke, kanske mer känt än vad man omsatte då, 450 miljoner. Vi kan säga en stabil lönsamhet på 10%. Växte inte så mycket, höll ungefär samma nivå i högkonjunktur som lågkonjunktur. Där vi är idag så har vi flyttat oss och är då etablerade både lite bättre och starkare i Norden och också utanför Norden i norra Europa. Vi har 8 varumärken. Vi har en försäljning som vi hade 2023, eller en omsättning på 1,8 miljarder lite drygt. Och vi tycker att vi har en i alla fall hög, kan man säga, men den är högre lönsamhet. Vi har ett högre finansiellt mål. Och vi har en stark tillväxt. Och Tittar man då lite på tillväxten så kan man ju se var vi började och vi har haft en genomsnitt de sista åren på 22% om vi räknar på 2016. De här siffrorna då, 2,2 miljarder och 330 miljoner i bita är då alltså en proforma då när vi förvärvade vårt bolag i Holland. Så man då räknar det från ett rullande 12 månaders perspektiv så når vi de siffrorna och då når vi en bit över, eller vi når vårt finansiella mål då på 15%. Och vi har då ett finansiellt mål på att vi ska ha en tillväxt på 10%, så den är vi över där med våra 22%. Våra varumärken, våra bolag, då varumärkesbolag, Svedbergs och de här procentsatserna ser här uppe då, det är alltså andel av försäljningen year to date 2024. Svedbergs står då för 18%, Makro för 7%. Och det är det som är väldigt stor då, exponering på svenska marknaden kan vi säga att de här två har haft. Och det var också en ambition att förflytta oss och vara mindre beroende av den svenska marknaden. Så förvärvade vi Kasse 2021, 4%, danskt bolag. Jag kommer gå in lite mer på de här olika bolagen. Roper Rhodes förvärvade vi och det var ju större än de andra 3 bolagen ihop vid det tillfället och de är ju faktiskt då för mer än 50% idag också. Och Tebalux då som kom in förra året, eller för ett år sedan ungefär då, på 19%. Sen kan man alltid fundera på, finns det behov av nya badrumsmöbler och renoveringar etc. Nu, de här siffrorna är taget vid samma givna tidpunkt, officiell data ifrån ländernas källa, alltså liksom typ SCB i Sverige. Då. Och det kan ni se, tar vi svenska marknaden så säger vi så att vi ska bygga nya hus, ungefär nya bostäder, 45 000. Vet ni alla att vi bygger ungefär kanske 20 000 någonstans i år. I den. Vi tittar också på hur många hushåll det finns och den här då liksom nybyggnation och renovering, vad är den värd ungefär marknaden för? De här siffrorna stämmer ganska väl sinsemellan. Finland pratar man om att man är någonstans runt en 12-15 000 i nybyggnationer av nya bostäder då 2024. Så det ser varit en utmanande, men samtidigt finns det ett stort underliggande behov. Man ser ju vad engelsmännen pratar om att vi har ett stort behov, vi ska bygga ett behov av 300-400 000 bostäder de närmaste åren. Då. Så att jag brukar säga till våra bolagsvd:ar att det finns oerhört stor marknad, det finns mycket att jobba på där ute. Vi bygger vår verksamhet och affärsmodell utifrån 5 strategiska pelare. Lönsam tillväxt, vi ska ha en bra affärsmodell som bygger på cooperation without confusion. Alltså vi blandar inte ihop, vi har inte one company-modell utan vi är en väldigt decentraliserad modell. Duktiga på försäljning, se till att vi också har en kontinuerlig stark produktutveckling och naturligtvis det bästa teamet, bästa medarbetarna, bästa ledarskapet. Och tittar vi lite mer djupare in i de här så vår lönsamhet bygger på, eller vår tillväxt då bygger på att vi ska bygga organisk tillväxt och också förvärva bolag i en ny kategori eller ny geografi. Eller det kan också vara någon servicetjänst där vi kan liksom stärka kompetensen i vårt bolag. Och här är ju de bolagen vi har förvärvat är ju i nya geografier. När vi får in de här bolagen så vill ju till att förvalta är oftast entreprenörsdrivna bolag, familjeägda bolag. Vi vill gärna att de här är kvar, i alla fall en viss tid framöver. Då gäller det liksom att på något sätt utveckla de här, hantera dem och stärka de här bolagen. Och kan man säga att det här gör vi då utifrån att vi ska stärka oss gentemot kunderna. Se till att vi får starkare varumärkesposition och att vi då får det här utifrån ägarperspektivet också. Och då kan man säga, har vi lyckats med det här? Ja, jag tycker vi har haft, tar vi Kasse till exempel, vi har haft ett stark lönsamhet även i svåra tider. Roper Rhodes har vi lyckats stärka marginalen på. Tebalux, ja det är ett år vi har haft den så vi får se om vi hoppas och lyckas på ett bättre sätt. Och då, det vi gör är att vi är väldigt aktiva i att stötta de här. Och vi är ju då i flera geografier och kan lära rätt mycket av varandra. Och det är som jag brukar säga, när man tar en person till runt bordet så ökar ju kompetensen runt bordet samlat. Försäljningen, den är road to market, är lite komplex och lite svårgenomtränglig i olika marknader. För oss gäller det att vara på många olika platser. Vi kan inte säga att vi går bara genom en kanal utan det gäller att finnas på olika ställen. Att förstå hur den här är uppbyggd, hur styrs marknaden via grossister, retail, vilka är spelarna, se till att vi är med, att vi har rätt erbjudande, att erbjudandet är rätt förpackat så att de kan sälja de här delarna. Så det är klart, tittar vi på Norden så är de uppbyggt på ett sätt, UK lite annorlunda, Holland på ett annat sätt. Och det här är också, ger också det att det är svårt, inte omöjligt, men svårt att kliva in i nya geografier. Det är svårt för ett holländskt bolag att bli stor i Tyskland eller vice versa, för det, marknadsstrukturen ser lite annorlunda ut. Jag nämnde produktutvecklingen. Hög innovationsgrad. Vi mäter det genom att säga att Product Innovation Index ska över 30%. Och det innebär att utav vår försäljning så ska 30% av omsättningen komma från produkter som är utvecklade de senaste 3 åren. Och det kan man säga, men man byter ju badrum kanske vart 15 var 18 år. Behöver det vara så här? Ja, du behöver ha den här takten för att vara attraktiv. Så här lägger vi ett väldigt stort fokus. Det är inte, du vinner inte matchen och säger så här, vi är billigast, men vi har lite tråkig design eller lite gamla produkter. Här gäller det att vara liksom up to date och följa med designen. Så vi investerar mycket i att med våra design, kvalitet, se till att vi hela tiden ligger långt fram. Och naturligtvis med hållbara produkter. Ledarskap och organisation nämnde jag. Det är någonstans är det så att jag brukar vilja säga att vi måste ha de mest motiverade människorna. Och det är klart, hur gör man det? Det går inte att säga till någon på morgonen, idag ska du vara väldigt motiverad. Det är någonstans som kommer en kraft inifrån. Jag tycker det här är roligt, det är det roligaste jag gör. Och det försöker vi skapa den miljön. Och hela tiden mäter vi med bland annat Great Place to Work. Se till att vi har en hög takt och i vårt ledarskap motiverar människorna så de känner liksom att vi gör det här extra kundbesöket om dagen, extra telefonsamtalet eller se till att vi får iväg den leveransen idag. Om vi tittar lite mer på bolagen. Ja, då hoppar jag nog 2 här. Nej, 1. Jo, jag gjorde 2. Så vi kan hoppa tillbaka. Så. Det finns en hel del fakta om Svedbergs. Man kan väl nämna, jag sa just att det här är 100 år gammalt bolag. Vi har gjort väldigt mycket i det här bolaget. Vi har under de senaste 4-5 åren satsat mycket på produktutvecklingen, lyft sortimentet. Vi har stärkt upp produktionskapaciteten, investerat i ny maskin. Som ni ser i siffrorna så har de här lite utmanande situation för Svedberg säger då jämfört med makro säljer en del på projektsidan som vi säger alltså till stora byggbolag som de har fått en rätt hård smäll omsättningsmässigt, marginalmässigt i den här delen. Så att och här producerar vi utvecklar, producerar och säljer i den här delen och säljer egentligen hela badrummet kan man säga. Alla delar kan du få i badrummet från Svedbergs. Och så här fint kan det se ut. Jag har orderboken med mig om det är någon som känner sig manad. Så det är väldigt tjusigt. Som ni ser där nere har vi också då jobbat med designpriser när vi utvecklar nya produkter så att vi får liksom rätt design så det tilltalar. Jag har en liten film också just för att visa på vikten av att ha känslan av de här produkterna. Liksom, känslan, vad är det för företag bakom det här? Och någonstans, vi finns ju i gränsen mellan Västergötland och Småland. Mycket skogar. Härliga miljöer. Det är ju inte bara en produkt utan det ska sättas i sitt sammanhang. Vi säger det, man vaknar ju och går till badrummet och man avslutar det. Så klart man vill ju både ha en bra start och en liten avkopplad miljö innan man liksom kryper till sängs och ha bra produkter. Macrodesign kom ju in 2016 i koncernen och har egentligen sin bakgrund i duschkabiner och gör ju en fantastiskt bra duschkabin och den är ju stor del av den produktionen går till norska marknaden. För där är Norge mer duschkabinsmarknad. Här har vi gjort ett fantastiskt jobb, väl ordning på produktion, supply chain, jobbar mycket med produkterna och produktutveckling. Fått naturligtvis i och med att man är exponerad i Sverige och Norge i den här lågkonjunkturen. Jag har blivit slagen på topline. Men här är ett bolag som om man tittar på EBITDA-nivån har gjort en förbättring och en resa och en stabilitet som är fantastiskt bra. Så att får vi in lite mer på topline här uppe så kommer det här bli ett ännu bättre. Och Sverige är en stor del av försäljningen och den övriga delen är är Island. Jag önskar att vi hade haft samma marknadsandel i Sverige som vi har i Island. Vi har en fantastisk återförsäljare i Island. Laholm och produktion, montering av möbler. Lite hur det kan se ut. Och här kan man väl säga den här också ett sätt, eller ett bevis på Macros innovativ förmåga produkt. Den här duschen till höger där som är Empire kallas, som var först ut med den. Sen finns det i olika delar, men vill man ha originalet så ska man ha Macro Designs. Fantastiska produkter tycker jag. Kasse. Familjeägt bolag som vi förvärvade utav Mikael Kasse. Han är efter 4 år nu så är han fortfarande vd. Väl motiverad. Jag har sagt att den dagen du vaknar på morgonen och inte vill ut och springa med så får du säga till i god tid så vi får hitta en ny efterträdare till det. Men fantastiskt bra bolag. Är då mycket på blandardelen. Danska marknaden skiljer sig en del så vi säljer mycket blandare till kök och bad i detta. Så att och här är då ingen tillverkning utan produktutveckling och man har lagt ut produktion då i de här. Så att och här gäller mycket att få ihop det ska vara, så man har både handtag, kranen, duschlösningen, alltihopa så det ska stämma med färgerna i det här. Och jag har också på köks blandar lite så att kök är en del. Och den danska marknaden så att de som levererar badrumsmöbler är kökstillverkarna på danska marknaden. Så där skulle vi konkurrera med våra kunder om vi skulle sälja badrumsmöbler i stor omfång på danska marknaden. Rope Roads, fantastiskt maskineri. Man kan ibland titta bakåt och undra hur vågade vi göra det förvärvet? De var större än oss själva och vi räknade mycket. Vi la en aggressiv earnout på att vad de skulle nå. Den kommer de uppfylla med ganska stor säkerhet när vi är en bit in i bara en halv månad kvar nu utav december. 2 bröder som ägde, management var delägare, alla är kvar och de har ju gått från klarhet till klarhet. Här har vi gjort en hel del. De var duktiga men det vi sa dels var det bygga lite självförtroende i och kunna ta rätt pris till marknaden. De hade ju hedgad valutan och vi sa det där tar vi bort och sen så får ni ökade priser så får ni justera priset till kund. Det har gått jättebra. Man hade också produktutvecklarna gjorde avtal med leverantörerna och sa så här, men det är helt fint men vi ska ha kommersiella villkor med våra leverantörer. Och en stor del av dem är långt bort i stan i Asien. Och där lyckades vi få över med bättre villkor. Istället för förskottsbetalning så fick vi upp till 60 dagar. Och det är sånt som vi tog med oss in till bordet. Vi sa att de här leverantörerna har ju vi ska ha samma villkor och vi pressade priserna. Så här har vi lyckats med att både få ett bättre pris ut i marknaden och också sänka våra kostnader. Och samtidigt så är de här otroligt duktiga på att jobba med det de kallar growth pillars. Att alltid ha kontinuerligt 5 tillväxtaktiviteter där man hela tiden förbättrar sig. Ny kund, ny produkt. Där vi gör det här fantastiskt bra. Här kan man också nämna att när vi börjar med hela hållbarhetsarbetet så är det vissa länder längre fram än andra. Och här har vi liksom drivit på hållbarheten ganska hårt och vi såg inte direkt i att det blir business case. Men tack vare att vi har gjort hela det hållbarhetsarbetet ner på produktnivån så har vi fått en stor kund. Vi var 40 leverantörer från början, 2 kvar. Och vi fick det, naturligtvis vi hade bra produkter, rätt pris. Men också att vi ligger långt fram i hållbarhetsarbetet med EPD. 3 varumärken, Rope Roads, R2, Tavistock, olika positionerade på marknaden för att täcka så stor del som möjligt. Också produktutveckling, lägger ut tillverkningen på leverantörer. Och en fantastiskt fin ort, den heter ju passande nog Bath. Ligger i sydvästra England. Har ni inte varit där så är det väl värt ett besök. Och framförallt ska ni se fantastiska badrumsmöbler också när ni ändå är där. Men det är en riktigt trevlig stad. Men de är väldigt duktiga på produktutveckling, på försäljning och marknad av sina produkter. Och jag vill säga att också familjeägare som kommer in i börsnoterad miljö, de ska in och rapportera, se till att de har kontroll på saker och ting och det har de gjort fantastiskt bra. Det är riktigt kul att ha dem och så här långt knock on wood så har de inte en enda månad missat sin säljprognos som de ger i början på månaden. Så de är skickliga. Det finns en del vi kan föra till andra bolag här i koncernen så vi lär ju av varandra också när vi får in de här duktiga bolagen. Och här har du alla produktkategorierna i princip utan dusch. väggar då, eller shower enclosure som vi säger då liksom i den delen. Så i november förra året så tog vi ombord ett bolag i Holland, Tebalux, också familjeägt bolag. Ägaren kvar. Här har vi haft en här var typiskt familjebolag, rapportering och alltihopa, så har vi jobbat rätt hårt att få ihop dem. 2 varumärken, Tebalux och Primabad. Kom lite snabbt. Och duktiga på produktutvecklingen. Bara badrumsmöbler, tillverka själva, otroligt effektiva och duktiga på att få ut ett bra pris på marknaden. Och det här är benchmarket lite. Jag träffade många bolag nere i Holland när vi var där nere. För ditt sätt när vi letar ett nytt bolag så tittar vi in i geografin. Vad finns det för aktörer? Vilka spelare är det? Och de är väl positionerade. Så att det här är, nu har vi ju en produktkategori i en geografi, så här kanske man ser hur vi kan utveckla det vidare. Jag nämnde kort våra finansiella mål. Vi ska växa med 10% per år. Det låter ju kanske så här lite lågt, men man kan säga att vi dubblar vart 7:e år då. Ska vi göra. Och det är klart det blir mer utmanande ju större vi blir. Men det är det som är vår ambition. Och det gör vi både organiskt växt. Det är väldigt viktigt för oss att växa organiskt. Det är jobbigt när det går liksom neråt annars. Så vi måste växa organiskt och genom förvärv. EBITDA-marginal över 15%. Vi börjar närma oss att ligga på den nivån. Ett antal hållbarhetsmål som vi jobbar med. Vi har lämnat in till Science Based Target Initiative, så vi väntar på att få ihop den delen där. Det man kan säga med hållbarhet, det är väldigt viktigt för oss att ha det som ett business case, att en del av verksamheten. Jag brukar skämtsamt säga att det får inte bli en religion om man slarvat uttrycker så som vi sätter på i slutet, utan det ska finnas i alla aktiviteter vi gör. Och som sann smålänning så är det bara så att förbruka mindre resurser så blir det ju mer sparsamt. Och det måste gå att i den end of the day tjäna pengar på det här, öka omsättningen, för annars kommer inte vårt bolag finnas över tid och då är det ju inte hållbart i den delen. Så vad gör vi framöver? Ja, vi ska fortsätta att utveckla produkter, se till att vi stärker vår marknadsposition. Se till att vi förbättrar våra säljaktiviteter. Och det kan ju låta här som att vi bara är i Norden, men det är där vi ska se till att vi får ännu bättre fart. Det är ju alltid så att i lite turbulenta tider finns det alltid möjligheten att flytta fram positionerna. Så här jobbar vi väldigt strukturerat. Hållbarhet i allt vi gör. Vi driver väldigt mycket ut i bolagen med egentligen 3 områden, varav hållbarhet är ett. Sen jobbar vi med IT-säkerhet och lite med sourcing. Men det är ett sätt att få med bolagen ut, och det är att guida dem och säga så här, vad är det som är viktigt, så att vi får med det i arbetet med att utveckla nya produkter och allt vad vi gör. Sen naturligtvis letar vi nya bolag. Och det ska vara rätt bolag. Ja, jag sa rätt bolag också. Det är kök. Så att det är så här är liksom att hitta rätt bolag. Och här är det här är ju liksom, jag brukar säga, det är dating på hög nivå. Dricka kaffe, det vill ju till liksom att det här funkar också över tid. Vi vill ju inte köpa och så göra oss av med de som har ägt och drivit det här. Vi vill ha med dem ombord. Vi delar värderingarna, vi har rätt syn på affärer. Vi säger ju nej mycket fler gånger än vi säger ja. Så att här är en process. Vissa bolag träffar och sen tar det. Kan ta 2, kan ta 3 år, kan ta 7, 8 år. Och vi stänger inga dörrar, utan är det bra bolag så vill gärna ha dialogen. Så det var Svedbergs Group.
Toppen, tack så mycket Per-Arne. Jag tror att i en svensk kontext så är det nog många som funderar på när kommer heminredning och när kommer bygg tillbaka? Nu äger ju ni några bolag som kanske berörs av det också, skulle man kunna påstå. Så det skulle vara spännande att höra dina tankar där. Vad ser ni i marknaden nu? Konsumentsentiment, projekt? Ja, alla insikter är värdefulla.
Första frågan så har vi bottnat. Så här blir det värre innan det blir bättre. Det tror jag inte att det blir. Jag tror vi har bottnat. Jag tror den är och det känns så i att den där är vi nog. Jag sa det i mars också, vet jag. Det blev en liten dipp. Men jag tror att där definitivt har vi. Det som har hjälpt till med den synen är ju naturligtvis ränteläget har kommit ner. Då har det inte blivit full effekt hos privatkonsumenten än då. Men det kommer väl efter årsskiftet. lite förbättringar med skatter och det, och lyssnade på någon bank som sa att det kom ut ungefär 100 miljarder till på svenska marknaden till löntagare. Så det är klart att där borde vi väl kunna ta några pengar av dem till badrumsrenoveringar. Så att jag tror att sen om den kommer i mitten på 2025 eller någonstans där, så liksom att vi kan se att det går lite uppåt. Sen är frågan hur mycket det går uppåt. Projektsidan, det vi ser, och då pratar man ju byggfakta och den statistiken som finns, är att byggstarter har, om man då jämför de senaste 12 månaderna med de 12 månaderna innan dess, så har den kommit upp positivt nu. Men inte projektering, utan det är byggstarten. Så jag tror att sånt som har legat i lådan, nu kör man igång det. Så att det är en, och där är ju den är lite längre för oss. Den starten då, för det liksom är ju, startar du så ska du levereras här borta. Så att renoveringen kan gå lite fortare. Så
ja, jämför man Svedbergs med makrodesign och kanske Kasse också, så kan man ju säga att man märkte ju svagheten i den nordiska byggmarknaden i makrodesign och Kasse ungefär ett år tidigare än man gjorde det i Svedbergs. Är det rimligt att tänka att vi kommer se motsvarande relation fast omvänt då, nu om det vänder upp? Tror du?
Jag tror inte det blir samma långdragna, för det är klart, där hade du en hel del projekt som slutförde, så att säga, som hjälpte Svedbergs varumärket lite längre. Så jag tror att det kommer vara lite snabbare uppgång om du nu jämför de här två mellan varandra, när den nu sker då. Sen är det ju så att jag tror också att både Makro och Svedbergs var lite snabbare på bollen om man nu tittar lönsamhetsmässigt, så att hålla igen vissa saker än Svedbergs var. Någon ropade på vargen och man såg inte det komma. Liksom, så det blev kanske lite överraskning i det bolaget.
Så snabbare återhämtning i år då? Är det bra avslutande ord kanske?
Ja, och sen driver vi hårt i Svedbergs benet med att liksom få liksom upp effektivitet och kostnadsnivåer och liksom komma tillbaka till den delen. Där kan man också lägga till, vi gjorde en stor investering i produktion och då tappar man lite referenspunkter och sådana saker. Men det,
Toppen. Tack Per-Arne för att du kom hit idag.
Tackar.
Tack till alla ni som har lyssnat också. Tack.